Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! The long-awaited Frost Festival is about to commence. In the new version 2.9, we'll be introducing battles filled with a frosty atmosphere. Snow Battle is coming to town. Furthermore, you'll also get to experience updates to World of Wonder and Classic Mode. So let's dive right into it. In the Frost Festival, we'll be bringing you a series of snow-themed content, including a new Snowy Village-themed area, fun interactions with snow pals, and snow-themed items for more gaming fun and excitement. When miraculous December comes, the frosty world will undergo some magical changes. Stay tuned for updates. Don't miss out. First, let's take a look at the new themed area, Snowy Village. The village covers a wide area of 280 by 150 and has loads of supplies. It's located near Stalber in Erringdale, Iceborg in Livik, and Goroka in Vikendi. In addition to the buildings on the ground, the underground area of the Lucky Ice Tower is also worth exploring. Make use of the two-story layout to experience a completely new battle experience. Sound the bell in the Lucky Ice Tower, and you can even summon rewards. Additionally, the village also has a snow rail, which can help you quickly move around and gather supplies. It allows you to navigate flexibly between different areas of the village and also swiftly relocate to advantageous positions during battles for your team to counterattack more effectively. Of course, you should always remain vigilant to avoid becoming the target of an ambush. What's more, the village also features a special two-seat vehicle, the Reindeer. It's also a great choice for transportation as it allows you to swiftly move all over the map. For intense battles, we've also prepared festive and practical battle equipment for you, the Snowball Blaster and Snowboard. The Snowball Blaster can be used in many ways and has loads of functionality. When you aim it at the ground or a building, it can create a snow pile cover for you. When used on enemies, you can temporarily transform them into lively snow pals to restrict their movement. When facing bodies of water, you can use the Snowball Blaster to freeze the surface so that you can walk on it. It's definitely a practical yet entertaining weapon. After transforming into a lively snow pal, you will be unable to use firearms to do battle. You'll only be able to rely on basic actions such as walking, running, jumping, and swimming to evade enemy pursuit. It takes some time before you can revert to your human form. Let's build a snowman together. The snowboard will also bring you a whole new experience. Apart from helping you glide and move on various surfaces, it can also be used with the Snowball Blaster. Explore the many possibilities and use these two items to have all kinds of fun. We've also designed various interactive mechanics, such as searching for snow toddlers, lucky ice, and the snow blast zone. When you encounter a lucky snowman on the map, don't be in a rush to leave. There are 4 lost little snowmen hidden near the lucky snowman. Search for the 4 hidden snow toddlers and bring them back to the large snowman. You'll then receive a token of gratitude. There are lots of lucky ice scattered across the map. Shatter the ice to get the supplies inside. Try using a melee weapon to break the ice more easily. Furthermore, you'll find that snow has engulfed some red zones on the map, and the falling snow will bring about many interesting effects. Players within a snow blast zone will be transformed into a lively snow pal if they're hit by the snow. If the snow lands on the ground, a snow pile cover will be created. In this World of Wonder update, we'll be introducing a brand new transformation skill gameplay and a catch me hide and seek gameplay for you to enjoy the transformation skills to the fullest. Of course, you can also use this skill to create more interesting creations. We've also added a Snowy Village map template to celebrate the Frost Festival with creators. Additionally, we've also made some updates and improvements to gameplay devices, game parameter settings, and the editor. For more details, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. We'll continue introducing the latest WoW content to everyone. As for Classic Mode, we've also made some improvements to vehicles, firearms, creation mode, emotes, settings, and more. First, we've enhanced the designated marksman rifles. Some DMRs can be equipped with the full auto mod to fire in full auto. We've also improved the attributes and handling of some vehicles to enhance your driving experience. We've also added a new garage mechanic. From now on, you can choose your dream ride during matches. Meanwhile, we've also added a custom SFX adjustment feature. You can adjust the volume of some sound effects to whatever best suits you. As for creation mode, we'll be introducing some quick view features for watching the victory dance and fireworks displays and the new Frozen Kingdom themed performance in order to provide players with more possibilities for creative content. Furthermore, we've expanded the emote backpack. Now you can equip more emotes before entering the battleground. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. In addition, new content will be added to the popularity battle event, Metro Royale, and season rewards. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Snow Battle is coming to town. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
분위기 있었어. 그러면 다 ямар гурван багийг том өрсөлдөж гэж бодож байна.
GG, Alpha 7, Alter Ego.
At least a little bit of an anchor point to play around with going forward. That's Meki. Is it going to be able to obliterate Bra here? Plays his teammate Bacon. Eating nades as well. It's always grenades. Couldn't have said it better myself, Jack. That is absolutely insane. It's so crazy. Contact found with a nade, hefty damage. That's a chunky one. And Tops so quick with the reactions. Hold this off. These things we've been saying. This mate, just the fact that like Nerd said, go deal with the guys over the 1v3 over towards Loot.
In the past 5 years, we have witnessed the birth of countless excellent teams and players in all 5 major regions. They are still remembered by us to this day. At the same time, we also remember our fans who loved us from the very beginning. On the occasion of this 5th anniversary, let's turn back the clock to the starting point of PUBG Mobile Esports, the Southeast Asia region, where all the stories began. As the first world-class event, PUBG Mobile Star Challenge gathered professional players from all over the world. With continuous development, the 2019 PUBG Mobile Club Open Global Finals is undoubtedly the most exciting event.
2019 Fall Split Global Finals, ladies and gentlemen, give yourself a round of applause!
Among the countless rising stars, one shined particularly bright. Bigatron Red Aliens, a team from Indonesia,
Bigatron Red Aliens!
just got first place in the PMCO Southeast Asia Fall Championship, earning the chance to compete in the PMCO Global Finals in Malaysia. In the subsequent prelim stage, intense competition kicked off immediately. And finally, they advanced to the Grand Finals in 2nd place. BTR demonstrated impeccable strength in the competition. By the end, BTR was leading the lobby by a significant 106 points, bringing the first ever championship title to the SEA region.
Di saat itu siapa yang nggak kenal dengan nama Bigatron gitu? Tim yang punya segudang prestasi, mereka juara dunia di PMCO Global Finals tahun 2019. Mereka banyak banget melahirkan pemain-pemain berbakat, Zuxi, Luxi, Ryzen, Microboy. Terus habis itu Zuxi, Luxi juga saat mereka menjadi juara dunia, mereka berada di masa prime-nya mereka banget.
PUBG Mobile Esports always strives to develop and grow year after year. That's why we made sure to continue the support and build the SEA region. In 2020, the improvement of the competitive schedule introduced the World League, which later became the World Invitational. We also launched the PUBG Mobile Pro League, where even more outstanding teams joined the competitive stage. In the 2020 PMWL, BTR once again clinched the championship in the East. This had given Southeast Asia the title of the strongest region in the world. They hoped to continue their legacy at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile Esports. However, BTR was not able to repeat their performance from the previous year.
Two teams is going techno left. This round, winner, chicken dinner, Nova XQL.
With the rise of Team Nova, countless brilliant moments were had, but this also left many players with regret.
After BTR Red Alien won at the Global Championship in Kuala Lumpur, we thought C region was the best. We thought nobody could beat C region except maybe RRQ Athena, maybe Illuminate the Murder, maybe Mega Conqueror, but C region was the best at the time. And we get to the league. We heard of a team called Nova. We thought maybe this team is not that good. On the contrary, they owned all the teams. They were very good.
Let's move forward to the year 2021. With continuous efforts, more teams and players joined the Pro League. For example, Xavier, who placed third in the 2020 PMWI East League, also secured second place in the PMGC East League. FaZe Clan also made their debut on the world stage.
Có thể nói 2021 là năm thành công nhất của Dingo Xavier trên đấu trường quốc tế, khẳng định vị thế và tên tuổi của Việt Nam vô cùng mạnh mẽ. Còn với FaZe Clan, đây là năm đầu tiên họ đặt chân đến với giải đấu cao cấp nhất của PUBG Mobile, nhưng lại khiến tất cả những đối thủ khác đều phải dè chừng và e ngại.
Undoubtedly, the year 2022 has brought the greatest changes to the SEA region. Vampire Esports emerged, dominating 2022 PMWI, winning both the main and after-party tournaments, while also setting records for most chicken dinners, most eliminations, and more. They were not only facing competitors from the SEA region, but from all over the world. Everyone was talking about VPE and wondering if they could maintain their performance at the Global Championship or if it was just a stroke of good luck. On the last day of the 2022 PMGC Grand Finals, VPE won 3 chicken dinners alone, moving from the bottom of the table to 6th place, achieving the best result for the SEA region. They pulled off another miracle, but sadly, it was not enough to win it all. In 2023, VPE continued their impressive performance. They once again won everything at the 2023 PMWI.
2023 PUBG Mobile World Invitational Champions, Vampire Esports!
ก็ย้อนกลับไปในปีที่แล้วนะครับเอาจริงก็ผมมองว่าน่าจะโอ้โหไม่มีใครที่จะมองว่าทางฝั่งตัวแวมไพร์จะซักเซสได้ถึงขนาดนั้นนะครับเพราะยุคนั้นเหมือนทุกคนจะโฟกัสไปทางฝั่งของตัวอินฟินแล้วก็เฟซแคนที่มีแบบว่าผู้เล่นดังๆนะครับแล้วก็ถ้าจำมันได้เหมือน PMGC ปีล่าสุดมากินไก่แบบเบิ้ลติดๆกันในวันสุดท้ายเหมือนเอาจริงน้องๆก็เคยบอกเลยว่าเฮ้ยเราเครียดกันไปหรือเปล่ามันเป็นตัวเองดีกว่าเล่นแบบปล่อยจอยได้แบบจอยเลยสุดท้าย3จะติดจบอันดับ6ของโลกซะอย่างนั้นนี่นะครับแวมไพร์สปอร์ตเหลือเชื่อจัด
But don't forget, Alter Ego, an Indonesian team, showed a very strong performance by winning the Super League twice. The SEA Super League was an upgrade to the previous championship, which by many is considered to be the most competitive league in PUBG Mobile. They could potentially become the next legend of the SEA region.
Untuk dibilang legend, gua rasa belum sih untuk Alter Ego. Walaupun mereka sempat ngedapetin back-to-back champion untuk di PMSL 2023, itu menurut gua hanya sekedar untuk ngasih pembuktian gitu bahwa Indonesia tidak kehabisan pemain berbakat. Ya mungkin contohnya Rosemary gitu. Datangnya dia ke Alter Ego tuh bener-bener jadi ujung tombak untuk Alter Ego. Dan gak berhenti di Rosemary. Masih ada Alpha juga yang didatangkan oleh Alter Ego untuk mengisi kekosongan atau kekurangan dari Alter Ego. Dan gue rasa PMGC 2023 ini akan menjadi ajang Global Championship pertama gitu untuk Rosemary dan juga si Alpha. Jadi wajib banget kita nantikan performnya mereka di PMGC 2023. Dan please di notes pastikan tonton Alter Ego sampai akhir.
Of course, there are many more teams we haven't mentioned, but these teams will all take part in the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. So what do you think? Who will be the ultimate winner in this year's PMGC? Will they be from SEA? Well, there's only one way to find out. At the beginning of 2020 PMGC, PUBG Mobile fans from all over the world were looking forward to the clash between Nova and BTR. However, multiple teams from the South Asia region showed incredible strength and had shot up the leaderboards in the season. On the 5th anniversary of PUBG Mobile Esports, let us turn back the clock to 2020 and revisit the story of the South Asia region. The 2020 PMCO Fall Split Wildcard may have gone under the radar for many fans, but it showcased the power of one specific team. Zeus Esports successfully took first place, securing a spot in the 2020 PMGC. However, many thought they would just be a flash in the pan, but with the opening of the 2020 PMGC, Zeus became the focus of attention. They defeated many strong opponents in 4v4 battles and became the biggest underdog of the year, finishing in 3rd place.
And now he's making the fight head on! Zeus!
Their strength remains to this day, and they have grown into one of the strongest teams in the South Asia region. 2020 put South Asia on the map. That year, besides the unexpected success of Zeus, 3 new teams also made their world debut. They were DRS Gaming and ASL from Nepal, and A1 Esports from Bangladesh. While Zeus climbed all the way to the PMGC bronze medal, A1 Esports and ASL secured their spot in the top 16.
Zeus Esports, I would say, were the first powerhouse from Mongolia, and they came out of nowhere and shocked everyone. They did so well with the gunpowder and the tactics. No one was ready to compete with them.
As we moved into 2021, more South Asian teams continued to have their presence felt on the world stage. Stalwart Esports had a memorable 2021 PMGC, ranking 3rd in the East League and 7th in the Grand Finals, while 2 Nepali teams, DRS Gaming and Deadeye's Guys, didn't make it out of the league stage. The world at least started to take notice of the region's power. The expectations from the South Asia region were growing, and the question was, could they continue to improve?
साउथ एसिया सर्किटको सबैभन्दा सक्सेसफुल टिम स्टलवर्ट ई स्पोर्ट्सको पनि ग्लोबल कहानी एकदमै राम्रो रहेको छ। 2021 को PMGC को लिगमा 3rd पोजिसन अनि त्यसपछि ग्रान्ड फाइनल पनि खेलेको थियो अनि उत्तिकै शानदार उनीहरुको 2022 को PMGC पनि गएको थियो।
In esports, it's the determined, the relentless, and the driven that succeed. This was the mindset of many teams in South Asia, and that is why they continue to grow in 2022. In the 2022 PMWI, Stalwart Esports took 3rd place and Action was awarded the MVP. Later in the year, 5 South Asian teams, Stalwart Esports, DRS, Skylights Gaming, Train to Kill, and IHC earned their slot at the 2022 PMGC. DRS and IHC had a rough start and were placed in the brutal survival bracket after failing to progress in the opening matches. However, they both incredibly broke through in the last chance round and progressed into the top 16 Grand Finalists. DRS found their stride in the finals and ultimately took 2nd place.
Torn apart there, DRS now have that control on the northern side, Blank.
This was the highest rank ever achieved by a South Asian team in the PMGC, and alongside their success, STE took 4th place and IHC took 5th place. Furthermore, STE Player Top won both the Finals MVP and the Gunslinger Award.
Jakarta for top!
The South Asia region showed they can compete and beat the very best.
4 grand finalists in PMGC 2022 from South Asia region clearly means this region is one of the most dominating out there. And by providing the PUBG Mobile world with the likes of DRS Gaming, T2K, STE and Team ISC, this region has got it all. And with the upcoming teams like Team Aegon XI8, 7th Element, NB Esports and 4MV, this region might just become the most competitive region out there.
In 2023, we saw more growth and the emergence of new challengers across the region. Among them is Aegon XI8, who has won 1st place in PMPL Pakistan twice in a row and secured 3rd place in the PMPL South Asia Championship. They are about to appear again on the PMGC stage. It's 4 Miracle Vibes, a team formed in 2021 but finally making a name for themselves in 2023 by securing 1st place in the PMPL South Asia Fall season and 2nd place in the subsequent South Asian Championships, successfully qualifying them for the 2023 PMGC. They will be joined by STE, the champions of South Asia Fall Championships, along with NB Esports and IHC, 2 more South Asian teams looking for glory. Furthermore, for their continued outstanding performance in global events, DRS Gaming earned a special invite and became the 5th South Asian team to qualify at the 2023 PMGC. This will be the 4th consecutive year for DRS Gaming to play at PMGC. The South Asia region has already achieved second place last year at PMGC. Can they break through again this year and claim the ultimate title?
New challengers. What do you say about them? New challengers. What do you say about them? New challengers. Just new challenge. New challenge.
네, MRPX 인상 깊게 봤는데.
네, 이 팀 꼴찌로.
Hello, I'm Lord.
Hi, I'm Freak, and we play for Nigma Galaxy.
안녕하세요. 덕산 e스포츠의 혹시 김성환입니다.
덕산 e스포츠 준희입니다.
Merhaba, ben Next'den dokunma.
Ben de Next'den Frozen.
Today we do power ranking for group red teams.
hadi geçelim.
잘 해보겠습니다. 일단 첫 번째로 소개할 팀은 농심 레드포스입니다.
이 팀 같은 경우는 이제 한국에서 잘하는 팀이기 때문에 네, 이렇게 나오겠습니다.
And then we have NB Esports. Yeah, they're from Mongolia. They have really talented young players. I would say dark horses.
Mongolian teams are really good anyway, so.
We have Red Force.
I think they're a new team.
Yeah, they're kind of newcomers. We haven't really met them before.
New challengers?
Yeah,
new challengers.
Aynen, ben de ilk defa görüyorum, o yüzden bunları.
New challengers.
Yep. 7E. I've never seen them.
I also didn't see them as new challengers.
Yeah, challengers.
Ben de ilk defa görüyorum.
Bunu da en altta yapıştır.
Nova Hyper.
Nova Hyper is the first time I think new challengers.
Yep. Next we have Morph.
New challengers.
What do you say about them?
New challengers.
What do you say about them?
New challengers.
Just new challenge.
New challenge. We haven't met them a lot, so I have nothing to say.
I'm not gonna pass it to you again, because it's all next to me. I should just put it.
Yeah.
세 번째 팀은 이제 NB e스포츠인데 이 팀은 제가 잘 몰라가지고.
네, 이 팀 저도 잘 몰라요. 그러니까 여기다 놓을게요.
그다음에 NH 팀인데 전 잘 몰라가지고.
아, 잘 모르는구나. 저도 이 팀은 잘 모르기 때문에 코스 야무지게 하도록 하겠습니다.
There's STE. We played against them
6 to 8, yes.
a lot or only one?
Not a lot, no. I think one or twice.
2021.
Yep, one.
Yeah.
They're pretty good.
They're top guns. I would put them at top.
Yeah, top guns.
Yeah.
ST. Bence bunlar direkt top tier yani. Her PMGC'de vardı neredeyse.
중국 ST. 이제 무조건 첫 번째.
1등 팀.
Okay, we have next Trianic. Our old competitors.
That are our rivals.
We've been top guns for sure.
Yeah, they deserve top guns.
yapıştır.
이제 이 팀은
제가 제일 좋아하는 팀.
오.
맞나? 맞는 것 같습니다.
제일 좋아하는 팀이라서 맞으면.
Nigma Galaxy. Her sezonda varlar ya. Nigma Galaxy okey bir takım.
이 팀은 이제 그래도 해온 경력이 있기 때문에 이제 탑 건스의
Nigma Galaxy.
Nigma Galaxy?
Yeah.
바로 저희 팀이네요.
와,
당연히 이제 붙여야죠. 에이? 오케이.
Duxon Esports.
Duxon is a pretty good team.
They have
They're really good. I like the way they play also.
They have Juni from DWG. They all have PMGC, so I would say top guns.
Oh yeah, let's go with top guns. They deserve it.
네, MRPX 인상 깊게 봤는데.
네? 이 팀 꼴찌로.
아니 이번엔 리그에서 두 번째 붙여야죠. 에이?
Okay.
That's it.
We have the Brazilians in co-gaming, which I like a lot.
Yeah.
They have a big play style, but yeah.
I would say top guns.
Top guns, yeah. They had a really good result last year, so. This is our power ranking for Group Red.
Güzel oldu bence. Okey yaptık. Bence bazıları belki değişebilir. Siz de katılıyorsunuz yorumlarda belirtin. Katılmıyorsanız da söyleyin yani bu takım bence buraya gitmeliydi falan diye yorumlarda belirtin yani. Yani bizi 우리 이렇게 정리해놨고 이제 PMGC에서 이제 좋은 경기 하자. İzlediğiniz için teşekkürler.
I hope you guys enjoy it and see you in PMGC. Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Güle güle.
And we are back for a third day of PMGC 2023 League stage with me, your host in PJ Battle Arena, Malaysia. I'm Chichu, and on stage with me, we have one of the best teams out there, dominating definitely, Nigma Galaxy, Lord. So how are you feeling, Lord?
I'm feeling good.
Yeah, I can see that you're feeling okay, I guess. Okay, we're gonna start the question straight away.
All right.
The past 2 days, right? You guys have been showcasing such consistency. We can see that how you read out the circle almost every single game. You got yourself at the top 5. Now, it feels like you found yourself the perfect formula. Can you spill the tea for us? Just a tiny bit, it's just a secret between us. Like, how did you work around the circle? When did you figure out the formula, especially yesterday?
Well, basically, it's about all last year PMGC because we entered PMGC and it was the new old system. The new zone system. So we were not like used to it. It was really hard for us to practice on it. We didn't have enough time to practice on it. So we spent the whole year since last PMGC until now. We spent the whole year on practicing on it, and we managed to perform really good. And we also used the advantage of us being a consistent team.
So I guess every sort of formula of the pattern of circle, you kind of got the answers to it for now?
Yep.
Wow, there you go. I think that's Einstein for you guys.
Maybe there is some secrets I don't want to say.
Hey, spicy. Okay, within a year you had such drastic change. You mentioned about you been practicing for an entire year for those circles, right? But your performance compared to last PMGC is so big.
Yeah.
Like, I remember you guys got last place in the last chance qualifier, right? And I want to know what's the main factor, the biggest factor that affect this entire year that make you achieve such results today?
Well, in my opinion, the big factor is changing a player, which is Coops. We needed always a player like Coops. We always needed a player who push first, like who can do the job for the team. So I think he's the big and main factor for us. Also, as I mentioned before in the first question, that we got used and we practiced it on like the new system.
You mentioned about somebody can do the job for Coops. What kind of job he's actually doing?
Everything.
Including what?
Like he pushed first, he gives plan, he also helped me, he helped the support, he helped the IGL, he does a lot of things.
Does he cook?
No.
Okay,
Unfortunately, he doesn't.
I guess that's not in the job scope.
In real life, he's a lazy guy.
Oh wow!
But in game, he's really active.
I think there's a lot of love he's showing for Coops right now. But yeah, now last question for you. Nigma Galaxy has been dominant, and we do know that you guys are super good at defending your compound, right? Especially yesterday on the third Erangel, 6-8 tried to crash your compound, but you guys always swiftly, out of nowhere, just eliminated, obliterated them when they try to push you. So how did you do that? And do you have any messages for all the openings out there who try to crash your compound for the next few maps?
For the message I will say it at the end, I just want to mention something that whenever we take a compound, we set a plan how to defend it exactly. Which side is the most dangerous side to push, to get pushed from. So we actually like set a plan, and each player can watch each other. So if one side of a compound gets pushed, everyone can help this side. Like everyone can focus on this side. And the message for the teams, they're welcome if they want to push us. It's fine. We're okay with it.
That's too nice of you. Are you sure there's like, what if there's more than one team trying to push you guys?
Doesn't matter. It's just going to be better points for us.
Wow.
Advantage. Thank you so much.
Humble but yet sassy. I love that. Thank you so much, Lord. I wish you all the best in the tournament. And we do have lesser maps now. I think it's around only 12 more maps to go. And this is where I call it the Judgment Day, where we get to see the stretch of the gap. Who will dominate? Who will get that top 3? And who will be the bottom 5 to be eliminated? Now, Cassis, narrate our story of the day. Take it away.
Judgment Day has begun here, day number 3. I like that. By the way, I will say that is the greatest interview that we have had in a long time. What's up, everybody? I'm Hot Jukes here with Seven and Cameron Davis. Seven, how are you feeling today going into day number 3?
I'm feeling great, and I'm so happy that we saw some energy there out of Lord. Not just giving props to Kuz. By the way, he needs to give props to himself too, because he's been putting up some clutch performances for his team, at least so far in the past 2 days. But are they going to continue to defend like that? Are they going to be getting some free points? I can't wait to see what's going to happen today.
Man, me too. He said that Coops couldn't cook, but I think that we need to definitely let him cook today, Cameron. What do you think?
Yeah, listen, it's something that we recognize as well, is Coops' ability to sort of be that X-Factor player is the term that I like to use a lot. Really kind of go in, upset the opponent, make a moment for your own team, but then also Lord saying what we all can see with our own eyes. They're just so good at defending compounds and they're just so good on knowing where the zone is going to go, whether that's some sort of secret about zone movement that they know that we don't, or they just head towards center, which obviously is going to give you an advantage in that anyway. Either way, their play style, they know exactly what they're doing, and they've been successful so far. They're currently in second place, and so I think they're going to be contesting for that top spot, and they're going to be in top 3 no matter what.
Yeah, I think the one thing I really enjoy about them is not the fact that they're just going towards center, it's how they're getting to that center spot, right, Seven?
Yeah, I was hoping that she would kind of pinpoint that because they've been doing some crazy circles. I mean, we've seen the reaction on YouTube chat as well from everybody watching. It was like, how did they even make it there? We heard John say it, we heard Sute say it. Was like, wait, nobody got knocked? They just freely went between 4 teams and nobody even got a slightly touch. So their timing is definitely on point. I'm hoping that continues, but I'm also hoping to get a little bit challenged because it's kind of helping them here in Group Red that some of these teams are not as aggressive as we might have seen last week, right, in Group Green. Maybe a little bit of challenge for them and on those crazy rotations.
Yeah, I think this is great for them overall. I mean, if it happened just one time, I'd be like, okay, all right, that was a little stroke of luck. But the fact that it happened so consistently here shows that I think they do have some of that secret sauce, some of that formula. Hopefully we see it come out today, because day number 3 in my eyes is always one of the most important days, because this will really set up how that top 3 is going to line up. Before we get into that, of course, we got to talk about the official sponsor here for PMGC, the official smartphone, the Infinix GT10 Pro. If you guys want to, of course, check out the lobby and dominate it, you got to go ahead and check out that GT10 Pro. Besides that, of course, make sure you check out the TikTok as well. Search that hashtag PMGC 2023 so you can keep up to date with everything that is going on. So when it comes to those rotations, right, the fact that they were doing it so consistently, I think we got to give a little big props to the Lord and the rest of the squad. He's definitely getting it done. But you know what? There are some other teams that have been getting it done, and one other North American team is EnHyper 7. I think it's a huge day for them today.
It is. The main thing is I feel like we got a little bit blinded with their chicken dinner yesterday, and also with how they were able to climb on that leaderboard. Yesterday, out of the 13 placement points, 10 came from that win that they got in Miramar. I want to continue to see a little bit more placement points out of this team. Their fragging power actually ended up going down yesterday, and I think the reason why we got blinded with that is because a lot of the teams that were ahead of them didn't really perform to the likes that we saw day one. I want to see a big step up here out of EnHyper, Cam.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I'm just looking at the overall rankings right now, and all the teams that were ahead of them, outside of the top 4 of Nongshim, Nigma, Morph, and STE, all these other teams really struggled. Inko struggled, Duxon struggled, NB struggled, and it was the teams at the bottom like FaZe and Alliance and a little bit of IG and Nazar that really stepped up yesterday. And so EnHyper, I think, even though their performance wasn't that much greater than it was on the first day, it was basically in line with that. They were able to pick up points that way. But if we see the overall leaderboard, we'll see that there is a big gap already forming between 4th and 5th place. So as Juke said, this is a very important day to see if that top 4 is going to get contested by anyone else, whether it's EnHyper, whether it's Alliance, whether Duxon can try and come back and have a day 1 performance again here and really challenge them, or if it is just going to be these top 4 teams that are the only ones really fighting for the top 3 going into tomorrow.
Yeah, you can even see it right then and there. You can just look at that big gap, right, from 4th and 5th place. And for those of you guys that didn't watch Group Green, which was last week, you know, after day number 3, it was such a huge gap that nobody was catching up, and we didn't see a change in, you know, 3rd and 4th place in the last day. So I think if teams definitely did their homework today, Seven, especially teams like EnHyper, Udo Alliance, Duxon in particular, I know you got a lot to say about them as well.
Yeah, Duxon Esports, it was a big disappointment for me yesterday, especially what we got a chance to see out of day 1. Their performance was just nowhere near first day. I mean, they ended up with 50 points on day 2. They went down to 7th place and only got 11 points. So a big drop off there. And I want to continue to see some performances out of Beanie. I mean, day 1, we're talking about, I think he ended up with something along the lines of 9 elims in 1 match. I want to see that player step up again. But something that we actually need to take our eyes to is within that leaderboard. From 5th and 6th place all the way down to 12th place. The only difference is just 11 points. So these teams need to make sure they start performing. There is a bit of a gap, Cam, between 12th and 13th place of about 9 points that teams like Inko, Hell, 7E, and Korea Power, if they even want to get a chance at making it to survival stage, they need to start reacting today.
Yeah, I love this graphic though.
Yeah, I was about to say, I got excited about that.
Yeah, and it actually doesn't really surprise me that Nigma is going to be at the top there, because if you're in a defensive position, more center, you get the most opportunities to steal eliminations from your opponent. So it doesn't surprise me that they're at the top, but to see more edge playing teams like Nongshim and STE also up there, I think just shows how proactive they are on their edge positions, even though, you know, a little bit of different execution, quality of performances from Nongshim and STE yesterday. Nonetheless, both of the two really strongest edge teams so far.
Unbelievable. So we talked about the teams at the top 7, right? That's obviously the big goal, is you want to get that golden ticket all the way to PMGC Grand Finals, right? At the same time, you want to just stay in this tournament, right? Wouldn't that be great, right? At least going into the next stage. So that means that you have to make it to that survival stage. And the only way to do that is by not being in the bottom 5. And there are some big names still down there here, 7.
There is. I mean, this is kind of what I was hinting at when I was talking about the overall. Like, it's so tight between 5th all the way down to 12th place. Any of those teams need to be careful and need to start continuing on their consistency of performance here today, because we really haven't seen it. It's been very up and down for a lot of these teams. I'm going to be looking at some of the teams that are outside, however, out of that top 11, the teams that are pretty much at risk to go home. And IG is definitely one of them. I mean, they did have a great performance yesterday. We saw them being able to get a chicken dinner and back it up with 11 plays. We saw them get 2 4th-place finishes with an average of, I think it was 7 elims, something like that, which is a great performance considering I think this was the last place team out of day 1. But not only them, Inco, this was a team that even yesterday, at the beginning of the day, we heard them say, yeah, we're going to continue to be aggressive. We're going to continue to focus on that center circle. And I feel like right now, at this moment, from what I see from watching the map feed yesterday, it's not working for them. Every single time they try to push towards the center of the circle, everything backfires. I want to see a little bit of variety within their game plan today.
You know what, we need to, because 2 of their Brazilian brothers are already in the big show, right? We had 2 teams from Brazil qualify. That was Alpha 7 and, of course, Loops. But now, I mean, we have 2 teams at the bottom. But it's still so crazy, Cameron, at the fact that it's possible that we see the 5th place team not making.
Wait, 5th place what?
Yeah, I mean, it's the fact that Hyper is at 69 points, right? There's only a 10-point gap, right? It's so crazy that they could swing that big.
The team that's currently in 5th could fall out and be in the bottom 5. Yeah, that just shows that not only how tight it is there in that whole middle section, but how many points these teams at the top are getting, like Nongshim Med Force, consistently putting in the damage here, getting the elims. And we heard it on the interview, I think it was yesterday, that he felt a little disappointed by their own performance. But the fact that they're at the top, just such a strong team to contest against. And so looking at what the teams that are currently on the graphic, IG continue to step it up. Alliance have been sort of flying under the radar, getting a ton of placement points, always going to be up there in the podiums and really getting points that way. But something extra needs to happen for all these teams if they want to really knock Nongshim out of that #1 spot, because that's a solid position for them to be in so far.
All right, well, here are the top Sanhok performers. We're going to start off with Sanhok, going to 3 Erangels, and of course finish off with a couple of Miramars towards the end. And those Miramar matches, 7, we've seen some big, outstanding performers, and I know that you have one name in mind in particular.
There is, and it's going to be 628. This team, I was a little bit worried about the performances on day 1 in Miramar, and then yesterday they were able to start at least a little bit hot with a great start in Sanhok. Hopefully they're going to be able to do that again here today. Hopefully we're going to be able to get a lot of eliminations, because yesterday they were able to get 7 eliminations. And I want to continue to see that throughout the day, because I felt like it was a bit of an off performance yesterday for what a lot of people expect STE to do. They're a very aggressive team, and I feel like it got a little bit too much for them. We saw some great third parties yesterday, and I hope that continues. But I also want to start seeing them position themselves a little bit better towards the half of the match. And that way they can excel even more with their fragging power towards the end, when sometimes you could say that the elims become a little bit easier, especially with what we saw earlier with those stolen eliminations for some of these teams.
Yeah, for STE, both days so far, the first Miramar is the only round on the day that is an objectively bad round for them. The problem with STE yesterday is that none of their rounds were amazing. They had a lot of really, really good rounds, but you always need to have 1 or 2 rounds if you're trying to get these top spots here in these lobbies of outstanding play. Not just good, not just great, you need absolutely amazing, and we didn't see any of that yesterday.
No, we did not. So we're going to start off in Sanhok today, guys. This is this is crazy because we're now at the second half of this tournament. And this is that final hour. You got to be able to clutch it up and you got to be able to get it done, especially in a map like Sanhok. So, Seven, I want you to take a look at the leaderboards and I kind of want your opinion here, okay?
Okay.
How far down, where do you think the cutoff is for it to be possible for a team to make it into top 3 if they did well both, you know, today and tomorrow?
Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna be an optimistic here.
Okay.
I'm gonna go against with what I'm actually thinking here because I want to see more than just one team challenging when it comes down to the end of tomorrow. And I would like to say all the way down to 6th place. I think Euro Alliance, as Cam was mentioning, they have been quite consistent with their placement points, and Hyper with what we've seen out of them in regards to their elimination points, being able to at least get a chicken dinner yesterday. It's nice to see that they can definitely finish the game off and get that chicken dinner. And at 6-8, I mean, I expect them to come back. This is such a strong team that I'll be absolutely shocked if they don't end up in the top 3 by the end of tomorrow.
Yeah, Cameron, I see the wheels turning in there, bro. I see the wheels turning. Tell me.
Seven said optimistic, so I was expecting something down, like, oh, even FaZe could make it into the top 3. But yeah, I mean, down to 6th place, like that's, I mean, I could see why that is considered optimistic, though. I would call that optimistic just when you look at the points overall. Nongshim at the top, 122. Alliance in 6th place with 68 points. That's almost twice the points from 1st down to 6th place. So it's a huge gap, a huge push for those teams down to 6 in order if they want to make it to the top 3. And it's not just about them performing well, it's about the teams at the top, multiple teams at the top performing poorly for that to happen. So I honestly don't even think that's really that much of a possibility. I think at least 2 of the current top 3, top 4 are going to be in the top 3 at the end of tomorrow. I think we're going to need to see amazing games by NHyper or Alliance in order for one of those teams to get upset, because at the moment it is just looking like it's going to be Nongshim, Nigma, Morph, and SD as the only teams in contention.
100%. Well, you know what? It's time to get the day started, baby. Let's head into Sanhok. Let's take it on over to John Allen and Zute.
I always love a good dose of Jukes and the boys in the morning. We are excited for this 3rd day of Group Red, a judgment day to be sure. Are we going to see that top pack, that leading group of teams start to extend that lead, or can the consistency of the 5th and 6th place teams keep up? We'll have to wait and see, but we're going into Sanhok Zute.
Yeah, today is one of the most crucial days, right? Today is the day where all of the teams looking towards the top 3 are really going to start, you know, implementing different changes if they need to. Today is almost a do or die, because once you head into the last day, if you're still in the middle of the pack, you're almost potentially worried about just qualifying to the survival stage. So today's the day for everyone who has a shot, who has a chance at making it into the top 3. That's their main focus and goal and drive today. And so I was telling you earlier, I feel like today's going to be the day where we're going to see the most amount of changes in the lobby, the most amount of upsets potentially, and I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, it should be pretty interesting to see how this is all going to pan out. On Sanhok as well, it's a little bit more interesting on that front, because you've only seen 2 of these maps played, right? For Erangel, we've had 6. For Miramar, we've had 4. But we've only had 2 Sanhoks so far. So there's a limit to the amount of research that these teams will have been able to put in. Fortunately, there were some quite, I guess, replicable circles on this map previously. A lot of focus around that group of players moving through the bootcamp to quarry area, so hopefully teams have looked at that and figured out paths through that sort of a rotation.
We've had a very southern, or not southern circle, we've had the Pine On circle, right, on day number 1, and then a very northern circle ending right on Paradise Resort. So those 2 circles do overlap quite a bit, so there is a lot of VOD review of like how teams decide to rotate. One thing we noticed yesterday was that not many teams like to, you know, wrap around with the wrapping rotations if it is a northern circle. We saw yesterday Nigma Galaxy did that from the far east, but from the northwest island, where I believe there was either Intense Game or Inko landed, they didn't wrap around on a rotation towards the north. They went towards into boot camp, so it left that rotation from the backside if you just wrap to the northwest island and then in a very free one. But then again, that's only going to come into play if we get a northern circle. And the chances of that, of where the circle could, you know, start out in Sanhok, it's pretty slim.
We'll just have to wait and see. Plane path going to be cutting a little bit further south, so maybe a longer romp to get up to the northern edge, but should be just about fine. Let's take a look at the top eliminators on Sanhok. You see Coops sat there right at the top, looking pretty smug with himself. Apparently he's lazy, according to his teammates. Not in-game, that has to be said, out of game, but hopefully he's going to be able to find some energy for this day.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he put all his point stats into gaming, right? You can't be good at everything. He's already extremely phenomenal at PUBG Mobile. If he can also cook and do everything else IRL, that's just not fair.
This guy he doesn't do chores. He's busy. He's fragging every single time you look at him. We'll see if he's able to keep up that record here. A lot of teams on that northwestern island, well, 3 spread it around that sort of area. I was looking at Hale and thinking, oh, there's a 4th team on there, but no, that's just the outpost, a wide split for Hale. I kind of like this position in general. It gives you a lot of options as a team. The vulnerability, of course, is that a team on that northwestern island just drops on one of your players and you lose that outpost instantly.
Yeah, that has not been taken advantage of.
Oh.
We've had like these little, okay, this is a new one. We have not seen this circle yet, and from my experience, it's not very often, so I'd love to see which team takes advantage of this. And that player, surely he should have known that there were enemies nearby. He dropped right next to them, parachuting in, and he just ran out on this open.
He should have known. He should have known better. There's 2 players from 7th Element there. And Intense Gaming lose a player very early on in the day, which is not a good sign for their run. They had a little bit, I think it's fair to say, a little bit of a resurgence yesterday, but that trajectory has just dropped off the edge of a cliff. Can they spread their wings to keep it going for the rest of the match? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for the 2 Brazilian teams, I feel like. Day 1, like, I know they said they're not under pressure from how their, other brethrens of Brazil performed on week 1, but I feel like if day 1 you did terrible, day 2 is supposed to be the day where you really prove yourselves, right? When there's so much focus and talk about you guys, and if on day 2 you still can't get it done, coming into day 3, in my mind, the pressure mentally is greater than ever, right? Because this is the do or die day for everyone. And you've already essentially failed in a day where teams are really thinking like, okay, we'll give you some slack day 1, but no excuses day 2. And they still couldn't really get much done after day 2.
They'll need to keep their wits about them, but luckily they are on that northwestern island for Intense Game. Not the same story for Inco just yet. They're still over by Ruins. It looks like NB have taken a casualty. That's on the crossing. Some teams making that move early. Well, mostly NB, but you've also got Nongshim Red Force crunching in behind them. And it's going to be NB out almost immediately, splitting the points between Nongshim Red Force and STE, who are already over in Hut 10.
Yeah, NB rotating in from Paradise Resort. And that was a very fast rotation by all means, but it just goes to show you got to time it like at the perfect moment when teams on this island might be focused on one another, right? Driving through, they're the first team to rotate, so everyone else still just is like taking their time. They're all still set up near the roadsides, looting, so they just really felt the brunt of the force of Nongshim and STE there. Here comes another rotation from Next Ruya, taking it through the southern bridge. We'll drive past some of 7th Element. Where are they going to try and end up to, though? 7th Element, very split up. I feel like whoever's up there, it looks like it was Divine. He's got some work cut out for him here as they do stop at the compound. It is open. And this is a great spot to just hunker down for the next couple of zones.
This is an interesting rotation from Next Ruya. I mean, normally the team that they have been facing over in the European Championships, Gladiators, who take this position on circles like this, would have an outpost looking down towards this compound. So the fact that they've gone straight into this position, I find that to be quite interesting, but it's hopefully going to be valuable to them. They haven't been slowed down. 7th Element didn't camp over on the bridge. That actually allowed Inco in earlier. We didn't quite catch that one, but they did get across on that bridge. Alien will have seen that happen, but didn't interact with it whatsoever. But now Inco have managed to move to that northwestern side, and they might give a little bit more trouble to 7th Element. Sorry, to Intense Game.
Intense Game. Down to 3. Inco with 4. Oh, that's a nice door pop right there. Spots both enemies. Trying to set a trap from... Oh, Squash needs to watch out. The other player just pushes right out and gets the knock. His team was not covering that door side, and he will go down. It trades back and forth here. The 2 Brazilian brethren just really duking it out here. Tense game still with 3. Great knock from the nade. Adrian on to Becker. And I feel like Inko, yeah, just down to Nenebeche.
I said Inko might give trouble to Intense Game, but it's the other way around. I guess they just didn't quite figure it out what was going on there. And that is really, really unfortunate on this northwestern side. Taking out the countryman. In the meantime, I'm not entirely sure how Nongshim Red Force managed to find themselves on this western side, but they have managed to get through there. Next, Ruya trying to hold off now against NASA as the push up the hill towards the compound starts off a little bit riskily. Nade in through the window. Dokuma just calmly stays by the windowsill, sees it go straight on past, and a lot of damage pouring back over towards NASA. But Frozen has already fallen for next Ruya, which leaves them on 3.
Yeah, NASA really feeling a lot of third parties, I think, from distance, too. Forced down the hillside. And this just goes to show you can rotate extremely fast really early and still not be successful, because we saw the first team that rotated was NB Esports. And they were taking out. Some other teams rotated, found that timing, made it up the hill, and now for everyone else, they're just feeling all of the pressure. And Nongshim cleaning things up here, up to 3 elimination points on that western side. They'd have a nice control on the west if the circle does continue to shift there. And so many teams still trying to break onto this northwestern island.
Hale, they controlled that trifecta from the drop. They did regroup, of course, to this northern side, but they're under pressure as Duxan have managed to get across the river. This shouldn't have been allowed to happen with the number of teams all looking to get through, but they have managed to make landfall on that northern side. Is there going to be a third party coming through? Because Morph are moving up from the south side and Hyper as well.
Yeah, just look at that mix of teams on the south side. Almost everybody tried to come in through the south. We did have NB try and come in from the north side. They were taken out, but other than NB, I don't think anyone else tried to take that northeastern bridge. Nongshim, yeah, somehow made it across, I guess. And that's a huge circle shift to this north. If it pulls away from the water to the 7th element, have full control of the mountaintop.
They have got a decent set of outposts there. A really solid position on the north side. There's that hill off to the northeast as well that's, I think, at the moment under the control of 628. Off the top of this mountain. A really solid position, especially if there's not that much threat from the northeast. But here comes next Ruya, right onto Nongshim Red Force, who have tried to send back over towards the mountain, and it's going to go the way of Nongshim. They managed to keep all 4 of their players alive. Only Wings getting knocked. They're into the hunting tower there. The watchtower, and they will be able to go for this res as well.
This spot may not look like much, but it is a great spot when there's so much chaos going on. They are already up to 6 elimination points with 4 players still up, and they still have vehicles to work with. So if they do need to full send in further north, it could very easily be done, because we can see from the mini-map, everyone's still stuck on the south side. Everyone is still fighting on the south.
Still trying to make their way on in. They'll need to skirt the edges. Nasa trying to hold off against Duxan's duo, QX and Zipian, both trying to move on past, but it's not going to be that easy because you've got Nigma Galaxy playing as that backstop. All 4 of their players are alive. Freak on the bridge still, though, as Morph careen their way through. He's going to give that info over. There's a player up on high. That's immediately going to be handled. Morph take a risk taking that high ground angle, but with their backs to the blue, needing to find an opening, it was going to be hard every single time. Ralph down, though. Lord with a sliver of HP. Luckily, Coops has the off angle here. Rocky goes very, very low, and Freak from the bridge is still in action. They haven't managed to get across, and that's going to secure Ralph for the time being.
In the interview, we saw they really have a good understanding of how to defend compounds, having the perfect split. Well, it's not just compounds here. This is wide open terrain, and they led Morph right into the perfect trap. So many angles immediately, firing from all sides onto Morph. Morph didn't stand a chance there.
They didn't have an opening given to them. They were baited in, allowed through by Freak, but he shut the door just as quickly. In the meantime, Hale and FaZe are going head-to-head. 2 players from Hale and only 1 player still up. And sorry, 2 players from FaZe are up and active. Mormon potentially going to get rezzed here, but in go Hale. They get the 1 flush. Mela steps out for a 1-2 punch with the DBS to close down the fight.
Yeah, just rushing into buildings near impossible with the DBSs in play, but they ran out of util. They felt like they had a moment. They tried, they went for it. FaZe holds it down. Morph cut down just to the singular player now. Forced to heal in the blue zone. doing whatever he can. Still 11 teams left, so no placement points anywhere close yet. And taking a look at the minimap, another team that made a great rotation, like right up north, was EnHyper. So EnHyper find themselves in a nice little pocket as we are about to head into the next circle shift. And look at that southern side. I was saying so many teams were south, and there were, John. They just all got taken out pretty much.
They have been dealt with. Seventh Element, pretty happy with their high ground position right now. No one's really challenged them for it. I mean, next Ruya were there, but they went down underneath to try to go to Nongshim Red Force. You've got to be kidding me. That is a dastardly circle. It's going to go all the way up to the northwest point of this northwest island. It's not going to be fun, especially for those teams on the south who have already been through the wars.
Oh, Nongshim's full sending it in on the minimap. I see that. I don't know about this one. There's a lot of teams looking their way. They stopped short. We'll see very soon where they ended up as STE picking up some points, really holding it down. And, oh, yeah, they made it in. All in one vehicle, too. No one getting knocked. Something about these rotations. You just have to really go for it and full send it and believe. And they get in.
Seventh Element on the top of this mountain have been relatively passive, and I think that might contribute to some of these available rotations. What I'm interested in is what Nigma Galaxy are going to do here as well, because they are going to be playing from the same angle. Can they find the same sort of rotation?
I think if they haven't just made it into center zone earlier, they're going to look for a slower play style, and they've seen all the action happening. I think they realized, with only 11 teams left, with so many teams fighting in the south, that they could work their way in on the edge and, just structure their fights. They don't need to full send here, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They have a lot of high ground here. They can see a lot of info, and really the only team in front of them on the ridge side is Intense Game, and Intense Game is only playing with 3 players right now.
They lost that player very, very, very early on, remember, right on the drop to Seventh Element, who were able to pick up one of their players who, frankly, as you highlighted, should have known better than to be going wandering out in the wilds when they knew there were quite a few players around. But either way, they've managed to somehow, by hook or by crook, get into this strong spot. The circle, though, does give them that leeway. 6-2-8, I'm looking at them as well from Hatin. I like this position. I think they've got a great split going on right now on the northeast side of the island. Well, I say the northeast side. It's on the south side of the circle. That's just how dramatic it is. But I really like this position from 6-2-8. I don't think it's under much threat, and I think they have a lot of power to move through as well.
Yeah, this is great for 6-8. They're into the late game with 4 players up. They will have a difficult task if it shifts hard to the west, because EnHyper is going to have full focus on them, and no one else is really going to fight into EnHyper because they'd have to get past Nongshim Red Force and Intense Game and 7th Element up on top of the hill. So EnHyper is going to be able to full focus STE if it does come down to that. STE is such a great fighting team, though. There's a chance. But they also need to worry about Kanina Power. Kanina Power is swimming in the water on the north side, and they can pop right up at that ridge at any moment's notice, so they need to watch out for that.
I think they're going to be aware of Kanina Power's presence. They were sharing Hatin before, and I'd imagine that 6-8 had their wits about them enough to know that they were there. But in comes Udo Alliance to try and challenge Hero, who will go down. That's the forward point for STE. Udo Alliance coming through late on that northern bridge. It will center over onto this compound. So if Udo Alliance can keep all their players alive, can keep themselves nice and sequestered safely in this area, they might be in with a great position here. And 6-8 have just waned somewhat now. Kanina Power with a little bit more of a chance as 6-8's attention is drawn forwards.
Yeah, 6-8. I really disagree with that split that they were holding. They had a player here at this compound, and it's open. And even if this circle shifts away from Hatin, that compound that's having a huge fight right now would be dead center. So 6-8, a huge opportunity missed in my opinion. But let's see what 7th Element here can do. They've crashed in. They lost a player on rotation. They're down to 3. Udo Alliance here also with 3. Whoever wins this compound, it's going to be a huge position for them further into the late game.
Are there going to be any third parties here as well? Because you've got a lot of teams out to that western side who are going to be looking over. That ridge line that is on the left-hand side of your screen right now is giving them so much cover, so much maneuverability. It's really, really important for them to be using that to their advantage. And they will be. A lot of damage getting thrown in just from the utility. 7th Element not going super aggressive here, but they've lost one of their players. GokuBot is down and flushed. T24OP maybe looking to heal. And the Molotovs to slow things down. Olio trying to crawl back, but it won't happen.
Yeah, Divine's still holding back on the high ground on top of the mountain, trying to provide whatever sightlines he can, but at this point with the blue zone closed on, he's got to make a move soon, and I think they're just stalling for time just in case Divine finds an angle. But soon enough, it will have to come to him coming down the mountaintop. It is a 3v2 situation, though, for 7th Element. Once the fight breaks out, and the circle slowly closing. I'm hoping Divine has a vehicle to use, because if he doesn't, he's not making that cross.
I'm not sure what happened to Nigma Galaxy, but they are out. I imagine they went for a fast push and got cut through very, very quickly.
They went against Intense Game. I think it was a head-on crash.
Oh, okay, right on that northwestern point, and they sort of fell down there. Okay, I mean that kind of fits with the pattern we've been seeing from Nigma Galaxy. Finally, they are punished for it. Nongshim, Red Force, though, I like this position on the southwest side. Hopefully, they can move forwards. Not too many teams threatening behind them, and really, it's going to be Enhyper, their major threat in front of them, who should also be preoccupied a little bit with Intense Game.
Oh, so he does not have a vehicle. He will get that zone on the tippy edge. Imagine a hardship down south where he's still in the next zone. That would be a blessing for 7th Element, but that is not the case. It pulls away from Ha10, and all I could think is 628 could have 4 players up right here at this compound, and it would be perfect, but it is not the case. 628, though, still have a way to carve in from the north side with the ridge. They do need to worry about FaZe on their backside towards the east. As for everyone else, they're pretty much in the zone, besides a few solos out of Morph and Duxon.
I think if 628 had regrouped a little bit earlier, I liked the split that they were holding, but it just stayed there for too long.
Too long,
right?
Yeah.
That was the major issue for it. They got a lot of control. It didn't have too much threat. But then, you know, they allowed Udo Alliance to get across that bridge from Hatin, to sail straight on through and just take down their forward point player.
Ooh,
far
does he
from
have a
ideal.
line? He's looking through that gap. Almost had a potential knock right there. And I like the way 7th Element are playing here, like extremely patient, because you never know when Divine can potentially find an angle. If the other team, you know, gets a little antsy and goes for a push, he can finally chime in and help. Otherwise, there's no rush here. This is such an isolated 2v2 that you don't want to be the aggressors and make the first move and make a mistake, especially when you're out of util.
Divine did get spotted and flushed away there, though, unfortunately, by Enhyper on the center side. 628, they're in the drink, and it will be Diego to try and take down the last player, Shing. 4-6-2-8 out in the blue. Sorry, not out in the blue, out in the water. Sunan on the land, still alive for 6-2-8 in the building, so can survive a little bit longer. FaZe behind them in Hudson, though. That's going to make things a little bit tougher.
Yeah, 6-2-8 really struggling here. Trying to stay alive, but with FaZe coming in on the backside now, it's going to be tough. Intense Game and Kanina Power both looking this way, trying to pick up whatever points they can. And, oh man, does not look good for STE here.
Gonna have a very, very difficult time, but they've made landfall. FaZe are pushing in now. But down the hill they go, and straight into the sightlines of Diego. This could be a lifeline for STE, as they are going to be able to hold on the bottom of this hill, and FaZe, they're just torn apart. Diego doesn't have that sightline over towards STE directly. That shack gives them some cover. They can regroup, play on as 3, but they've still got their work cut out for them, as the circle, yet again, goes to Enhyper.
Yeah, this zone is... I love the way these zones are playing out. Pretty much the teams on the north are going to focus on each other. And the other two teams, Nongshim, Red Force, and Hyper, they're pretty much in zone. They're going to sit. I don't believe they're going to try and peek out and try and get, you know, more aggressive here. The Udo Alliance and 7th Element fight now finally forced into effect with such little of the compound in zone. Only room for one team here.
Intense Game have found 8 eliminations, by the way. Ooh, okay. Straight through the window. Going for a little bit of a duck shoot there for 7th Element. Takes down one of the players from Udo Alliance. But Intense Game have got 8 eliminations so far this match, just holding on that northwestern side. A really big turn up for them to secure higher placements over on that northwestern side. We said that match didn't start out super well from them, but they have definitely been able to pull this one out of the bag.
Yeah, with 3 from the very beginning, they really made things work. And I do believe with 8 eliminations, 4 of them are from Nigma Galaxy. So I don't know how Nigma Galaxy lost a 4v3. It might have been, like you said, one of those full sends, and this time it finally got punished. Intense Game playing really on point here. I thought with losing one player that early to such a, you know, amateur mistake would get them, you know, a little bit worked up and riled up. But they're holding their composure and they're doing great. Now, we really need to focus, I feel like, on the northern side, right? Because the next circle should put the teams on the north out of zone here. In which case, STE really needs to make a play. And it looks like Intense Games setting up to potentially get some sightlines on both Nongshim and Hyper once the circle shifts.
See if it goes to the Hyper compound. Yes, it does. Is there a team that's going to have a good time pushing into this? Because I feel like both Intense Game and Nongshim, I mean, it's difficult on this western side. Seventh Element, though, still yet to conclude this scrap that they've been so patiently waiting for, and slowly tagging away with the shotguns there, will finally close out and get Yudo Alliance swept off the map. But they're going to have to leave this position now. Looks like Sunan might want to put a nade on through. 5 eliminations, 6th place guaranteed for 7th Element. Over into the vehicle, the nade from Sunan doesn't quite find too much. What's going on in the picture-in-picture, though? It looks like IG are making that push, trying to get on through, and looking to run past Nongshim Red Force as well on the southwestern side. It's going either way, though. Both teams are looking to take casualties. I think Hyper might just be able to sit back and relax here.
Oh, and Hyper's definitely relaxing here. And all the fighting's going out on elsewhere. I didn't even get a chance to see how many eliminations Hyper has, but potentially 0 to 1, I feel like. Next circle's out. It looks like SE did manage to find some safe spot in the zone for now before the blue zone starts closing once again. Yeah, Sunan in a very tricky position. I don't know if the windows have line of sight there. 7th Element forced to crawl in. Does get some nice shots onto Hyper. Hyper need to be careful here. He does get taken down. 7th Element right next to STE. Alian, can he spot it out?
He for sure knows there's a player there. He saw that nade go over his head and will be checking these bushes, or certainly should be. Might spot an ankle there, should spot the projectile, immediately stands up. This should be Sunan down. No, hang on a minute.
No!
It didn't go his way, but Sunan has been eliminated in the meantime from across the way, and now it's over towards Hyper. 5 eliminations on the cards. It looks like Nongshim Red Force cowering back behind that wall. Might be able to get a res or two off, but IG not so lucky now. 2 teams remain, and Hyper have it right on their doorstep. A really solid start to today. They haven't pushed out to deal with Nongshim Red Force just yet, and it has allowed one of their players to get back up, but that's swiftly dealt with. Koi now trying to push on through, spots the player around the edge. Can this DPS make something happen here? There is an off angle though, and it will be dealt with. They fall. Nongshim Red Force finds second, but Hyper rise to the top.
What a rotation out of Hyper. I mean, they held that fortress down towards the end, but with so many teams fighting around them, all they had to do was sit and chill, and they could take their time. And yeah, big win to start off the day. And then Hyper was the team in 5th place, the team closest into breaking through that little point gap that was being created between the top 4 and the rest of the lobby. So with that game, Hyper are looking really strong.
And not only that, you've got to think Nigma Galaxy didn't do super well there, Morph didn't do super well there. That's 2 of those big teams, right, that they're chasing. So a really, really great start for day 3 on Hyper's game, with some really dastardly shifts out to that northwestern side, all the way on the northwest side of that island, keeping the coast in right towards the end, Zute.
Yeah, they're definitely happy with that win. They know how much it means to them to start off this day strong. They did get those circle blessings, but hey, so far from what I've seen on Sanhok, it's the team that makes that, one rotation, that full send, and ends up getting all the circles that have been winning. I mean, it just goes to show the level of competition here, right? If you're fighting your way in on Sanhok Fall maps, no matter how good of a squad you are losing players, and you are not going to be able to make it to the end game and getting that chicken. So it comes down to the rotations now on Sanhok.
I mean, you could see just how little they kind of interacted with the rest of the lobby on those throwables used. 1 smoke, 3 nades, and I think most of those were right towards the end. But either way, they're able to hold that compound, get quite a few eliminations to boot, and look for their chase to continue towards the top 4, and Hyper put a dent in it.
Nigma Galaxy Lord at the top of the show said that he had the formula, that he has been putting in the work for a whole year. Oh yeah, where was that in your formula, right? Psych! Goodness gracious, what a shift. That definitely mixed things up for a lot of squads regardless. Wow, I will say, I really loved their defense on Morph. The way that they held that bridge down was textbook. Probably one of the best bridge defenses I've seen in a long time here, 7.
They did, and I mean, let's talk about it in Hyper. Let's give him some props because we're talking about the formula that Lore was talking about. We're talking about all the crazy rotations that Nigma Galaxy has been able to do. Well, guess what? And Hyper just did that in this match. They rotated so late into the island northwest, and they were able to just finesse their way into that compound. Ultimately ended up getting Sunblast, but at the end, we're able to showcase why I kind of have some hope in this team. And I got a response too, Cam. GK. With that amazing performance, 5 elims out of 500 damage, that's what I've been wanting to see out of him.
Yeah, I mean, really good conversion, which is what you expect from a team that's just hiding out center. I'm sure a lot of those eliminations were stolen from the chaos surrounding them. 9 elims is definitely a good amount to get, especially if you are getting blessed in the way that NHyper were. It's very feasible that if you keep getting zoned, you just don't have that many options for eliminations. So they're able to get, you know, as much as you could expect out of it. But IG, 11 elims, this team is trying so desperately to get out of the bottom 5. And then, of course, Nongshim Red Force. They were also part of that bless that helped NHyper. But when you're already at the top of the 122 points, you get 14 more. The teams below you, they're still not going to be particularly happy about it.
Those 9 eliminations at Chicken Dinner are massive, especially considering the fact that Morph didn't get any points at all. So that's the team that tried to catch her top 5. But what a jump from Intense Game. Wow. All the way
tight.
From 12th?
It was tight.
Yeah, they were in 12th place all the way up to 6th. Crazy.
This is exactly what we were talking about with how tight that middle section was from like 6th all the way down to 13th place or 12th place at the time, I think. Just making that big old jump. Now, you know, there's still the boogeyman of the gaps at the top. It is still, even with that win, a pretty sizable gap between 4th and 5th, and then another reasonable gap between 5th and 6th. But if NHyper, this is what we were saying at the top of the show, if anyone is going to be challenging these top positions on the overall leaderboard, they need to start off with good games and continue to have them. So for the next 5 rounds, IG and NHyper, it is all up to them to really push it.
One good, wow. Top Air and Gale performers. Here's where we're going to start getting into the meat and potatoes here of day number 3, all right? This is where it all comes down to, especially in these 2 maps. So, you know, 7, we saw, I think, the best case scenario for a team like NHyper that's trying to go ahead and get that golden ticket, right? Because I will say, I want to see them in the global finals. I don't think we are if they make it to the survival stage. It's going to be that tough, right? So when it comes to getting them into the top 3, I want to hear your hypothetical stance. What do you need to see from them for you to feel confident they're going to make it going into tomorrow?
Consistency when it comes down to placement points. That was my main concern at the beginning of the show, and it's going to continue to be the main concern. And yeah, you got the chicken dinner. Can you follow it up throughout the day? Can you follow it up with good performances? Obviously, I'm not expecting another chicken dinner out of them. If they get it, I'm not going to be mad. I'm going to be super happy. I mean, I am an NA fanboy after all. But that's what I want to see, consistency out of them. And I want to take a second because we got to give some props there to Nongshim Red Force. Yeah, they did end up getting blessed by the circle, but the way that this team was able to play that Sanhok, it was so freaking beautiful, man, because they saw that 6-2-8 completely blocked out that north bridge, and they decided to rotate south, work their way under Hatin, and then pretty much worked themselves around all the way to the west side of that island, took a fight with Nexruya, won that fight, and ultimately they were able to manage their pace of the game. They were able to end up getting blessed on as well and end up putting up good numbers, and that's why I honestly don't see anybody, even Nigma Galaxy, being able to challenge Nongshim Red Force for first place. I feel like Nongshim Red Force is going to stay at that first place with the way that they've been able to perform.
They definitely have a heck of a cushion in order to do so. That's for sure. I mean, it's even bigger than 3rd all the way down to 5th. So as long as they have just consistent points on the board, yeah, it's going to be definitely hard to catch that first place. You know, now, you know, I want to talk a little bit about those bottom teams as well before we get into this. You know, it's so crazy how tight that gap is, Cameron, and to see a jump like that from Intense Game. So I think it's still possible from a lot of these teams to still do that. They just really need that one big game, right?
The problem is, and we're going to be talking about gaps here in points because that's pretty much the big indicator of sort of the challenge ahead of any of these teams. IG made it up to 6th place with 74 points. Down to 12th place is a 14-point gap for 60 points. So that's a lot of teams within a small section, but then it's another immediate 11-point gap from 12th to 13th place where Inko is currently sitting. So for 4 of the bottom 5 teams, they're not necessarily within that tight middle section.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, if they want to get out of it, they're going to have to do it right here and right now. Let's go ahead and get into Eric Gill, guys. Let's take it on over to John Allen and Zoo.
Hey man, Kanina Power can do it. I believe. I think they've got it within them. They might be like 1 million points behind, but you know what? They're my boys from Europe. We're going to be hoping to see them turn up. Although, to be honest, I will temper my expectations for that because I don't think that's very likely. A really interesting discussion about the chase conditions for a lot of teams in that sort of middle pack, but it just seems so difficult to keep up with these teams. Even when Nigma Galaxy and Morph both have bad games, there's still just this massive gap.
Yeah, and it's just, I feel like it's a problem of there being a big gap between the top 4 and the rest of the lobby, because we keep saying top 4 a lot, but at the end of the day, it's the top 3 that get that golden ticket. So there's like a gatekeeper in that 4th place spot too, where like if you're gonna get close into that, you know, point range of making it into top 3, that 4th place team is going to be looking to stop you and have their own slot into the top 3. If they make top 3, then that 3rd place team falls into the top 4. So this is getting really difficult for a lot of the teams, and at the end of the day, it just comes down to you need to get the points, either get the chicken dinner or get the elimination points, and it's not going to get any easier from here on out.
Definitely not. As we are past the halfway mark as well, we are careering ourselves towards the end of this tournament, or this phase of the tournament, towards the end of Group Red, faster than I'm sure a lot of these teams would like, and maybe not fast enough for teams at the top as well. They want to close this one down here and now. But Nongshim Red Force have looked to extend a decent little lead for themselves in first place as well. I feel like they are a team that is definitely it's their tournament to lose at this point. I don't think they're going to be, well, they're definitely not going to want to drop out of top 3, but I will wrap back to what I said at the beginning of yesterday, where I didn't expect them to be able to stay in there, but they have absolutely proved their versatility, proved their ability to do more than just go for a crazy little send and find a lot of points for it, and they have absolutely borne fruit from the seeds they planted.
Yeah, they make really good rotations. From what I can recall, the only game where they kind of full send and got lucky was the very first game of the week, right, on Sanhok, where they rotated into Painan. But since then, they've been making these really good rotations, getting into the late game with those rotations, losing the circle, but then making great maneuvers and timings to keep fighting their way in. And man, today is the best day to get the craziest types of circles. First, we get the Northwest Island, right, on Sanhok, and this one is even better than a straight-up military base zone, I feel like, because this 50-50 is going to be quite tricky for a lot of teams.
I think the majority of the land area in this circle is the military island, but it's very difficult to measure. I mean, it is pretty evenly split, you're right. So we'll see where teams opt to go for. Likely a lot of teams, I think, given the propensity of this lobby to send very early, I think it's likely that we're going to see, I reckon, about 5 or 6 teams go to this military island really, really quickly. Inco already making their way over there on the parachutes. They will be playing out in that area. Kanina Power kicking themselves right now because military base is normally their drop spot.
Yeah, they decided to drop early, get looted early, but it's kind of... I'd definitely rather be on military base where Inco are right now. And my eyes are pretty much just glued on the mini-map. I'm trying to see which teams make that early fast rotation, the committal towards military base, which teams decide to, you know, set up on the bridges too. That's the big thing. We talk about bridge camping a lot, and something I noticed in these really high-level lobbies is that teams will forgo the bridge camp just to get a firm foothold into the late game. Because if you bridge camp, sure, you may have a great setup, but with so many of the teams in here being like really strong competitors, there's a decent chance you might lose a player or two going for those bridge camps. Sure, you could pick up some points, but losing players is definitely not the way to go.
Certainly want to keep everyone alive as long as possible. And more often than not, when you go for those bridge camps, like you say, you might lose a player, sure, but you're also more often than not putting yourself on the edge of these next circles, and if you're not a super strong edge team, then it can come back to bite you. So not only are you sacrificing potentially players, but you're sacrificing point earning potential into the later game by being in a suboptimal position when it comes to the rotations of the map. It's also kind of predictable that there's going to be a team there, and everybody's going for a team to leave a bridge camp when it comes from it.
They're going to be approaching that bridge like it is already camped. And then another big problem is if you get knocked, third parties, right? A team nearby is going to instantly pounce on that opportunity to take out both squads and cross the bridge. So It's going to be a very, tricky decision to make, bridge camping or not. And we see here, like Duxon, they just rotated right across, no bridge camping. Same with Nongshim and Inko. It looks like they're bridge camping, but they just got here and they're starting their loot.
I mean, yeah, it looks fairly barren right now. Becker with the UMP. He's got a pump action shotgun on his back as well. There really isn't that much, but Nenebeche's on the warpath here. He only has a shotgun. He needs to manipulate this fight to get closer range, and I think Nenebeche's read into that. He doesn't have a helmet, though, so wants to be careful, but that's not going to help if you get careened down the hill. What a UAS crash there coming through from Nongshim Red Force. They take down Nenebeche, get this flush as well, and they're on the warpath for more. They're trying to send it all the way up to the building. They might just be able to get into cover here as XZY hops in through the window, takes a little bit of damage, but there just isn't the ammo in the chamber to be able to get these knocks in response.
Wow, Sporta catches 1, 2. Now Inko down to 2. Nongshim Red Force showing different colors here. It looked like they would have just kept going and just let that one teammate fall down, right? But they're not leaving a single player behind. They instantly come right back down the mountain, take the fight to Inko. This team, Nongshim Red Force, really has every facet of comp down right now. Sporta gets caught, but that should be it. Inko with 2, that's a difficult push to make. I don't think they can manage to do it, and with that quick revive, Nongshim Red Force will be back up to 3 once again.
7th element across the bridge on the mainland right now. The east side should be hearing these gunshots just across the way, and they should be aware that there is likely a scrap going on the other side. They're not opting to go for a third party, and Novo is yet to be looted as well, remember. So whoever comes out on top of this engagement is going to have that opportunity. Over on the western side, and Hyper now already across as well. That is the 4th team to make their way to the military island during stage 1. Next Ruya on the path to maybe be the 6th.
Yeah, teams really going fast here with the opportune moment. One thing that's really sticking out to me, though, is Nigma Galaxy. They have not moved from Pachinki whatsoever, and Pachinki's a decent spot to make that fast decision, the fast rotation onto military base. You'll have 2 teams in front of you, right? The team at farm and the team that did the split drop, which is Duxon, right on the bridge. So that's not too many teams you have to go by. So Nigma Galaxy, they must know something we don't, or they have a really good plan of if it does go to military base, when they're going to cross and how they're going to cross.
FaZe past Everest now, down through the Gatka fields, trying to get a lot further south as well. Finding some airtime there. And just going to hop on down this western side, close to Intense Game and potentially close to STE, who are looking to make their moves now, it seems. Next, Ruya diverted away from the bridge, and they're going to send along the coastline right now, so they're not actually going to go for this crossing just yet. Instead, they're going to hold towards the south coast.
Many teams still on the northern side of military base. It is that 50-50. Teams are scared to commit to military base with the potential of bridge camping added on top of that and then losing the zone. It could still very easily go north. We've seen these circles do that time and time again. Problem is, I feel like that second circle might not even answer everyone's question. There's a decent chance that it just goes right into the middle and keeps that limbo in play.
We're getting a bridge finish. Let's go. See if it lands right on top of one of these bridges, either side. Intense Game trying to move past STE at the moment. Seemingly going quite well, although a little bit of damage sent out towards Cielo, and they will slow down just a little bit, get some healing done. 33Z isolated from the rest of the STE roster and immediately realizes he cannot take this fight, repositions, gets away. Just want to keep that pressure on, but they don't want to lose a player like they did before. Remember on Sanhok in over towards Hatin, they lost Hero on that forward position by just staying split for too long in a suboptimal position.
Looks like STE is trying to secure down that pier, so their plan is to take a boat or swim across, most likely a boat, as they are stacked there. Nigma Galaxy has moved to the bridge, and it is clear for them, so they will end up taking that position, and they have the option of going into military base, which is going to be the case. No one camping the bridge on the other side, so it's a clear shot for Nigma Galaxy. We see Nongshim definitely wanting to now play the rest of the game in military base, picking up a nice central position as they're rotating that way. As for everyone else, it is going to get very messy.
This is difficult. Oftentimes when you have this military base sort of finish, when you have the Sosnovka Island finish, a little bit of the mainland is left in, and one or two teams might just wait and try and swim a little bit later or something, but that's not going to be the case here. You have to get across. Nowhere on the mainland is safe. It's going to be a mad dash, and 4 teams over on that western bridge, about 5 on the eastern bridge as well. Everybody's going to be looking for something, but it looks like 7th Element are going to be first to get across that east bridge. Or are they just going to hold out everyone else there? We spoke about the possible benefits and downsides of going for that.
Yeah, 7th Element down in 15th place. They might decide to just, pick up whatever points they can and see what happens. It is a huge risk versus reward, and that's what they need to do if they're aiming for the top 3 spots, though. If they're aiming to just, make it past, then they might just play it standard and rotate in. And there's a decent chance, I feel like everybody's going to just take that bridge, and they'll see enemies driving next to each other, but they're just going to keep going, because anyone stopping and taking a fight here is certain death for the first 2 teams, maybe even the first 3 teams to take the fight, because there's another team coming in on your backside, backfilling in, third parting, and exactly this case and scenario right here.
GokuBot for 7th Element has stayed on the mainland. The rest of the team have gone south of the river, out of the gap of water there. Over the bridge they've went, but GokuBot still just biding his time, maybe looking to pick up a couple of those points and add to their tally. NB, though, the major benefactor of this scrap. I think this is really heads up from you to Alliance. I mean, obviously it's suboptimal to lose 2 of your players, but the fact that they just go instantly, right, we've lost 2 players, let's cut our losses, let's get out of there as fast as possible. We know there's going to be a lot of pressure from other teams, and Hale will be the first to strike.
Yeah, Hale third-partying this fight. That is the last team on this northeastern side. Meanwhile, on the northwest, on the minimap, Kanina Power, Intense Game, and FaZe have to cross, and Nigma Galaxy has set up the bridge camp on the other side.
Real tough going to try and get through on both of these bridges. Teams already through are laughing now. They're going to be pretty happy with it. STE took those boats from Ferry Pier. They got on nice and early. They've diverted their presence from that western bridge, but the east bridge still fraught with danger. At stage 2, you can stay out in the blue and scrap for a little while, but it just makes things that little bit harder, and you know you've got a long dash ahead of you.
Yeah, it's like a losing battle. Even if you win the fight, you're taking so much damage, and then you got more teams to fight on the way in. Biggest thing is you have no info to work with when you're this far away from the zone. See where the circle shifts. It goes hard to the east, and 7th Element could take that giant hilltop. Allian is already up there. Nongshim Red Force close to the new center. They might be able to make another central rotation. We see N Hyper close by. More on the southeast of that zone. Great spot. 7th Element picking up the much needed Elim points that we were talking about. They get 1. Can they get more here?
The fact that they have that outpost in Allian is their saving grace here. The detriments of taking a bridge camp are kind of assuaged by having that player, having that foothold. The question is, can Allian hold it off? Because Morph are going to look to potentially mount up there if they don't think there's a team in that position. So maybe Allian's just going to scare them off, try and go for that another way. But look at that western side. There is so much going on there.
Man, I see Kanina Power potentially rotating east to try that bridge, while Hale just came from the eastern bridge to try out the western bridge. So it is not looking good for the teams in blue. And yep, they run right into each other. So that just goes to show military base, man. Definitely a difficult spot to get to. But who could get these Elim points? Blue Zone is taking, looks like Kanina Power is the brunt of the damage.
Oh man, it's so sad that they didn't go for their regular drop spot. Meanwhile, over on the bridge, you can see in the picture-in-picture, Nigma Galaxy looking to hold strong against Intense Game, and it's looking to start off quite well. Can they keep it going? Because Freak's just been knocked in the meantime as Kanina Power are whittled down to 1, only Becca on that coastline. Nigma Galaxy still on the crossfire, a little bit too far forwards, but does have cover there. The trade's going the way of Nigma Galaxy again. And they're finding knock after knock here against Intense Game. So a good start to this scrap.
Trades back and forth. 7th Element holding strong right now. NB Esports down to the 2. Taking a look at the minimap to see what has happened. Nongshim has moved into dead center at the power grid compound, just right below the giant hilltop. Inko have also made it into one of the bunkers that are very close to center, so that's the central teams for now. The bridge camp, so difficult too, because once you fight in a way where, you know, they're not going to get across, they're just not going to peek you. They're just going to sit still and deny the points, which cuts down on your time too. They find an angle on one, the wide angle from Alien. Alien actually came down from the hilltop. So they really are looking for the elim points. I like this out of 7th Element. They could play passive, go into zone, get another good position, but they realize they really need points, so they're going to go in later after they confirm these points, and they're up to 4 elim points.
No one has taken that observatory position just yet, though. But getting back up there is going to be a lot harder for 7th Element now, with NASA where they currently sit over on the Western Bridge. Nigma Galaxy disengaged from that hold. Intense Game lost a lot of players, and now FaZe are potentially going to lose 1 or 2 in a scrap across the bridge. The circle shrinks over towards Inco, over towards Nongshim Red Force.
Wow, great opening for Nigma Galaxy there. They ran right into STE, and that was definitely a huge advantage for STE, holding this and looking at their backsides, but they get the opening knock. Will they be able to confirm the point? Oh, this nade should be good out of Lord. Tosses it a little bit wide. Oh, cooked a little bit too much. STE need to start moving, because Lord's got another nade. If they don't do this fast enough, 33Z needs to find this final finish onto Nigma Galaxy. Actually, Nigma Galaxy has a 3rd member who just revived the first down player. So Nigma Galaxy now being a thorn in the side for STE, and the circle has shifted away from both teams.
And it's Hero again getting caught out for STE. Don't want to see that as a pattern starting to emerge. In the last 2 games it has been, though. Stage 4, the blue zone still survivable. Nigma Galaxy going to make the choice to rotate around to the northern side. They've held this one long enough that the health bar on Hero is quite low. It's going to force a very fast response. I think 6 to 8 might be able to stay as 4, which is going to be a saving grace for them. But they're going to have to get on soon, and it might be that Nigma Galaxy can get ahead of it.
Yeah, 6 to 8 being extremely cautious to go for that revive. They don't know it's only a 3-man team. If that's a 4-man team, going for that revive is definitely a big mistake. Shing gets a knock and an explosion. Now Nigma Galaxy forced to play along the wall sides, down to just Coops. Looking to get that revive. 7th Element, meanwhile, that's a great shift for 7th Element. We didn't really mention it shifted hard to the north, so the teams that were camping on that northeastern side, being 7th Element, don't have too far of a ways to go.
We talked about this bridge camp early, right? And what we said was that it can potentially lose you players. 7th Element haven't lost any players, which is obviously the best case scenario. We said that it can put you on the edge, which is potentially a disadvantage in a couple of scenarios, but the shift has kind of mitigated that. So the fact that they've been able to successfully have this bridge camp play has been a great result, as you say, for 7th Element. They are looking to control with quite a wide split, it has to be said, on this northern side. They're potentially just scouting for openings, scouting for information, and trying to get further into this one.
And Hyper, 1 player knocked there from a tricky position that they didn't really scout out. Next Ruya with 2 there, both being snakes. And Hyper need to be careful too, because 7th Element is very close by. If they engage in this fight and take another knock right here, 7th Element might chime in, and they are right now getting shot in the back. Or that could even be FaZe looking at that mini-map right there. Koi goes down as well, and Hyper getting cut down 1 by 1. A great nade out of Chiffon, but Koi's already finished, and Hyper down to 3.
I think those shots might have been coming from the rest of... from the last player of Next Ruya. I'm not entirely sure where those shots were coming from, but either way, it's going to work out for a little bit, but not for long, as the nades, as you say, open up the bidding. And Hyper moving across now, losing Koi. GK first down as well. Not a great situation for them. A lot of these teams on the northwestern side have been shredded, including Nigma Galaxy as well. It was Duxan who crossed that western bridge very early, who were able to get through, who have survived in a decent position, keeping all 4 of their players alive and moving across this airstrip.
Nigma Galaxy down to just 1 player now. He is still on that wall side. Next circle shift goes away from him. Nigma Galaxy not getting any circle luck today. We'll see how the rest of this match plays out. But 7th Element with 4 controlling the whole northeastern side. This could be a huge game for 7th Element.
This position, though, for NASA is really, really strong for the time being. It's on that plateau that sits just underneath the radio tower, the observatory up top. So they will be looking to try and take control of that, I'm sure. And I don't think it's going to be that easy for 7th Element to make their way up. Alien getting knocked as well. Really, really difficult. They'll need to go on a rescue mission if they want to keep him up. But with only 10 seconds before the close, do they have time?
Yeah, blue zone closing. Alien not in zone. I think they will have to just give up on Alien. Alien was in such a pivotal position. Getting knocked there is a huge mistake and gets confirmed as well there. So no questions asked. Alien is out. 7th Element looking to be in a great position with 4. Now down to 3. Changes things quite dynamically. FaZe made it through from the Western Bridge. FaZe was the last team across the Western Bridge, and they are still here with 2. I don't know how much further they could get. That position a little bit exposed, but that's the best they got.
Alien finally getting flushed out there. Divine trying to hold up the top of the mountain for as long as possible, but will have to regroup, eventually pushed out by the blue zone. Now, this is the difficult situation, right? For 7th Element, they're going to have to move past NASA one way or another. Their western flank is actually probably safer. They might actually look to try and wrap around, potentially third party on a scrap that FaZe might want to take, the Morph might want to take, but with STE starting to flow around this eastern side, there's a lot of pressure coming from the south.
Morph will decide to back down and just go right into the low ground here, just playing the next zones. It gives STE a little bit of breathing space. They got to make sure they don't move too early and get knocked there from the Morph player up top, who's not in the next zone, so he's going to bide his time. STE from the south with 4, Morph on the east side also with 4. These two teams could come into a big factor depending on the shifts that will be playing out here. One of the Morph players gets knocked out of zone. Definitely not going to be revived. Who's going to confirm the point? STE will be one to confirm the point.
STE needing to put a good result on to keep up pace with that third place bubble. Right now, they're sat 6 points behind with those 2 eliminations. That's down to 4. And they want to try and add to that with placement points, but there's still 10 teams remaining. A lot of solos and duos still in this lobby from the fights that we've seen on the bridges. On that western side in particular was the most brutal of it all. Duxan yet to make that push.
Domino effect. I'm just wondering, what if Nigma Galaxy never camped that bridge on the west side? It could be a completely different picture right now. Or in this case, only one 4-man team on the west, and that is Duxan, the first team across the western bridge. So not being anywhere close to that bridge keeps them up at 4, which is great for them. But how many points can they get continuing into stage number 6? Morph being pushed off that side. That was a very disastrous decision to back off the fight. Now they're just being put into bad angles, exposed to every single team here. And the circle shifts down to the southwest.
Goes over towards Nongshim Red Force and FaZe's positions. They're on sort of mountainsides here, very terrain-based spots, trying to use the ledges up and down around them to their advantage. The elevations going to be pretty tricky to handle every which way, but Rocky finds 33Z crossing out in the open. Should be looking to flush here. Xing tries to suppress. Actually, an instant response. Can they tag this res? It looks like they're going to go for it, and the smoke is already there.
That is huge. Yeah, that is huge for 33Z. He didn't go and confirm the point. I'm very surprised. I think that one headshot deterred him just a little bit for re-peeking the same spot at the same angle, and that was enough. Just that one shot to the head missed him that 1 point, but more importantly, that one shot to the head saved the 4th player of STE, and they're going to need all 4 because they're going to need to breach into this zone, and it looks like Nongshim Red Force is going to be the team up to the challenge to defend against it.
This is going to be 7th Element's opportunity here to go for a third party because NASA are having to deal with Morph. Cleon descending first and STE are striking them in the back. Rocky falls down and that's retribution. You knock one of our players in the open, we're going to take one of yours clean off the board. Now 2 players for Morph on the south side. 7th Element have yet to move. They haven't managed to see or spot or scout this is going on, but they look to go into the vehicles as Xenox turns the corner, opened up in a 1-for-1 trade, but that's going to play into the advantage of NASA for the time being. J7 finds the flush. Xenox is down, but Morph are eliminated. STE might look to try and go in as well, but they don't have to with the zone.
Yeah, that's a great zone for them. I know they love third partying, but that's going to be a long distance to cover, and you're crashing into a strong compound, like you said. So they are not going to go for that head-on third party. Instead, they're going to find the lottery of points right here, and it's in the form of Nongshim Red Force trying to be so quiet and sneaky. But STE spotted them out, and easy pickings for them. That is 3 more elim points. Perfectly done out of STE. Should be a full reset back up to 4. We were talking about STE. Cameron in particular, they've been having a ton of good games, but no amazing games yesterday. This could be that amazing game that they need.
mean, they've been manipulating really, really well. I liked the early rotation from Ferry Pier in the boats to get across the military island. I think one of the very few teams to actually go for a boatation as opposed to getting across those bridges. It's obviously paid off well for them. They took on Nigma Galaxy. Now they've taken on plenty of other teams on this other side. And it's Sunan's turn to get knocked. Wait to get res. They've had 33Z. Get knocked out in the open, as well as Hero earlier on in their scrap with Nigma Galaxy, but they've managed to keep all four players alive. They're keeping it together.
Yeah, when STE are playing correctly and not making any mistakes and winning their fights, they look so in form, so in control. Sure, they're getting knocked here and there, but the responses are instant, the revives are quick, the positioning is great. Let's see how much further they could get into this matchup, because Duxon on the west side still have 4, and if the circle shifts west, STE is going to have to cover a lot of open ground. So we'll see where the zone goes right now, and it does shift right on top of them. FaZe also getting a nice circle right there. 7th Element, Nasser, Nigma Galaxy, all the other teams need to make a move on.
I think in my mind, 7th Element dropped the ball a little bit when they didn't third party on towards the Nasser engagement in the compound. And now maybe they're going to suffer for it. It's going to come back through. Inko, in the meantime, nades right up and into the sky. You need to cook those carefully if you want to find them landing on the top, because they can just fall straight back on down. You can see them bouncing kind of chaotically there from Becca. Vitali, with a better angle, gets a lot of damage onto Zipyan, but doesn't quite find the knock.
Yeah, Duxon should just go aggressive here. They've been here for a while, so they should be able to tell from the audio cues it is not a 4-man team. They hear one running around. There's like at most 2 arms of util heading towards them, right? They need to just take this fight, finish it out, overwhelm them with numbers, and then move in. But Duxon will forgo that option. Now they're going to have to worry about their backs, because Inko's just going to try and backstab them as they move in.
STE are worried about Nasser in that compound as well, but finally Inko breakout. Vitali going to move up with the DBS in hand, wants to play these close angles, but Duxan super passive. You try and break out, they've already lost 1. They go back over to these vehicles. It looks like they want to disengage, but they're going to get opened up on by FaZe, by STE. It's going to be such a hard progression. 33Z has been handling this position almost solo for STE this whole time now. 2 players for Nasser, down and a 3rd as well on the cards for 33Z as Star steps up and gets pushed back almost immediately, and that will be the end of Nasser. 7th Element might be able to push around because of it.
Yeah, I did catch that. GokuBot actually did manage to catch one of the Nasser players, so it was a combined effort out of both STE and 7th Element. These circles still closing. Every other team pretty much in. 7th Element may lose a couple more players. Those players on the north not in the zone. Duxon, yeah, taking too much time. They had 4 players. They could have used those numbers to get some confirmation points and then bulldoze their way in. But they've just been getting whittled down, not making use of their 4 players, and pretty much free points for the superior positioning out of STE. STE with 14 eliminations, very easily gonna get more here.
Certainly going to be looking for the shots over towards Divine, who's already been knocked, but FaZe are going to want to pinch that one away. Sunan has other ideas, though, as Mormon might go down to that nade. Looks like it might have just been a little bit too long, though, there. Not quite long enough on the cook. Ching steps up. Divine flushed out. That's a 15th elimination on the cards. T24 OP with the MG3 out in the open. Might have a shot over towards Sing, who's very low, slips down the hill as well, needs to dash for cover here, and actually gets caught. T24 OP able to capitalize on this position. 7th Element still need to push in, but Mormon's there, and he takes the flush.
A deadly slip up right there. STE still have the number advantage, the positional advantage, and everything, but with 4, it's a guaranteed win. With 3, could get a little dicey here. Sunan, great knock right there. If Sunan also fell, that would have been terrible. Sunan gets the knock. Should go for the confirmation. Yeah, because Mormon could get stolen away from the 7th Element player. GokuBot out on his own, gets caught. There's still one more FaZe player that they need to worry about. Monza, low spy. Looks like he just got taken out, and it's a 3v1. T24 OP, last one up, out in the blue. Behind the tree, gets a knock.
That's the
but
power
there's no
of the
way
MG3.
he can win this one.
That's what you got with the LMG. He's going to go for the shots, but he's out of the zone. I mean, it was all done and dusted. He made it exciting, sure, but it was always going to go this way right up into the end. STE racking up a really strong performance. With the points that they get from this match as well, they're looking good to try and catch up to teams like Nongshim Red Force right at the top as well. They were sat 31 points behind at the start of this match. Hopefully they put a dent in it here with that performance, getting a lot of points on board, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them in second place now.
Yeah, STE carved a warpath from the west side, starting with the botation, landing on military base on the south, clearing their way out to the east, and then fighting their way in and just dominating all of the teams. But you could see how much pressure they put out constantly. They had their backs pretty much touching the blue the whole way through, taking shots at every person they can make before heading into the zone. And that is just the STE playstyle. They want to take those fights. They have the gun skill, and man, this game really showcased that.
They absolutely played it masterfully right up until the end. I think, yeah, that one misstep for slipping down the mountain at the end there was maybe their only big glaring mistake in that match. So I'm really happy with them. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly with you. And you can see it's a fairly even split in terms of the performance of every single one of these players. They all played their part.
Yeah, that is a beautiful distribution of just damage. It just goes to show there is no weak points. All four players, like it has to be this way. If you're going to be the team that's third-partying everything, the most aggressive team in this lobby, I would say, you need all four players with massive gun skills and the team synergy to boot, and that is exactly what they did here. Look at the distance traveled. They also had to move the most. So they weren't getting, you know, zone blessed or playing the rotation and sit in one spot. They fought everyone they could, and they won every fight.
They made some heads-up rotations. They started down in Primorsk. They got the boats over to that military island. They played on that south side. They dealt with Nigma Galaxy on the south edge as well. They controlled the mountainside from there on out, forcing everyone into their sightlines. And in the end, STE put up a big performance.
19 eliminations. Are you kidding me? That is officially the most eliminations we have seen so far in this PMGC. Only 2 away from a world record, and it was right on time here, Seven.
It really was. And I mean, we've been asking about a performance, especially Cam. He's been asking for a good performance out of this team. Boy, did they deliver with this. The way they were able to just pace their game, too. We were talking about how they can be so aggressive, how they're great at third party, but we saw them taking their time. Points putting it out, and I'm glad he did. They were like, okay, are they gonna go for this third party on Nasser? They decided not to, and it worked out wonders for them. They caught Noxium Red Force pretty much with their pants down. They weren't really doing anything. They were laying down to see what was gonna happen. Meanwhile, ST came in like, you know what? We're just gonna nade you guys. We're gonna take those points and move on. Wonderful play by 628.
Yeah, it just beautiful to watch, beautiful execution on the playstyle that they've sort of shown us that they're so good at right now. And, you know, from the struggles yesterday and then the opening Sanhok, we were starting to question, did these guys, you know, are they too greedy? Are they, did they sort of get, their egos get a bit too big after day number 1? Someone must have come in and just slapped them after that Sanhok game with that big, holding that big wide split, because this game, as you guys are all saying, was so well coordinated, so well calculated with the timing, with the pacing. They knew exactly what they needed to do to get the eliminations without giving anything up in return. They barely received any damage in returns of getting like eliminated themselves right towards the end of that game. And listen, Sanhok is, sorry, not Sanhok, this is the military base, which is basically like Sanhok in terms of it being a huge upset area of Erangel, but STE used that as a great opportunity where so many other teams around them were just getting cut off. Because guys, why were we still seeing 5 teams in the blue on phase 3?
It's unreal. It's unreal. Let's go crazy. If somebody slapped the heck out of 628, they slapped the rest of this lobby in return, man. These guys were mad, and they have officially jumped into the top 3. Oh boy, this is gonna be a heck of a show here. And now Morph is in a position to not make it straight to the global finals here, Seven.
That's the big question for Morph, and it's one that's been scaring me for such a long time. Yesterday, they were able to save their day by getting that chicken dinner in Miramar. Today, we need to start seeing some consistency out of this team. If not, I'm actually gonna put this out there. I don't think they might even end up in top 4 if we continue to see this kind of performances out of this team. Luckily for them, and Hyper wasn't really able to follow up after their great play that we just saw in Sanhok. They were only able to get 4 points, and guess what? Those 4 points came from eliminations. I want to see more placement points in Hyper. GK got a little bit too aggressive there when he got knocked. He was able to confirm it, but he decided to push in a position that wasn't even scouted, just putting himself in a bad position.
Yeah, I agree. GK first ascend was a little bit of a throw. However, FaZe coming in from behind them, you can't expect that. Again, why were they so late in the blue? This was a military base. This was an upset map. And so even though it is disappointing to see both NHyper and IG, neither of those teams that are trying to climb up those leaderboards have a back-to-back performance, this is one of those maps that you can kind of give them a little bit of slack for that to happen. It's these next two Erangels that both these teams really need to make it up, because again, we're seeing these gaps on the overall leaderboard start to really continue to find themselves. If NHyper, if they want to overtake Morph with the opportunity that Morph's slow play today is giving them, they need to follow this performance up with an amazing one on Erangel.
I'm about to say, boys, even if they did a good performance, they're still in trouble after that insane one. That's how crazy it is. You know, the fact that, yeah, they can be upset that, oh yeah, we didn't get this many more points, this and that and the other. But the fact that we just saw 628 perform so insanely, that cap, right, for third place just got so much higher. And now you're having to try and pass up a team like Nigma Galaxy. That's going to be pretty crazy. And speaking of crazy, of course, we got to give a big shout out to the official smartphone here for PMGC. That's the Infinix GT10 Pro. It was created directly for esports players. If you guys want to go ahead and dominate the lobby, check out the GT10 Pro. And while you're at it, take a look at TikTok as well. Search that hashtag PMGC 2023 so you can see, you know, maybe 628 just jumping for joy after that crazy performance. I mean, it's going to definitely, I mean, at that point, a game like that, I think it's nail in the coffin for that possible tinfoil hat hypothetical, right? For those teams in that mid-range to try to even catch up at this point. What do you think, Seven?
I mean, I was being positive earlier. It started slowly and slowly fade away.
All right, like how much did it go away, right?
NHyper and NHyper and Morph if they're able to change it. But the thing why I'm being so tough on NHyper too is because they can actually reach Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy has not had a great day.
Good point. Well, you know what? We're going to go ahead and just cool off a little bit after that crazy performance, and we're going to be right back. And we're back. Here we go, guys. Day number 3 has been nothing but action-packed circle shenanigans. So, you know, I heard like what you said a little bit earlier, Seven, right? You know, we think that NHyper possibly has a chance. Morph has a chance. But now you're saying that even Nigma maybe have to put in some work here. What do you think about that?
I feel like they do. We haven't really seen given that it's 2 matches, we really haven't seen good performance out of them. I feel like they've been focusing too much on those bridge camps.
Yeah.
When we're used to seeing this team actually focus more towards the middle of the circle. You even heard the caster say it at 1.2. If Nigma Galaxy wouldn't have focused on that bridge camp and they would have actually focused on their crazy rotations with that secret formula that they have, I feel like it would have been a completely different story. And I feel like I wouldn't even be talking about this for Nigma Galaxy. So Nigma Galaxy, give me some crazy rotations, kid. Come on.
I think there's somebody evil at PUBG Mobile that heard that was like, time to change the formula with these circles. Goodness gracious. Let's go ahead and take it on over to John and Zute.
Hey man, if it's not working out, you got to change some stuff up. So maybe Nigma Galaxy, you're going to have to look to adjust a thing or two at the middle part of today, although it's going to be pretty tricky because a lot of other teams are trying to take those central positions as well.
I think the biggest change is not the formula, but the way the teams are playing, right? We had a quick discussion about it. I feel like coming into the third day, by default, the first 2 days, most teams are thinking, you know, we'll work our way into the circle, fight our way in. If we get a nice circle shift, we'll full send it. But by third day, if that's not working, teams will change their strat to, okay, what is working for the other top teams? Nigma Galaxy, hey, we could do that. Let's just try full sending ourselves, which creates less space for Nigma Galaxy to play in as well. So it is, you know, the day where a lot of things start changing up. Teams will alter strategies here. And one team that hasn't had too much success is Nigma Galaxy, but we're only, you know, a couple games in. That big game could still come out for Nigma Galaxy.
We're waiting for it. We're waiting to see it today. They do kind of just need to keep pace at this point. They have got a 10-point lead over Morph, who have similarly not been performing in today's matches. They were a little bit lackluster yesterday as well. They did manage to keep themselves up towards the top of those tables, but in general, it just wasn't what we want from them. And I think Morph definitely have the most to prove out of all of these teams now in the top 4 spots. With Enhyper close by, they might even drop down to 5th.
That is a big possibility. I'm looking at the leaderboards. I still think it's going to be a really tough task for any team to break past into the top 3, simply because of the point gap and because of all the teams' performances that aren't in the top 3. Obviously, the most consistent are in the top 3, but we've seen exactly how they do it, and it's a formula that they can replicate throughout the other games. As for everyone else, it's seeming like, you know, sometimes they get a big game and then they're nowhere to be seen. And if you keep getting those big games and then nowhere to be seen, you're not going to be able to catch up and pass up the consistent teams, which is the current top 3.
Primorsk up to Severny on the plane path. Going to be good news for SDE to get that loot on nice and quickly. Although there's going to be quite a few teams around them, so maybe not the best of news. We'll have to wait and see how they progress forwards, where this circle's going to take us. Are we going to go back to the military base? We'll have to wait and see as teams start to drop out here. On the last match, I mean, I do just want to quickly talk again about Kanina Power, because this is, it is a big fall from grace, right? Like this is a team that, by all rights, have performed well. Sure, they qualified towards the bottom of the European Championships, but they have had their moments, and they have really, I mean, they've got a really solid roster. DGR coming through on this tournament hasn't quite had there's the sort of impact that maybe they wanted onto the team, and it just has not come through, and it feels like they had the wind taken out of their sails somewhat. The momentum, the morale just isn't there. You know, they're not even keeping up with the teams towards the bottom. They're at 27 points right now. Hale is at 51, sat a place above them, and it needs to be better. Hopefully they can learn the lessons from this group and take them back to the region to maybe develop for next season, because I just don't see them getting through even into the survival stage.
Yeah, points-wise, it's very easily possible, because just the bottom of the group, it's easier to pass up teams, because other teams near you aren't doing too hot either. So statistically easy to do, or not easy, but very possible. But I think you're absolutely right. I feel like Kanina Power, I'll go out on a limb and say, even before the first match started, their mental was probably not in the best spot. Because like you mentioned, Kanina Power, fall from grace, they have what it takes, but to do this poorly, something was off from the get-go, I think.
No, it's very difficult, obviously, to pinpoint exactly wasn't working for them, but either way, they are going to feel it on those points totals, and I'm willing to count them out at this stage of even making it to the survivals. However, there's still plenty of teams in the running. I would say everybody who isn't Kanina Power actually is definitely in with a shot of getting towards those survival stages, as we start to see that lead for the top 3 be isolated to, I would say, 5 teams.
We do have a very northeastern circle here. Should pull away from Stalber. It's not too far up north. I will say this week has been great as far as circles go. A lot of just different challenging ones. We haven't seen like too many same boring circles repeated. We've had a military base, a Stalber one. We've had one in the riverside, you know, just next to the crates. So all of these teams really being challenged with these unorthodox zones. And then we have sprinkled in, you know, a lot of good standard zones for teams to play in as well. So with the way the points are shaping out, I think the teams definitely, you know, near the top have their homework done. They know how to navigate even the trickiest of circle. I mean, that last one, military base, was won by STE. And it wasn't won in the standard fashion of rotating early and then getting the zones. they were, moving it around and chasing kills down and chasing more and more points. And then finally, just with a dominant position, Team Synergy took the win on that one.
Absolutely. It's been great to watch, been great to see. A lot of interesting circles, and I'm happy that it's going to continue. The position to the north of Snell, but probably not going to be finished up towards again. It's very unlikely there. North George for Kanina Power. They'll rotate most likely along the top of that central river and look for a crossing at some point there. Over on the eastern side, it's fairly sparse. No one in Lipovka. Obviously, the plane path started Primorsk to Severny, so that western edge going to be a lot more densely packed with teams.
I do see NB Esports close to central position, but that is just their loot position. Taking a look at the timer, we are quite a bit, a couple minutes into this match. No team's really making a fast rotation center just yet. I see Intense Game on the west side starting to get a move on. Nongshim Red Force right here on screen from the south, moving up more north, looking to take some strong spots. And there's a lot of strong positions in this first circle, but this is one of those circles where it's like a little bit too dynamic with breaks in the map, where if it goes north of Yasnaya, it's a totally different battlefield. If it goes west, if it keeps the river in play, that's a totally different battlefield. That teams are looking to wait a little bit for that second zone to really prioritize what power position they want.
FaZe rolling up. They spotted a player from Intense Game. Adrian doesn't really have the backup just yet, but I think that's going to change in just a moment. You could see the rest of the team up on that hillside, and now Mella's in trouble for FaZe. They're going to have to answer and suppress that ridgeline, try and keep them away from supporting Adrian. They are actually going to reposition a little bit with the vehicle. Try and drive away, but the team is here, and they have got Adrian's back now. However, FaZe controlling the bridge. This is quite an early setup here, but both of these two teams have got plenty of loot.
Yeah, and I do believe Kanina Power is within earshot of these gunshots, and Kanina Power is one team that desperately needs to third-party something right now for a couple of points, so this could get very messy. Onzen already has swam across the river. I don't think Intense Game is aware of this at all. As you can see, they've shifted towards the west side of the map, shifting into Kanina Power potentially, which is why that player's so low. Yeah, Kanina Power is here to third party.
Becker opening on the open ground, knows he can't step out too wide. There's plenty more players in the wings, and Onzen will start to strike now. Adrian forced to try and crawl away from it. Mormon now on the northern shores as well, and it might be a little bit of a crunch coming through from Intense Game on this northern side. Kanina Power pushing in from that west edge. And now FaZe, having surrounded them on the east, crossing undetected and forcing them to make mistakes here. Diego wants to try and take these trades, but you're covered off from two angles now. You're just going to have to find what you can, and you're out of ammo as well. It's just not going to go your way. Diego falls next.
Yeah, and now they're getting pushed by Kanina Power, completely different squad from FaZe. This is probably the worst way to start the game. Well, I mean, there is no worse way to start the game, but mentally, this is, you're going on a rotation, right? One player gets caught, you decide to come back and help, and then you get crunched by two different squads. That's not good for the mental right there. In an Intense Game, this would have been a big one for them to kind of, keep pace up and maybe get some more points to have that conversation where you could be in the top 3, but getting a big donut here in that fashion must be very demoralizing.
It's not going to be the best of news. In 6th place, though, they are one of the safer teams in terms of those survival stage spots, but still very much at risk. Do not want to be putting those sorts of numbers up. You're right. NB shots over towards NASA, but it is just jousting at the moment. No one really looking to take a head off at this stage. Just damage the armor, absorb some of the medical supplies.
You see SDE here rotating in from the far southwest, and SDE definitely saw that fighting. They're keeping in mind where those teams probably are, who was in the elimination feed, and I was gonna guess they're gonna go up north into the blue to maybe get more fights in, but they're staying on the south side. So with that knowledge in mind, they aren't gonna look to do some third partying in the north. They're gonna play their own game on the south. Next zone shift about to come out, and oh boy, Yasnaya finish potential.
Ooh, that is Could be dastardly. Yudo Alliance pretty happy about it though. They dropped there, they stayed there, they won't have to move too far at all. You can see immediately all of the vehicles being taken on board. Those hillsides to the south of Stalba going to be densely populated as well. You can see next Ruya trying to make their way through them. Morph a little bit higher on up. Nigma Galaxy, this is all the way on the south side now, playing around on these mountain splits on the God compound there, the overlook. STE on the southwest side. This is near Rozhok. They're trying to leave towards Hale.
Yeah, this is a very isolated fight. The only team close by is Ducks. They're a bit far away. This 4v4 is going to play out, and we know STE love their fights. No openings just yet. I did catch Hyper losing a couple players on their rotation. And Hale does have 4. Their 4th player on the north side of the river. That could be the ace up the sleeve they need, that off angle that STE may not be aware of. They're getting crunched in hard here. These 3 players just need to survive. Maybe their 4th player could get an angle.
I'll try and sneak that one a little bit out wider. Next Ruya wanting to try and stick that res, try and stay alive as much as possible, but the mad dash for the north side of Yasnaya is going to result in Hyper getting 2 of their players in, GK first and FS. Both finding a little bit of sanctuary, but not much. STE with 33% down and Hero low. They back off. Xing taken very, very low as well. Hale doing well so far in this fight. They are forcing STE's hand here. 33% trying to crawl away, but I don't think they're going to let this one go. Just about to find the peak, but the heals have come through, and the speed of which they're taking this fight has slowed down a little bit. Fortunately, they find the flush from the off angle, and Hale are now 3v4.
Yeah, the off angle from the north side, I'm pretty confident to say, is what got the opening onto the player of STE. And a nade to follow, STE getting cut down here. A strong fighting team, but all it takes is that one knock for the entire formation to break, and Hale are taking great advantage of it.
Spray from Sunan through, but not going to find anything. They have repositioned away from it, Xing somehow safe from the fire there, has just about found a corner that won't be lit up. As Tiger holding down these windows, they know where this player is. They should know where Sunan is. I don't think 628 are going to be able to replicate their performance from the last match as we hop on over to Kanina Power. This is on the north side, looking for that flank. Kanina Power wanting to try and keep this fight going on the northwestern side, but they've taken a knock against FaZe.
Yeah, next circle is shifting too, so a lot of engagements here. Teams are caught on each other. STE, Sunan, last one up, is forced to rotate away, rotating into Inko, and Yasnaya still in zone, but a lot of the open fields to the east of Yasnaya will be the central focus point.
A long slope that sort of goes away. Underneath Morph, it's basically sort of long, slopey terrain going all the way around for this next stage. I think NB probably have the best side of it in terms of the ridge cover that they have. FaZe still scrapping it back and forth with Kanina Power, and it's going well for FaZe right now. Kanina Power not really able to stand up in the face of it here, as FaZe are keeping the pressure up. Agori trying to get the reses onto the backline. Becca down. I want to try and pick it back up. Ventura's back in action as well in the meantime, and only 2 players of Kanina Power to deal with.
Yeah, this should be another 2 points for FaZe here, putting them up to 6 elim points this very early on. And if you look at the leaderboards, FaZe is in 6th place. That's a good spot to be in. Get a couple more points, put your names in the conversation for a potential top 3. Good nade. Only 1 player left. Should be a clean finish. Shouldn't lose anybody. Onzum pushing in. Does get knocked. Should be a quick trade though. And there it is.
Able to shut out Kanina Power yet again, who are only able to find 2 points on this match. Unfortunate news once more for the European representatives. But good news for FaZe, keeping all 4 of their players alive. And like you say, 6 eliminations this early on is good. The question is, can they sustain? Have they used too many nades? Have they used too much utility and expended that armor supply too far? We'll have to wait and see how much further they can go, because they are cut out a little bit, and Hale swinging in behind them.
Nongshim Red Force on the south side, getting shot up just a little bit by Inko, trying to push them away. So Nongshim's playing this slow from the south. Nigma Galaxy is also playing this slow from the southeast side. Those are 2 big names we've got to keep track of. We do know STE down to 1. Most likely won't be able to do much this match. And Morph, the other big name that we haven't seen too much on, they're scrapping it out on the north side against Nasser, right just south of Stalber Hill.
Going to be trying to defend that 4th position, although 4th is kind of probably one of the worst positions to find yourself in. It can be so demoralizing to be just on the edge of getting that direct qualification spot to the Grand Finals, but we'll have to wait just a little bit longer. They will be denied. Hale trying to move in behind NB, and right now all 4 of their players are alive, but 2 of them are knocked. And look at how difficult this is going to be. A single nade into this bathroom sees the majority of Hale completely dispatched of. Mondo around the edge with the DPS, steps out, spots the player on the inside. This should be it through the window, but he's not connecting with the DPS. Finally cuts the cross, and that's 3 points added to the tally of NB. A really good pickup as Hale are down to 1.
Yeah. Hale getting picked apart there. Tough position to defend, however, when there's a team on the northern high ground, and that team on northern high ground gets the zone dead center.
Ooh.
Great zone shift for Nigma Galaxy as well. This could be the game. You know, they've had a couple bad games, which is, we could say, uncharacteristic because they've been very consistent, but this might be the big one for Nigma Galaxy to boost their way back up the top of the leaderboards. Still very early into the match, though. They have a lot of work out to do in front of them.
A lot of work indeed. It's not going to be easy. Nigma Galaxy, like you say, looking to snake all the way up on that eastern edge. Sneak their way through with NB successfully taking a fight. They are only left at 2 players though, as FaZe rotate around on the north side as well. Looking to get a down shot on towards Morph, and maybe third party there. Standoff with Nasser, sorry. Looking for any sort of ground that they can cover, because Morph are going to look to control this north side as well, and I think Morph have the inside track. It'll be very difficult for FaZe to take this from them, but with the high ground, maybe there's something they can do.
Yeah, there might be a huge exploit here for FaZe. I mean, FaZe are fired up this match, already up to 6 eliminations. They're feeling confident here. Don't know if FaZe spotted them. Oh, shots ringing out. You can see it on the minimap. They did spot the location of Morph. So Morph's position is known. Mormon maybe trying to bait out shots to gauge just how strong the opposition is here before they really commit to anything. And scouting around at the same time. This may be a position that they don't even need. Looks like they got the edge of zone here. And with FaZe, majority of them not being on the high ground, I don't think they're going to look for an angle in to contest the spot that Morph has. Still very early into the game. We still have 14 teams up, but Morph will instead take that high ground away from FaZe. FaZe slipping up just a little bit. But, oh, another team. Duckskin coming in from the blue. Far up in the north side.
They've swept all the way around from this western edge and are looking to completely encircle this. They might have just taken Morph's position from them. This is really, really unfortunate timing, but brilliant for Duxan. They've taken that compound away from Morph, forced them into FaZe, and to be fair to Morph, they're very much pushing FaZe off that position as well, but they have had their position taken away from them. They'll have to move further south. The good news is that compound not really going to be a priority to be able to hold on to for this next circle.
Yeah. Morph needs to win this fight now, too. 4 elimination points. 4th in the leaderboard. This would be a great fight for them to win. Duxan with the nades. And Morph in a way worse position. They're all kind of funneled into that bowl, making it easy for nades to come in. Cleon trying to separate off. Will catch the brunt of the force. Now it's a 4v3. Morph not able to do anything here. And you can see the positioning going towards the high ground. This could be over for Morph.
Morph have eaten quite a few nades there, quite a lot of damage, but Duxan still have a little bit more to do. The res from Morph still potential to enact there. Boo-Boo looking to reposition on the south side here, get that low ground under control, the inside track to the next phases of this circle, splitting the difference on the players with the nade, but there's a weapon trained their direction instead, and Morph lose yet another knock. Is this a third party from the backlines? I think there might be an angle from Inko across the way, potentially taking shots out towards the backlines of Duxan.
Duxan playing this way too passively. We saw just moments earlier, they had every advantage possible, but they were too worried either with the blue zone or a lack of confidence, and now they're getting third party, more free adjusted, and it looks like Duxan will be the ones losing this fight. Nigma Galaxy, huge fight here on the south side, down to the scraps. It's a 2v2, no, 2v1. Last one up is Lord. Wings. Oh, and this is Nongshim Red Force as well. Nongshim Red Force will go for the revive. It will be a 2v1 here. Lord not able to do the same. He goes for it now, but the timing is better for Nongshim. Who's going to win out this fight? Nongshim will only be able to reset to 2, though, however.
Wayne's going to push past the down player and immediately responded to. Lord didn't manage to pop a res here, but he gets the knock and the flush. Now Sporter with a nade, looking to cook through the window. I think they heard the pin pull. He steps out, he baits the nade to bounce off the window and gets back to cover. A second now invested as Lord swings through, spots the window, but gets back into cover, a sliver of HP, and it is Nigma Galaxy holding on by a thread of the
nade
outfit.
That should be good.
Window. We'll look for it, and there it is. It's going to land straight on to Ralph. Finding the shot, finding the nade, and Sporter closes it down, but at the cost of plenty of their players.
Oh, man. If Lord was able to clutch up that fight, they'd be in a great spot in the zone. For the next one, they would be getting that like almost full reset. But a pivotal fight lost. Only 2 elimination points, and they went out early still. Not many placement points either. Nongshan Red Force will continue on. Morph still alive. Down to just 1 player here. Looking at this, reset up to 3 potentially, but Inko shouldn't allow this to happen. Inko have all the lines of sight. No third-party worries for Inko. This should be easy pickings for some.
2 high nades. The first gets a flush. Is the other one going to find the players behind this rock? Because they did manage to get to cover. Picked up on the down player, so now it is just Yoru, but Nenebeche has got that angle from outside in the zone though, so it will have to be repositioned fairly soon, but Squash going to roll on in, get some info. They know exactly that he's in this smoke, and it's going to be very difficult to survive here. Tries to crunch it for the player there, but he steps out, goes with the DPS around the edge of the smoke, but Squash handles it, and none of the players from Inko go down.
Inko keeping their squad up as 4, now in firm control of the entire northern side. Meanwhile, so many fights going out. We're down to 7 teams, only 20 players alive. So not many strong teams left here. A lot of teams down to 3, down to 2. 7th Element, I see they're down to 1. NB Esports earlier at this compound had 4 up with a really strong position. They're actually only working with a duo now, and FaZe is right over the top of them. So this could be a big game for Inko. I think they are. The only 4... No, they lost a player. Looking at the feed right there, they're down to 3.
That is really unfortunate. So only NASA now with that full squad. Yudo Alliance trying to break out these open fields near Yasnaya. This is the open sloping terrain that we were talking about earlier on. There are some defilades over on the eastern side that Inko are sort of playing around, but that plateau that sits in front of them, it's just so hard to navigate. The east edge is going to be a lot safer for a lot of these teams, so I'm wondering what NASA can do now.
Yeah, this is Nasser's game to really convert into some points, being the only 4-man team, and they get the high ground. They have the zone control on the edge side, but they have very favorable terrain working ahead of them. They just need to make sure not to make any mistakes to lose a player early on here. They need to clean up these fights, not lose a single player, and they're starting it with 1 position at a time. One of the FaZe members taken out, creating more control for the side of Nasser.
A really important position to be able to take control of. A little bit of high ground, some hard cover from that shack. There is a FaZe player close by, and they might want to deal with that fairly soon, but are Inko going to have sightlines over towards it? Are they just going to rotate on through? Because Inko are going to have to make their move. Nenebeche is close by, and he's going to try and get that angle away from them, but he's spotted.
Ooh.
J7 takes down Nenebeche.
Nice awareness to catch that out. There is that vehicle sticking out like a sore thumb, however, so J7 will pick that one up. Surely Inko can't do anything now with only 2 against the 4 players of Nasser. Nasser doing a 1-2-1 split. 1 player in the far back. Just watch everywhere else on the battlefield, because they know this is a prime opportune time for them to take third-party shots from distance, pick up as many elimination points as they can.
Nades being traded right now between Becca and Star on this northern side. They have got more backup in this location for NASA. And Nade actually moves the vehicle there as well, but Star pushes forwards, wants to spot Becca, but there's a crossfire potential as Becca spotted. J7 finally moves on out wide, and a crossfire of their own is established. Squash struggling to land the shots onto J7, but finally converts. Hits the deck, gets the reload. Now turns his attention over towards the rock and pushes forwards, but he's the last player for Inko.
Yeah, Squash does need to play this a little more aggressively because he is a solo. Nasser will get that revive, as there's no real pressure. I mean, there's some third-party shots from distance, but that is at such a steep angle that Nasser could really just disregard that. Nasser looking to close it out onto Squash. Now Squash did push up, but not enough for him. And they will take that player down. Up to 8 eliminations for this team on the high ground with 4 players up.
Mela is still on that rock for FaZe, playing just up the hill from where Spec is right now. You can see him there. He's waiting for players to try and crash onto this location. I don't think there's a vehicle nearby. I'm not entirely sure, but Mela might be a little bit camouflaged here. If he bides his time, could rank up a little bit for FaZe, who have already got 6 elimination points here. And they're on the chase for N-Hyper. Udo Alliance trying to leave from the Asnaya Fields, and NASA will shut the door.
Nasser doing a really great job here. Really took their time with this match towards the late game and then started to make their moves, securing all the strong positions. The circles were not nice to any of the teams either, with shifts constantly to the northeast. Udo Alliance will get that reset to 3, but working from the low ground with almost no way in. I don't even know if them having a 4-man team will be much help.
Look at the linear fashion of these teams right now. This is what happens when you have these open slopes to play around. Udo Alliance going to try and swing wide. Nongshim Red Force have been afforded some of the few bits of terrain cover on the hard eastern side here, and the circle shifts down south. So Udo Alliance get a little bit favored here, but they are completely in the sightlines of basically everybody else.
Yeah. And with this little hillside or ridge side in the zone, XCY will be hard to evict from this position. Taking a lot of shots, putting out a lot of pressure. Nongshim Red Force, they're just happy all the other top dogs are out and they're getting placement points. They're picking up a couple elim points. They're already in first place, so this is a great game for them.
How far can they stretch it though? Because 5th place still doesn't get you super large amounts of points, right? And Morph already got 7 eliminations on this game. But I think the big news here is that this is a big shift in the middle of these tables, right? 4 teams are currently in these survival spots.
Nasser, how many more points can they get? Up to 9 elimination points. Another big win. I mean, this puts them into the conversation. But so many teams, you know, they get this one big win and they need so much more right afterwards to really break into that top 3. And that's the name of the game today for everyone in the middle of the pack.
Getting into the conversation is about as good as you can hope for, you're right. Can they convert here? All 4 of their players still alive. Nongshim Red Force, I think that ridge might just be pushed out in this phase, but they are very, very close to the edge. And either way, it's very nadeable on their position. You can see just how close to it they are. Where do they go from here? I mean, you move forwards potentially towards that loot crate that sits just at the front of their screen, but that's going to have to be allowed by NASA, who actually might do so. They've repositioned further west, sorry.
Nasser does have a tough decision to make here. Because if they crash in at an odd angle, and that's a great angle to crash in on, they crash in from the side where nobody can really third party from the sloping hillsides, but one of their first players does get knocked. Star is down. They got the player at the off angle at the shack, so good trade. NB down to 1. We see a lot of shots on the minimap. Teams may be gearing up for a third party here. How can Nasser clear this one out without any more casualties? It's getting dicey.
Xenox out inside the bathroom. Mondo knows exactly where he is, turns the corner, perfectly timed, and that is disastrous for NASA. It's going to allow Nongshim Red Force to potentially have an impact here, but they're going to have to shift away again. Look at this zone. It is cruel, it is brutal, but they force Udo Alliance back, and now NASA are more preoccupied with NB's position. They're kind of on the north side.
NASA down to 2 now. That firm, strong foothold they had with 4 players up against a lot of scrap teams, it just went right out the window. Now, this could be anyone's game depending on the next zone shift. Sporta goes down to a nade. He will not be able to get revived here unless XCY pulls out a miracle. Yeah, it gets confirmed as well. Udo Alliance with 2, now in a good position, and numbers-wise, no one has more than 2 players.
It is really, really scrappy on this mountainside, south of Stalba, north of Yasnaya. Desolate plain for everybody, and they're trying to move forwards. XCY actually might get to some terrain cover there if he can hit the deck behind the buggy. Maybe looking to just sweep through and take control of this high ground himself, but he's going to have his work cut out for him. M249 in hand, plenty of rounds to handle a duo. XZY hits the deck, wants to go for some healing, but J7 has other ideas. A nade up and high. Will it be able to find the mark? Will it be able to be on the money there? It's going to be looking pretty solid, but not quite connecting, not just in time. The next zone's still closing.
Everyone down to a solo besides Nasser now. Number advantage back in their favor. However, with this zone, we are going down to nothing, and they have to come downhill, which means everyone on the lower ground is going to be looking uphill at them. This is going to be tough. They have a vehicle to use. They might be able to make a play with that. But for now, everyone just still scooching into the zone. Well, everyone meaning just the one singular Nongshim Red Force player. I think he just managed to make it in. No one spotting him out on the low ground. I'm sure he is exposed, however.
J7 absolutely saw him approach on that side. You can see the nades that they're throwing out. NASA have got 5 nades still in the pocket. They are going to expend quite a few trying to deal with XZY. Those Molotovs still in the back pocket. They are really being thrown out now. The smoke as well being put into the mix. That was the last smoke in the lobby. So all of these players just looking to crawl around now, but XZY has gotten so close to J7. I wonder if he knows about this, because it looks like he's worried about further down the slope. He steps up and immediately gets the knock. It's a brilliant step up, and now Mondo has a chance to try and take down Spec on the forefront. It's all to play for, because the north side now has been assuaged. Spec is down, and it's all on the south side of the road. Mondo versus Olio.
The 1v1. A lot of distance between the two, so Yuto will come into play now, but the blue zone will press Mondo out into the open. He's got a rock to work with. Olio with the M4 gets some nice shots in. Nade being cooked, that is nade distance, and Olio should know this. Should have seen that nade come in. Will dodge it just in time. Takes a couple of damage. First aid and another nade for Mondo.
3 first aids in the back pocket for Mondo. 1 now for Olio. Another nade on target would give a massive advantage to Mondo. With the zone pushing in, Olio has to move. He knows exactly where he's fighting off against. He's going to cover off this rock. Has the M4 and the Bison in the back pocket to try and unload here. But no utility. It is just going to have to be aim skill. He's moved out wide and dodged the majority of the nades. Mondo takes a huge hit of damage there. Has to hit the deck, but he can't take the time to go for the heal and will fall down out in the open. The Bison switch to an Olio, makes it work. Pulls it back, and it's Yudo Alliance to extract themselves from Yasnaya and make it happen. A chicken dinner.
What a game ending. We were on our feet the whole time. Anybody could have taken it. I mean, we thought it was going to be Nasser with 4 up, but they made a push down, which lost 2 of their members, and then it was anyone's game. Yudo Alliance ultimately, and the end come out on top. That 1v1 so close. The util, the first aids all came into play.
Really, really solid to be able to just stay alive. I mean, it didn't look particularly spectacular, I have to say, from Yudo Alliance. They made some good crossings, sure, but they just allowed the lobby to wane around them and struck while the iron was hot. And what a clutch from Olio. Certainly silencing his opponents there. Mondo taking that hit of damage was so important for their progression to get this chicken dinner.
Yeah, a lot of teams did not manage to get the points needed, though, to put their name into the conversation. I mean, it's great that some of these teams are securing the points, because come tomorrow, the next worry for them is just making it to survival stage. So it's a big win for Yudo Alliance nonetheless. NB Esports also having a really great placement finish. Nongshim Red Force, I mean, they are just kind of padding their points, which they need to, because STE was right on their heels as far as points was concerned.
Absolutely, it's very good news for them to be able to stay alive as long as they did and keep that gap going, because Morph as well went down fairly early. Yudo Alliance, however, secure their first chicken dinner of Group Red. The Malaysian team are able to put those placements on board and stay alive right until the end.
All right, y'all. Yudo Alliance get a chicken dinner right here. Hey, they're looking a little bit stronger going into the survival stage after this. No, I'm just kidding. Who knows? Who knows, right? Hopefully they can continue this on, right? A little sign of life. Like to see some hype from the players here, Seven.
See, I usually don't mind hype, but the whole shushing, look at the camera, shushing, that boy's feeling himself. Brother, you're not even near the top 3. Calm down.
Hey, winning a 1v1 is always going to be a good moment, especially on the biggest stage. Okay, the second biggest stage in the world right now. With the biggest stage is making it to the Grand Finals. Despite this win, Dukes, they're not going to make it to the top 3, okay? Let's be honest right now. We're too deep into the tournament. The teams at the top have way too many points, that even though this is such a good turnaround for Yudo Alliance, a team that we really weren't talking about at all day 1, we talked about them a little bit day 2. Them, along with a couple of other compatriots from the bottom of the leaderboard, have been really climbing up. It's not going to be enough to really challenge the top 3 or top 4, what it is, for those top 3 spots, but they're being more stable in that middle section. The name of the game for so many of these teams right now, because of how tight it is towards the bottom, is just not be in the bottom 5. And Alliance have cleared that goal, I think.
Yeah, you saw, a couple of teams that still had a contention, right? Honestly, it was just Morph and Hyper, right? Morph put up 7 eliminations at a nice little, placement point there. So they did something, and Hyper, unfortunately, going out super early here, Cam.
Yeah, that just can't follow up. And I want to continue to give the acknowledgement that Sanhok is Sanhok. It was the most Sanhok of Sanhoks with that island. Military base is like Sanhok with the chaos, and then even up here north of Yasnaya is very open when you hit the end game. So there were a couple of teams that usually play center that we didn't even see them try and go to center this time around. But that's the name of the game, right? Like, you can't just continue to give teams an out. You have to perform at least sometimes, and they're just not being able to follow up. And looking at these overall rankings, I mean, like, they're close to Morph, right? And Hyper? Not really, actually. I thought that was 109 for a quick second there. This is like over 20-point gap between them and 4th place with so few games left to play. We're almost 2/3 of the way through. They need to follow up with a win, like on the next Erangel, if not today, if they want to be in that conversation for the top 3.
Okay. All right. I like to hear that. One team that I think that you had your eyebrow raised up a little bit, Seven, right? I think it's Nigma Galaxy, right? They're what is that, 4 points away from Morph here? So how confident are you feeling about going into them for the rest of the day?
I'm not sure, to be honest. They're showcasing a completely different playing style. I mean, I mentioned earlier about the bridge camps, right?
Yeah.
I'm just not seeing enough commitment out of them whenever they decide to move out of those camps. I mean, especially this last match, I saw Freak being the only player in that compound for such a long time, and I was wondering, okay, at one point is he gonna rotate? His team was kind of far away from him. They were able to get a knock whenever Namshin Red Force was pushing onto them. They had the advantage, but all the other players were just so far away, and it's completely different from what we're used to seeing out of Nigma Galaxy, because we're used to seeing the team closer together. We're used to seeing the team rotating together. Yeah, I get that the circles might not be favorable for being able to push to the center, but I want to see them being able to commit a little bit more towards one position.
Yeah, that's the bigger question, though. Center play was not really viable. That sort of threading the needle into a strong central compound was not an option here north of Yasnaya. But they weren't able to really win even one team fight trying to hold out on the edge, which is something that they were able to do earlier. So again, I'm not using this as like, oh, Nigma are washed, like, oh, they're out, they're gonna flip out of the top 3. But it does show that there is at least a small gap in their play. And when you're saying Namshin Red Force constantly getting points, they're saying that they're not playing that well, and yet they're still always in like the mix for getting points every single time. Like, there is a clear tier difference sort of developing even with those top teams.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that, we may see a little bit of a notch in their play, but I'll tell you what, if there's any place for them to kind of fix that notch, it's going to be here, right? So you want to be able to get that kind of figured out. It's tough because you are right. I mean, they did not have that viable option to really go central. Everybody was playing edge. I would feel a lot more comfortable, though, if we saw them at least putting up, 5 eliminations or just something on the board rather than that 2 here, 7.
That's the thing. They're not allowing some of their players to get settled and start scouting out for those options. That's usually what we see out of Nigma Galaxy, at least when we saw those big performances, whether it was Coops, whether it was Lord or Freak, whoever it was, they weren't just all set looking at different angles. And we kind of saw Laura alluding to that earlier on in the interview that we saw at the beginning of the day, right? They were saying when they hold the compound, everybody's able to look at a certain area and they trust each other that they're going to be able to hold it down. We didn't see any of that here. Now, I feel like we should flip the table a little bit more, right? Because we're talking about this during that match. We got to start focusing a little bit more on those teams towards the bottom. And Anko, even though they are currently 9 points away from 11th place, who is this Inko? I'm genuinely shocked at the performance that we're seeing out of Inko. Nenebeche, currently not. Every single time that we see him being able to make a push, usually from where we've been able to cover him, he's like, all right, he's going to clutch this up. I'm not seeing that confidence out of him at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to be confident, right? Like, they were so high on the leaderboard in the very couple of rounds, and they've been slipping so far. We're seeing a little bit of life out of them, but it's not nearly the same.
We need to see a lot more, especially if they even make it into the survival stage. We're going to have to put even some more work in. So hopefully we can see some signs of life for these guys as we go ahead and throw it on over to the casters.
a lot of bubbling and trouble, certainly, in the middle of these tables. Plenty of teams starting to step up and add to their points tallies, starting to stretch out their lead and maybe make it a little bit less volatile down towards that 11th place survival spot bubble, which is what a lot of these teams are going to be looking for, trying to keep themselves nice and topped up on those points where they can.
Yeah, and the top 3 isn't even secured either, right? Morph and Nigma Galaxy, they're both kind of slipping into each other almost. And Nigma Galaxy, we were saying a lot, over and over yesterday and the day before, like, surely they can't keep getting away with this. And now, well, they're not. They're needing to win some crucial fights, and they're losing it at the most pivotal points. And we heard, earlier at the start of the day, they were talking about Koops in the interview, how Koops was a big change for them. He was a player that was really needed, to get the openings. That's what I heard in particular. Koops is great at getting the openings, and I'm really familiar with Koops. Him and NA, he was dominating everything. He is a huge powerhouse. So not gonna, I don't want to say it's on Koops, but maybe Nigma Galaxy might be relying on Koops a little bit too much in these engagements, and when he doesn't get those great openings for them, we start to see some cracks in the machine, so to say.
They have just been looking a little bit lackluster in those fights for today's matches. Have the gaps that they exploited being closed? Will they be presented to them again? We'll have to wait and see as we head into the final Erangel of the day.
We are back onto Erangel, and so far every single match of Erangel has been a circle that is just in a completely different spot. So really putting the test to all of these teams, and now we get a very far southern plane path, which will change things up quite a bit once again.
Judo Alliance probably going to try and find a backup spot here with Yasnaya Poliana so far away. I hope that Canadian Power go back to their military base position, or going up to North Georgia. I mean, there's still potential there if you drop out on the west coast and try and grab a vehicle or two, but they are going to drop out over that military area. Could see a hot drop in Novo, but no, it's just going to be Inco heading out that way. Nothing too super difficult on the south side, but look out for hot drops right now on the south coast, because those vehicles will be hotly contested.
Oh yeah, and Hyper is a team that lands around the farm to do a split, and Hyper is going to want to secure their own vehicles there as well. There could be some contention here, maybe even some vehicle runovers. We saw yesterday, it wasn't caught live during the match, but it was in the highlights. A player dropped in the car, and then one of the Nongshim Red Force players knifed him right out the car. It was even talked about in the interview, so we could see it again. And a far southeastern circle here. Military base somewhat in zone, but I think players and teams could easily discount that. Once again, a completely different circle from all the Erangel circles we've seen so far.
It is nice to have this sort of variety. It shows teams potential to adapt to these scenarios, right? In what can be less than favorable situations. Have to see if there's any of these vehicle scraps going to come to bear, because it looks like teams have managed to avoid each other so far, but Nongshim Red Force have been spotted by 7th Element. And there's still a couple of players on the parachute, but just about to make landfall, certainly. Difficult stuff to be found, and everyone's disengaging. Right now, maybe still over on this west edge, you could still see a couple more scraps, but right now, no one is left super high and dry.
Yeah. It looks like everyone should be able to get to where they want safely. Nigma Galaxy Freak secured a vehicle, and he's hovering around another team right now, but I think he's just going to disengage that and go back for looting. And surprisingly, we haven't lost a single player yet.
Yeah, I was expecting a lot more contestation around the vehicles on the south coast. I mean, I even spoke about it before, but no, they seem to have figured it out. I guess with the circle, there's less impetus to move far north fast. You want to maybe just stay a little bit more central. So potentially that conflict has been delayed a little bit until this next phase.
And we've gotten these kind of southern plane paths more than once, I imagine. So teams kind of figured out from previous matches, like, okay, so your split will stretch into here for a vehicle and so on. No one really likes, to go for the 50-50 who's going to get into the vehicle first. So everyone's split off. Looting is, commenced, and the circle far down in the eastern side, like we mentioned. So that giant hilltop will come into play. Shelter is going to be a huge, focal point, because we all know the shelter position so strong, and it could house up to, 2 to 3 teams potentially. And looking at the mini map, no team should really be able to, just get the best spot in this first zone, because it's pretty much divided between the west and east of that road. East is that giant hilltop, and you can stretch into Milton Power potential, and to the west of that, you just got a lot of strong compounds that are spread out with open space terrain. So really difficult to just, pick a spot right now and potentially, hip hop into the rest of the game.
Teams started to migrate, but are still arm's distance for everyone. Duxan stretching out across that south coast from Ferry Pier, further out to the east, to the edge of the zone. Nobody moving super fast. So I think this is probably the quietest start to an Erangel that we've seen so far.
Yeah, definitely so. Looks like 7th Element have already picked their spot, though, and they're grouped up as 4. I can't, or not 7th Element. Oh, that team, their names are being covered right now. That might be next Ruya, actually. The bright
team
blue.
in blue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Next Ruya.
All 4 in one spot. I don't think they... Where did they loot? Oh, I think they looted Milta, and then immediately just went to that position and hunkered in. So there... It's a great spot. You can still have options, if you do end up surrounded, if the circle shifts off you. But I don't think it's going to be the best of positions to just hunker in all 4 players at.
They might just try and survive it on out, try and tough it. But dangerous. A dangerous decision being made. Next Ruya is a team that has, I believe, so far disappointed. Yet again, this stage not going to go well for them. I mean, they're in 13th place right now. This is the European champions, remember. These guys came first over in the European Championship with the combined Türkiye and European region. And this is not the performance that you'd expect from that sort of a team. It's not even like they're trying to make plays. It just seems like they're denied every time they take a fight. It just doesn't go their way.
Not having much screen time at all. It really kind of just shows that team has been just fizzling about. Kanina Power, another team that really hasn't... Well, I mean, Kanina Power gets screen time, but it's usually in the most disastrous of ways. Just getting picked off here now by Inko. And, man, it is tough. Kanina Power, last place. Palucci trying to salvage whatever he can there. Just driving off into the distance.
Trying to get away from it. Agori most likely going down here. And it will just be flushed away. Nenebeche just checking his angles before he steps up for the flush. That's the first elimination we've seen this match, which is a little bit slower than maybe we're used to. Kanina Power will suffer it. And they will hold a little bit closer to Milta now on the south side. Fairly central in the circle, so they've got a little bit more time to play with.
Many teams now just making their way in here. Center of the map is being heavily occupied. NB Esports and Hyper close by, but not really dead center. And I can't even really make out the 2 teams. I know Nexuria is one of them, but another team just completely covered up by the names of other corresponding teams around there. So many teams getting that central focal point, but it is that split, east or west. That's a big question. And hopefully it doesn't go south, because if it does, I mean, we're keeping that bridge in play. We're keeping an urban town of Milta in play, which is going to get very tricky for everyone.
Yeah, it would be pretty nasty, to say the least. STE making their way in from the western edge right now, behind Duxan. They do have a backstop still yet to rotate through. I believe that's Sheng still waiting all the way out to the western side. So they aren't a full 4 just yet, so probably... a little bit hesitant to take a full scrap, but they're in the next circle. They're going to slow down a little bit, maybe take some overlook, take some information gathering peeks over towards the buildings that Hero is moving past now.
I don't know if it's on purpose, but it is a strategy to have the last member, if you're especially if you're an edge fighting team, right, like STE, to have the last player rotate in very late. So when the team does engage in a combat, they get like about 10 seconds of information, and they can really pass that valuable 10 seconds to the last player to pick a perfect off angle. So we'll see if it comes into play. Nigma Galaxy, man, they're great for their rotations, but looking at that minimap with how many teams, oh boy. Nigma Galaxy, I'm imagining a fast Eastern wrap potential. I mean, that would be the perfect rotation for them to make, but this is a tough one. We're going down towards Milta Power.
STE pick up a point over onto Duxan in the meantime, who have lost one of their players. This is, you're right, a hard southeast shift. These maneuvers are going to be really, really tough now over near that Milta area and maybe into that urban environment that you spoke about before as the eliminations start to pack themselves into the feed. You can see they are going to come on through. Morph actually taking a knock and a flush to Kanina Power as Kanina Power have made that move nice and early.
Yeah, this is a classic zone too. Like, it's not very common, but the strategy involved in, you know, figuring out how to get the best power position here, or there's so many power positions. You have the wizard towers just, you know, elevated at different distances. You can still have that high ground of the forest. And then, of course, Milta Power, mini Milta Power, this compound in particular, so many strong positions with different dynamics involved. This is going to be a great match to watch.
Sure is going to have plenty of twists and turns, I'm sure. The lumberyard at the top of that hill on the south side, currently being vied for by plenty of different players. Inco wanting their slice of the south, instead playing on the east side of Milta. NB defending against a roll-up coming through from NASA. One knock already, and Fist goes down second. Two found from NASA, and this is a really solid start. Can they convert here? Because the nades are starting to get cooked, and this is where it gets dangerous. The Xenox playing forwards does manage to get back inside the building, and there is a knock sent back their way over with that nade from Mondo.
Spec on the off angle needs to be careful. This is attracting a lot of noise. You can see two teams looming overhead already. That is FaZe and Udo Alliance. Spec smartly goes down to just try and finish off the fight. It was a 4v2, but it stalled just long enough where, you know, a third party might be disastrous for both of these teams. NB now getting aggressive, and they have to. They only have two players. One of the players of Nasser gets confirmed. J7 goes down. He goes out into the open trying to pass back some info as a sacrifice almost. Now things kind of have stalemated once again, and they should know there's so many teams looming overhead that going for a full committal, a messy one, could be the death of both of them.
The nade found there as well finds Xenox, and that's going to stop Spec from moving forwards. Molotov in hand, sorry, looking to drop a smoke there. Udo Alliance are rolling up on in, but FaZe have a third-party angle. This is really, really chaotic now on this east side of the hill. Trying to find these positions, trying to get into cover, has not gone well for pretty much anybody here. I don't think anyone's escaped unscathed. Udo Alliance tried to move forwards, but they lose that player. NB have lost plenty, but in come Nigma Galaxy, looking to crunch in the north edge.
Yeah, this might be the full send rotation here on this circle shift in particular, when everyone's kind of stuck, scrambling to get their position. Can Nigma Galaxy pull off that staple rotation somewhere central? We'll see very shortly. As this fight still continues to rage on, the circle did pull away from Milta Power. It did go hard to the west side.
We'll keep a lot of that camp in the top of the hill. I mean that it can be continuing to be a pivotal position. I like Morph's position on the northwestern side. It is a shame that they are down to two, though. They might have a better chance of it if they had a full 4 squad, and Hale might look to try and take that from them as they move around on that northern side. Seventh Element, in the meantime, scrapping it out and not having the best of times, as they will go all the way down. Unfortunate turn of events there over on the southwest.
And Hyper, meanwhile, was down to a singular player. So that was the first team today that, you know, really made some noise with the chicken, that put their names in the conversation for the top 3. But I just had a feeling like today's going to be a really tough day for all the middle of the pack teams. You win that first game of the day for you put your name in the conversation, but that gap is so wide and the top teams are so consistent. And we can't forget, it's the top 3, and there's a 4th team of Morph with a lot of points still to boast.
Becca goes down first. Inko rolling on up, and it's only Palucci now with 3 nades in hand. Drops one out the window, perfectly placed onto Squash, so opens well. Still, 3 more players to deal with. A second nade in hand now. Pin being pulled, wants to find a second. Won't quite be able to tag it in the same way, and now there's a player upstairs. Palucci burns out the side room, stops the players from moving forwards. Banks a nade off the corner there, looks for another one. Nenebeche rotates around. Squash getting rest in the meantime means that Palucci has more to do, but he finds the nade over onto Nenebeche, burns, hops into the vehicle, and will be looking for this heal.
Palucci made 2 knocks so far, but one of them did get revived. And he will hop out and confirm the point too. I don't think Nenebeche was expecting Palucci to be out there. Otherwise, he could have crawled into safety from the other way. The fight continues. Palucci maybe looking to pull off the 1v3. That was a nice angle to take, but the pre-fire is good. In this fight, we're back at it. It is still NB Esports versus the likes of Nasser.
Nasser playing with 3 players. Mondo breaks out wide, but Adrian from Intense Game looks for that off angle. And this is what's slowing down this fight. Not these 2 teams, but FaZe's presence and Intense Gaming's backstop. Neither team can break out with being exposed, so they have to just bide their time. Or maybe find a nade, but no, Mondo fades it.
Nigma Galaxy still on this side. They did not elect to go towards a hard shift side, towards the west. Maybe looking to pick up some elimination points here instead of making that rotation now. Next circle about to pop out. Nongshim Red Force on the west. Same with STE. So those are the 2 top dogs. And the circle does go to the west indeed. A lot of real estate open. But which of these teams can find their way in here?
Over to Milter. Very, very tricky. Difficult descent now from the top of this hill. Nigma Galaxy making, again, a signature wild rotate. Or I say wild, I mean, I guess it's fairly controlled because it's worked out quite well. Ralph's going to lead this charge, but they're packed quite tightly together. Ducksan in a position that maybe they're looking to scout out. I wonder if this could be dangerous for them because QX is on the top floor. They'll spot that, and now it is a full-on assault. They'll be into fight mode as QX can't quite find the down shot, but Coops falls, and Binny is out. But look at the red bars pouring on through towards Nigma Galaxy. Get them down, and Freak is the last on the ground floor. And naded through the window could close it all down. Hoxie launches one forwards.
That's a good one, and it is! Threading the needle right through the window, and that is Nigma Galaxy out once again. Their rotations are good, but so far, we've seen it time and time again, they're not able to win the fight. And dare I say it, Coops went down first in that fight. So maybe it is really on Coops right now to pull the weight for Nigma Galaxy, and it is not happening. But it shouldn't be the case. All 4 players of Nigma Galaxy very experienced. It is just not working out for them.
That was really unfortunate. I mean, maybe they didn't expect someone to be still over in Milter, but it just got held out completely. They didn't divert either. I think they had a little bit of time to go for it, but they'd already kind of committed. And as we heard in the interview earlier, probably had a plan to hold up exactly where they were going to crash. But it's just so unfortunate. Ducksan, I mean, great hold on the northern side to be able to close that one down, and a great nade from Hoxie.
Yeah, I think it was a 3v4 to start off with also. It wasn't like they crashed into a 4-man team compound. So, I mean, Nigma Galaxy really need to work on their crashing methods. We didn't see it in Game 1 on Sanhok, but I do believe they crashed into Intense Game 4v3 and lost that as well.
Not really the story they want to tell as it comes towards the later stages of Group Red, and their chance for top 3 is starting to look a little bit tentative. Whereas I think, given Day 1's performance, Day 2's as well, everybody would have said, hey look, Nigma Galaxy looks like a pretty solid lock for this top 3 position, but right now they are not living up to that standard. Morph with a chance to try and take this from them as well, with Cleon up and into the engagement with Intense Game, looking for these knocks. Only 2 of their players still alive though.
Cleon trying to do something here up close range, gets third party. That's Intense. No, not third party. In Cielo with an off angle from the low ground. Here comes FaZe though. FaZe has been ramping up a little bit today, picking up a lot of eliminations, looking to go for these third party fights now too.
Next, Ruya still holding down towards the center. They haven't lost a player just yet, and actually on the outskirts that they hold, it's not the ideal situation to be in this location, but they still have got that little bit of cover that sits there, a little plateau as well, to try and fend off the teams from this northeast side that have yet to conclude their engagement. As you can see, Morph getting forced in, FaZe going to have to disengage, intense game as well, want to leave this scenario, and Nextruya kind of sits in the way of all of that.
Oh, Milta, here we go. It is going to be an urban ending. I don't believe we've seen one yet on Erangel, so this is going to be a nice one. Completely different from what I thought it would be. I thought it'd be more like, you know, to the east, but no, we are going dead into Milta. Now, finally, STE has to make some sort of play.
Have to push in a little bit closer. FaZe trying to roll on up into this north side. Can they succeed where Nigma Galaxy failed? Ventores is now already in the ground floor, and they have survived the first wave. No one's gone down just yet. Mela hops out the window, trying to get a little bit more information. But Duxan, they're already playing at a disadvantage, but they've got the shots down the stairs. Looking for these knocks, but QX can't quite find it. Hoxie, the two players from Duxan, looking to try and close it down. A 1 and 2 knocks over towards FaZe. You cannot take this building, seemingly, from Duxan. They are going to give everything to try and hold it down. On the north side of Milta, they have got a lot of control. 4 eliminations coming through from Hoxie. That nade padding those numbers, I'm sure. But QX on the top floor with a nade, looking to try and lob it down. FaZe on the ropes now.
Nongshim Red Force also rotated from their position. They were in zone, but they take that warehouse in the distance. You can see right there. Next to NB Esports and Nextruya. A lot of fights going out in these compounds. Crucial fights, that is. If winning this one fight could mean the difference between 5 more placement points, depending on where the zone goes. Here's Nextruya with some third party. Nextruya has 4 players up, actually. They can really cause a lot of damage.
They managed to move nice and quickly down to this point. They knew that there was a lot of scrapping going on in this area, but they've somehow managed to find a building all to themselves. Nongshim Red Force have lost a player or 2, I believe, as well, and they're forced into a position further south in that warehouse. They are playing as 3 right now. Hale have definitely got some noisy neighbors as well, as Duxan control their building. FaZe have struggled to get this from them, and they will continue to do so. A nade up the top of the stairs, though, might signal the go time. Is that nade cooked good? Is it going to bounce through? Ventores launches another one in through the window to try and keep them on their toes. And up the stairs he goes, pushes through, but the nades are going both ways. And there's a nade coming through for the backline. I think FaZe go down as well.
Inko cleaned out FaZe with the nade from here, from this position. I caught it in the feed. It was Inko's nade, and then Hale finished off the other team. Hale close by with their nade, so wow, what a nade by Inko, though, from that distance. That was a, well, not a 3-pointer, but at that distance, she should get 3 points for that one elimination.
Excellently found there. What a way to close down that fight. Duxan, in the end, will have to give up that building that they held so valiantly onto. Yudo Alliance on the south side of Milta, the only team on the south side of the road at the moment, Zute. They might be able to spread out a little bit longer. And remember, they're in 6th place right now. They are a little bit out of the way, but still very much a part of this conversation, coming off the back of their performance in the last match as well. Being able to stay up late here would be brilliant.
Yeah, just a technicality, but Hyper is also on the south side of the road.
True, sorry.
Can't forget about Koi. He's still hanging on in there. But yeah, placement points are hard to come by here, and he's got to keep going. He should be able to get to that southeast side, and who knows, maybe a Circle Bless hard southeast shift. At the outskirts, I think this is when they finally need to commit to a push of some sort, most likely towards Yudo Alliance.
That looks pretty cool. Vaulting over and straight to the vehicle on the move. I like that. That was a clean play to start it off. Can they clean it up as well with the swing that they're looking to try and go for? If they can get to the south side of the road, if they can get behind Yudo Alliance, that's their opportunity. 2 players up north on the northern side of Yudo Alliance's hold. They're playing a 2-1 split right now. Can STE find the gap in the middle, or are they just going to try and stop and play that backstop position? Try and isolate Olio on the back lines. It seems like they're already up and into the settlement, and they might have just been able to do just that. Olio alone will be able to find a shot, and Xing with range, actually on the roll-up with the DPS through the window, somehow just takes him down, and Yudo Alliance lose a massive backstop position. They don't regroup in the face of STE.
Yeah, they should have seen that coming. STE was posturing up for quite a while. Olio should have recognized that and grouped up with the team, or had the rest of the team come support him, but they will lose that player. Hale now at the compound that Duxan fought so valiantly in 4, and now Hale's the one looking to be good here. Intense game, trying to breach in, not able to do so. Cielo last one up, and Hale has 4 players here.
Nading just perfectly on point every single time. Hale, I don't even know if they took a fight there, really. It was just the nades doing the majority of the work, but either way, it's going to work out for them, and Hale will have control. 4 players on the northeastern side. They could look to push down now towards Inco, because it's going to be a difficult cross. Smokes are going to need to be enacted here. Get that train going if you want a valuable cross, but the off angle from Squash, so high value for them.
I count at least 10 vehicles parked at that one compound there. So many teams want that spot, and I mean, you can't blame them. If you drive past that compound in vehicles, you smash into the wall, it takes you a couple seconds to hop over those walls into other teams. Yeah, that spot has to be your first stop, and you gotta take the fight there. So explains the amount of vehicles. STE making more progress onto Udo Alliance. A great nade from distance. Flax goes down, and now Udo Alliance just down to the singular player. STE just doing STE things here.
Just one by one taking these fights, and Udo Alliance, they tried to hedge their bets, keep too much of their terrain under control, and STE read into that. They've moved through, and still no one's moved to the south side of the road. I mean, as soon as you do, you are getting shot from the teams on the north side as well. But STE can establish a massive amount of control. Let's see where this next circle goes as well. Flax gets flushed.
STE really controlling the south side. Imagine the circle going south to them as well. That would be huge for the side of STE. But honestly, losing the circle looks like STE's forte. They just go everywhere and fight their way in. And look at that split STE's doing right now. Already setting up to control the north side, should that be the case. Where's the circle going to go? And it goes right on to STE, which could be worse for them almost, because now teams are going to fill in all at the same time. But it shouldn't be too much trouble. STE have nice angles every which way, and the other teams not in the zone, they got to fight into each other.
I feel like STE are going to maintain this split until the circle starts to close with
Definitely.
the high ground position. They have so much control to stop those teams from getting across, right? Having multiple angles to be that hard stop. They know that they're alone, except for the solo player of Udo. And Hale gets spotted by Xing, who goes even further up onto the high ground now. Inco maybe looking to move, but they're going to be slowed down by everything across the way. Might be able to sneak something through, but it's going to be difficult. Xing takes a couple of bullets, and I think that might be the time for STE to regroup now.
From what I've seen, they're going to go as slow as they can. They want to take that high ground and shoot as many shots as possible. They do actually leave a little bit early. I'm surprised they will regroup. No one going for that crate, honking the horn right there, letting their teammates know, hey, we're back over here. And here comes the fights. The north down to the south. Teams know they're not going to be able to cross that road, so they're going to go for the Elan points now.
In through the window, Tiger looks to vault first. Wolf around the corner with the DBS of his own. Staying quiet. Do they know he's on this angle? I don't think they've scattered it out just yet, but next Ruya looking to hold off against Hale to play as the north side team, but Tiger goes down first. Wolf traded off though almost immediately. The knock has not got flushed this time around, and next Ruya playing as in a 3v3. Wolf down, and it looks like Frozen wants to break out. Hale still gonna have to vault on through. They want to get the res, but next Ruya go down really quickly. The nades pour in through the window, and it's disaster for the next Ruya team. The Turkish squad having a real tough time of it. Sky only cooking a nade. There has been answers out their way, but they all go up in smoke as next Ruya fall last. And it is going to be Nongshim Red Force to close down that scrap, and everybody in that engagement is going to fall. Hale and next Ruya both eliminated.
Yeah, Inco was chiming in from distance too. I caught a mini knock onto one of the players of Hale. So yeah, 2 teams just snapped off the face of the map. We're going into the next circle very soon. Everyone is in the zone, and oh yeah, and Hyper is still in this match. So they've made it up to top 5. Hey, that's placement points right there.
Take those. So if you do Alliance as well. And they're both very, very close to that position where they're looking to challenge. Nongshim Red Force and STE still both in this one though. Inco looking to try and get the points on board to vault up into those survival stage places as well, because they've been a bit down on their luck as of late. A good late finish with strong elimination totals would be great news for them.
This is phase number 8 too. So heading into phase 9, center of the circle's on the road, I think. meaning everyone's kind of gonna push out at the same time. This is gonna be tough. STE has the man advantage, but I do believe Inko and Nongshim are gonna be looking towards STE's way as they push out. So STE almost in a 4v6 situation. The combined 3 of Nongshim Red Force and the combined 3 of Inko. This could be disastrous for the side of STE.
Although they are in the
wait it out here.
They are in the most central position, right? So they don't have to peek. I think so, yeah, just about on this next zone. They have got the most central position. Finally, Hyper goes down, and it goes down to U2 Alliance as well, who put another point on the table and ladder up another placement as well. So they'll be playing a solo, trying to sneak on in. The major benefit that they have right now is they're on the south side. They don't have to cross as aggressively.
Yeah, circle is closing here. And STE are closer to center for sure. You're absolutely right about that. STE realizing the stalemate on the north side, so they're gonna take the time to flush out the last remaining player on the south side. U2 Alliance forced back into the blue, the util coming in. Just trying to survive here. Stage 9, here we go. A couple seconds before this blue zone starts crunching in on everyone.
Just a little bit short on the nade there. Sunan finds the final one, and that should be the death sentence. There were first aids available for Iftar, but that second aid will be the end of it. Sunan dispatches the solo player, and now it's on both of these two teams to try and get more central, but they have to cross the road, and I think this is going to be curtains. This is definitely STE's game to lose, and look at the amount of smokes that they still have. 7 nades in hand, and they are just launching them over. They know the pressure they're exerting is going to be almost insurmountable. Inko valiantly laying out this smoke train now, but can they get across up to those steps? Because there is so many sightlines stopping them from doing so. Look at Becca on the back, still trying to hold it down, still trying to slow everyone out, but Becca and Squash both fall. Nongshim Red Force with 1 player alive. Sporter trying to survive a little bit longer than Inko across the way. And it is just a shooting gallery for STE right now. They're even running out. This is bold, but I think it's going to work.
Oh, definitely. They're counting the knocks. They know that enemies down to at least 1, maybe 2. And STE, well, this is STE when they get the circle. You know, get the circle, win. Don't get the circle, win. And I'm praising STE a lot. We did see yesterday, you know, they had some falters. So it is there. They're not immortal, but getting 2 huge wins today, they already set a record for the league stage this year. So, I mean, they're looking great.
Absolutely. They have done so much work in today's matches. They've put themselves, I think that might be enough to get them, well, certainly very close to Nongshim Red Force, although they were in very late, it has to be said, for Nongshim Red Force.
That is true.
And I don't know how many eliminations they got, but they were on the hotter side of things, which means that it's likely that they were engaged in quite a few little scraps there. However, STE were able to hold down the south side with that heads-up rotation to sweep through U2 Alliance, making that mistake to leave a player further south. And the fact that they only had 3 players on U2 Alliance, it is unfortunate that they did go down, but STE capitalized perfectly. Even that rotate to go 2-2 up onto the north, I think there's nothing I would change about that play.
Yeah, they just maximized everything possible in an aggressive manner, right? Every single time they make a move, it is just set up to take some knocks, take some points. Shin coming in with 1,000+ damage, and I just love how patiently they play, because some teams that are very aggressive and love third party, sometimes you don't see the patience kick in when they need to. STE sat like the first 20 minutes of that match doing nothing. They just kept chilling on the west side of Milta, and they're like, oh, we got the circle again. I mean, we see some spots center that are open. Do we want to go center? No, we'll just keep waiting. We'll just keep waiting, and we'll fight our way in, because that is how they work best, and that is what they did.
I mean, they bided their time perfectly. They found their opportunity. They also read into the idea that, you know, everybody is going to be further on those north, and those couple of hard south shifts on the circles forced everyone into the north side of Milta. They just took the south, and because of that, they were able to build their castle and take home the chicken dinner.
Ooh, you guys saw it. That is chicken dinner number 2 for 628 today. And 7, I got a question for you. Ready?
What is it? Ready.
I recall you saying earlier that you thought that nobody was going to catch Nongshim Red Force. Was that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Do you still hold that same thought?
You know what? Yeah, I'm sticking to it. Because they're still being consistent. They haven't gotten a chicken dinner, but I mean, if we go back and look at the results, Nonstrom Red Force is always towards the end of the match, and if they can continue to do that, and 6-8 continue, if 6-8 can continue this dominance, I mean, obviously they're gonna end up passing Nonstrom Red Force. But I'm just impressed by Nonstrom Red Force consistency. Okay, in regards to placement points, in regards to just getting points at every single match. But we gotta give some credit here to 6-8 because that was just so well played by this team. Cam, at one point we're able to see how patient they were. We saw a crazy split that at one point we were kind of questioning it, and then you were able to point something out for me.
Yeah, listen, SCE, they're known for how aggressive they can be, how they can win team fights, but they can also control the zone. When they got that shift on phase 6 or phase 7 in Milta, when they had the 2-2 split, the two players on the north side, I thought immediately that they would just go back and group on up, but they stayed there on the north, out of the zone, just for a few moments because they wanted to make sure that no team was going to try and send it quickly through Milta and get on that west side. They were able to make sure that the zone stayed cut in half, and the other 6 remaining teams had to fight over half of the east side amongst themselves, and they can just chill there, having control of the full west side. They didn't overstay their welcome though. They only stayed for a couple of moments and then grouped back up to be able to defend that position when it eventually got pushed. Just their understanding of where the big threats would come from and how they could give up the game, just very well played. And then, you know, they didn't get as many kills as they did on their first Erangel victory, but come on, like, they are knocking on NSR's door. But I have to back up 7 here. I do still think that at the end of this group, Nongshim are gonna remain in first place because they are always getting points. They are always there in the mix. Just if you tune into the game halfway through, they're going to be in a relatively good position in the center to either soak up elims or play some points every time. They're never gonna have any donut rounds.
Yep. And I'm glad that you mentioned 6-8 being able to stay those 2 players, right? Trying to cover their side. Even when they went in back and grouped up, those players were still holding off the angle towards the left side in case somebody decided to make some kind of weird rotation. So I really enjoyed that about a 6-8. Another team we got to be able to talk about here, Inco. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's go.
This is what we've been wanting to see out of you. Obviously, it's just one match. I need to calm down. Let me just collect myself here real quick.
Let's go, baby.
But this is good for them. This is good for them because this is a team that was outside of the top 11. I think they were still outside of the top 11 right there, but it puts them a little bit closer. We've been seeing what the gaps are looking like with a lot of the placement points here and there. The points overall for some of these teams. Now it gives them a hope. And if we go back a little bit of throwback to the interview yesterday with Nedebeche, he was even saying, yeah, we're prepared. We don't want to be in the last chance. We don't want to be in survival stage. They're going to end up going to survival stage, I feel like. But at least this is now giving them some hope that they'll actually make it to survival stage and not just end up going home right away.
Yeah, hopefully we do, because I mean the Team Brazil has been going absolutely crazy, especially the last stage. Here, not so much, but I think we definitely want to see some more signs of life from them. And you know, before we get into anything more, right? Of course, we got to talk about the official sponsor here for PMGC, the official smartphone, and that is the Infinix GT10 Pro, a phone created for esports players. If you guys want to go ahead and dominate the lobby, check out that GT10 Pro. And wow, what a day indeed. We're going to head into Miramar soon. So we'll talk about that right after this break. And we are back. Oh, and we're headed into Miramar. So we saw 6-2-8 absolutely dominate. And I will buy into what you were saying there, Seven, because they had a crazy pop-off match, then a goose egg, and another great game. But we are seeing Nongshim Red Force get a lot of points on the board. One team in particular that we know that dominates in Miramar is Morph, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, with Morph, both of their chicken dinners have come from Miramar. I feel like they've been very reliant on Miramar. Today we did at least see some good performances out of them in regards to being able to catch some eliminations here. It wasn't as bad as yesterday up to this point. Now for this team, if they even want to be in the conversation for tomorrow when we talk about the third place camp, they need to have a great performance here in Miramar where they've been able to be strong.
Now listen, they're only 4 points behind Nigma. Nigma's performance that we've sort of been teasing about, like are the circles messing with them, or are they messing with themselves, right? I think that's something that's still kind of up in the air, but nonetheless, with their lack of points that they've been getting today, it means that Morph not only have the two teams at the top been separating themselves from Nigma, that also means that Morph have been able to climb up a little bit with their 8 points that they got on the Asnaya game 2 rounds ago. It's looking like it is going to be a two-way fight for that third place position. So going into Miramar, if Morph continue to really level up their game and actually get more points on the board, like you're alluding to that they might be able to, they could overtake Nigma and get themselves a really good lead going into tomorrow.
Yeah, and for Nigma Galaxy, I mean, they've been able to be strong on Miramar as well, so maybe this could be a bounce back for them, save the day as well.
True.
Hey, time to save the day, right? It's going to be done in the desert. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters for some Miramar action.
More of that, please. We are going into, hopefully, another exciting round of Miramar. That's what we're going to be looking out for. 2 billings of that today. Our final 2 matches for the third day. STE absolutely standing tall, but they still have not managed to catch up to the top of the tables just yet, but they're right there.
Yeah, STE's performance have been insane today. Sure, they had, a goose egg, but more, I like to highlight more just how consistent Nongshim are then. Because Nongshim, we haven't really talked about them too much today, besides the fact that they're just still first place. They're just constantly getting first, and this is the most adaptable team, I'd say, out of everyone. And we did see today, right, they could get aggressive too. We saw on that one Erangel match with Military Base, one of their players got caught, and instead of leaving him behind, the whole team turned around and took the fight. So Nongshim Red Force, they may not be as, aggressive as a playstyle as STE, but they could still do that, and they want, close range engagements 4v4 against certain top teams too with a lot of gun power. Nongshim Red Force, they are the team to contend with here.
Torre Hamada down towards Puerto Paraiso on the south side. A little bit of an eastern lilt to this plane path, but should be quite nicely positioned for a fair few teams here. You can grab vehicles and head out to the western areas for the time being. Let's see where this first Miramar circle takes us, because we've had some quite solid excitement today, I think, on the circles. Overall, some pretty decent situations to spot. Are we going to have something crazy here? Maybe even a Puerto Paraiso near the islands, near Impala on that eastern side? We'll have to wait and see.
We've had an eastern plane path like this just yesterday too, so teams are familiar as far as, stretching to the west, where which vehicles are open to take, which vehicles might be contested. So we'll see some drifting here, and all the drops looking exactly like they did the other day too. So no real changes, but the circle, that's always the big question here.
It's going to go down southwest. I think we've had a circle not too dissimilar to this as well before, with Monte Nuevo a little bit more central on this. I think this is a little bit further south than the one we saw before on Miramar, but still should be, as you said, fairly researched in terms of rotational paths. Hopefully the teams can combine all of the knowledge that they've learned so far and read into some strong paths. I'm looking at Nigma Galaxy particularly on this south side and thinking about how they're going to navigate their way through those Chumasara Hills, the areas near Minas de Valle.
Nigma Galaxy, they really do need to step it up here. They're still ahead, but they're just slipping. And they do well on Miramar, but yesterday it was really Morph that really showed out on Miramar. So this is a good chance for Morph to pass them up and take that third place position. Nigma Galaxy, my biggest question is, how's their mental? right? Like, we've seen them make good rotations in the sense of if they won that fight, after they made the rotation, that's a great spot because the team that beats them out usually ends up in the top 5, top 3. The problem is we haven't seen them win any fights on their rotations whatsoever today.
It hasn't been the same team, really, who's shown up today. Morph as well, right next door to them as on the tables, currently in that bubble pop position on 4th place, just outside of the top 3, which is really where everybody's gunning for at this stage. The final 2 matches today, hopefully they're going to be looking for a little bit more. Plenty of assists, though, on Morph. They are top of the tables there. And looking for Miramar limbs, they're looking pretty good as well. They've got Yoru sat right on top with 15. Quite a way ahead of the rest of them, all on 10.
Yeah, and all 4 players in the top 4 from each respective team. Morph, Nongshim, Nigma Galaxy, and STE. Oh, that kind of just tells me, even with 2 games left, this one and the next, I don't know if any other team is going to break into that point gap, right? nHyper's the closest, but for me, nHyper, they just do extremely well when the stars align for them, meaning like they just get the zones. They maybe have to make 2 rotations, one a little bit more difficult, and then they get all the circles, and then they do great. But, I mean, the same could be said for everyone else below nHyper. Yudo Alliance, FaZe, Nasser. None of them really come off as a team that could break into that top 4 for me.
Honestly, I think right now in my mind, the top 3 as it sits are the 3 that I would send if it was up to just me out of this lobby to the finals. Given their performances so far, I think that Morph have lacked a little bit, where Nigma Galaxy have shown prowess in areas that I really enjoy watching. So I think that these top 3 right now, for my money, are the best going. But I'm willing to be proved wrong, and that has certainly happened in the past. It might indeed come to pass once more, but there is sort of those 3 sets of pairs right now towards the top of the tables. 1st and 2nd, 2 points apart. 3rd and 4th, 4 points apart. 5th and 6th, 1 point apart. Very, very close duels that they're going to be fighting on out, and to be able to break up to the next one, there is a significant gap, so they're quite isolated as well.
Definitely so. Money definitely being involved as well. It's not just the top 3 that the top 3 are going for. There is the difference in the prize winnings. So we'll see which team comes out in 1st place by the end of this week. The team I would like to mention, though, is FaZe. FaZe started off extremely poorly. I believe they were sitting in 15th place at one point, maybe even on day 2. FaZe, one of the teams that haven't gotten too much spotlight, that I feel like if everything starts working out, they could pop off and maybe break into that, top 4 position. But besides them, it's looking pretty dire for all the middle of the pack teams. Got 2 games today and 6 more to go, so anything can definitely still happen. Nongshim Red Force, STE in contention for the top 1 right now.
I'm going to be focusing a lot more, certainly I think tomorrow, on the 11th place bubble as well, because it's been very, very close and it's always super volatile, but it started to stretch out a little bit, right? You've got the bubble right now sat at 78 points with 12th place in 74 points, so a 4-point difference. You're starting to be able to discount teams like, well, I mean, Canada Power for sure, definitely not going to be able to make it here. Hail as well is starting to fade away from me, and 7th Element as well. I don't see the strength that's needed to be able to make up that points difference right now. They'd need to make a profit of about 10 or 11 points, actually a little bit more than that, about 13, 14 points up towards that bubble over these next couple of matches. And right now, I'm just not seeing that strength. I'm not seeing that proactiveness. I'm not seeing that gun skill. And I'm not seeing the intelligent rotations that's needed to try and launch themselves up a little bit further.
Definitely true there with all the statements you've made. Looking at the minimap, a lot of teams have made their way in already before heading into stage 2. Nongshim Red Force pretty centered up right there, right in Minas de Valle. They are in the city and hyper close by. Nigma Galaxy looting Valdemar far in the southwest. That is their loot location. We'll see where the circles shift. The only teams that haven't really made their way in is, well, there's a couple, but a big one to pay attention to is Morph. They're all the way in the north in the blue right now.
Close to 7th Element as well. They have swung all the way to try and get further to that western road. I mean, that western road rotate is probably one of the more viable for the teams all the way up there. It's obviously very, very treacherous to get through on the east side of this circle, moving past Picado into a terrain that's very occupied. But that west road, in general, is quite smooth, unless you run into a roadblock, which is certainly a possibility, given how these teams have already moved.
The west road definitely favorable, because you don't even have to take the road. You could take the hills even more west, right? But all the roads east of that are just intersections with strong compounds, with a team potentially being there. And then even if you veer off meeting opposition, you're veering off into other compounds, which could easily house another team. So a lot of teams are looking to take that western path if the circle shifts there. So everyone in the blue on the north, I think they're waiting to see the second circle before really committing to something. And well, with that one, you could take that western road still, but that just leads you into wrapping into the south, which isn't too great either. This is classic Miramar rotations, one of the hardest things to do here.
It is very, very tricky navigating these early circles. Always a challenge, but it's still phase 1. The zone isn't going to be super dramatic on the health bars right now. You can keep that stim up and you can survive for a very, very long time out in the zone. So even now, if you're Morph, if you're 7th Element, you don't need to make a decision. Although at this stage, with the circle as it is, it's probably likely that you're going to want to get nice and close because teams are going to pack themselves in tight towards Chumacera as the circle falls on top of it.
Wow, and Hyper forced to give up that revive from the suppressive fire, and probably good for them that that suppressive fire came out, because if he stuck that revive, Inko would have pulled up right next to them. Inko with the 4-man, Nongshim picking up the first point of the match right now.
Nongshim Red Force still looking to defend their top spot from the top of the hill. They've moved in right into the central glut there. Pretty much slap bang in the center of this circle, as are Inko. Both of them looking to try and control a nice slice of ground there. Everybody is really packing into Chumacera now.
Oh, what a knock from distance for NB Esports. That was a very long distance knock and confirmation. Nasser definitely not expecting a team way on their backside out of the new zone. We'll lose one. Nasser's had some shines here, but I feel like the big one for me was that one match where they had 4 on Erangel towards the late game and they couldn't close it out. And I think that was their last chance to really make a statement here.
Intense game, close up to Hero from STE. STE do have plenty of players in this angle. And there's a nade coming on through to find Cielo on the front. So Intense Game lose one of their players close by. Diego super low, hops into the vehicle, but Hero's more preoccupied with the flush. It's going to allow Diego to get that heal off, potentially, in the vehicle. I don't know if they think he's in the vehicle. I think they think he's behind it, trying to use it as cover instead. I don't think he's got a first aid either. It looks like bandages are being applied slowly but surely. Adrian from the backline spots 33Z and gets the flush in the meantime, though.
Yeah, that is a big loss for the side of STE. If they manage to keep that player up, they not only have 4 players up, but high ground to oversight everything. They did already get 2, so getting the 3rd should be good, but Adrian gets one in the backline. It's a 1v2 and a molly coming in. This could change very quickly into the 1v1.
Sits it down right underneath and he is still burning. Is it enough to find the knock before the heal comes through? I think Hero might just be able to get it, but the nade is there. Forces the reposition, and it's now a 1 versus 1. The res on the backline can come through for STE, but this is not good news. Either way, they're going to have to get out of there with minimal supplies, with minimal players compared to what they should have had, which is all 4 of their players in a decent scenario. And there's an oversight position as well. It just gets worse for STE as NB roll on up from the west.
Yeah, this is very bad for the side of STE, especially with Nongshim just chilling right now with 4 up. And we know Nongshim Red Force is such a consistent team. If you're not getting points, Nongshim is. So STE, they may have picked up 3 elim points, but probably not the trade that they were looking for if they're shooting for that top 1 spot.
Not ideal. STE playing on us too now. The circle shifts out to the east side. And again, keeps a lot of Chumacera in. Maybe another urban finish for us. if it shifts that way. Treacherous terrain around Chumasera. It's a really difficult area to play. There's a lot of complex topography that sits in this area. Some really solid high grounds that are great to hold but difficult to leave. Some interesting side defilades that sit around the area as well.
Yeah. With STE losing 2 players and Nongshim with 4, my focus has shifted to the 3rd place position now between Nigma Galaxy and Morph. So Morph with all 4 up on the northeast side, very clear of enemies. They have full control of it pretty much. So if they get a nice shift, they are good. Nigma Galaxy, however, coming down from the southwest, many teams in their way in opposition, and like you mentioned, treacherous terrain for them to navigate. This is definitely favoring more so Morph than Nigma Galaxy for the top 3 position.
Morph have got a little bit more isolation on their side. They will try and keep that under their control. Nextruya as well on the eastern edge might be able to stay alive if FaZe don't push them too hard, but I don't think FaZe have too many other options from the southeast side. They could try and push up but towards Kanina Power, but that's a lot of open ground right in front of Nextruya. It's going to be very difficult on the southeastern side. NASA just getting shunted out. I don't think you get much further here. There's so much open ground for them to cross. Okay, somehow get through, gets to the shack.
Oh, 7th Element going in on a crash straight onto Hale. Hale do have 4 players, but it is a bit of a split defense. Can the brute force work? Hale pulling up on the reinforcement, and 7th Element getting cut down to just a singular player right now, in Hyper from distance popping shots off as well.
Tiger still resable for the roster of Hale as well, so they can fold back together. They have managed to rebuff the push almost entirely. No one really looking to crash just yet and go for a third party. We'll see if they're able to keep all 3 players alive or if something is going to change on that front. Meanwhile, the circle does shift and it closes yet again right onto the middle, kind of cutting out a lot of the urban position of Chumasera in terms of the ending potential, but still very powerful positions to be played around there.
Yeah, and with that shift, this is Morph's game to pass up Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy, they're known for their rotations. If they can make a good one here and win the fight that follows right up, more importantly, there's a chance Nigma Galaxy can still hold on to the top 3, but that is a difficult shift nonetheless for them.
FaZe have moved over towards Nextruya as well. It was kind of their only option to try and take this fight because they can't stretch out ahead of it. Nextruya will just take them down. Frozen's a little bit isolated for Nextruya and may be vulnerable to a nade or 2 as NB lose a player on the outside to the remaining duo of STE, but damage is flying back their way. That's actually going to be Duxan completely taking down Sunan. As Hoxie has the spray, has the angle. NB have lost their player and they're down to 3 on the west.
Duxan playing a little bit of a split on the northwest, and that's good for them. They have control of it, so spreading out, maybe going for some off angles on some teams fighting elsewhere. Nextruya and FaZe do go for the full engagement now. They are forced to. FaZe looking good, finding the first opening. Nextruya with only 3. No, they have 3. Their 3rd player not really being able to be seen on the map right now, and they're starting to back off. FaZe with 4, just pressing in.
Frozen did nothing from this forward position. He allowed FaZe to move down through, didn't step up for the crossfire peaks. I mean, is he waiting for them to step in front of him so he can backstab? I'm not entirely sure what the plan here was for Frozen. And it looks like FaZe have just given them the loop. I mean, Dokuma and Yekta isolated as a duo. It's going to leave Frozen alone. If he gets the shot to Mela, sure, okay, that's good. That's a good result, but I feel like it should have happened a little bit earlier that he steps up, because now he's got 3 players of FaZe to worry about, all on his own. And in my mind, that's a misstep. That's a mistake from Nextruya, and it's the sort of thing we've been seeing from them continually so far during Group Red.
Yeah, just not working as a team, and the other 2 that went away and just tried to play in zone got taken out by Morph. So they could have, you know, used those 3 to maybe get a knock on FaZe and get a point at the very least. And it's important because survival stage, right? They're not looking for top 3 at this point, but they don't even have that top, you know, a 13 spot really secured either.
They really need to step up their game. Need to keep putting that pressure on up. It's not going to get any easier, I'll tell you that much. But they are out of this match, so they'll have another Miramar today to play, but that's it. Kanina Power looking to hold off against Nigma Galaxy now. Agori, Lucci, Becca on the inside. Freak with the challenge, but can't find the damage. A good start to the hold for Kanina Power. Finding Freak. Nigma Galaxy again, losing Coops. Difficult position as the Kanina Power team will restructure themselves. Look at the adjustment from Nongshim Red Force, though. They're coming on through to try and third party from the high ground and see if they can scrap it on in. Kanina Power have lost a player, though, and that is to Nigma Galaxy. So even with that advantage, Kanina Power are going to be at the disadvantage of having that high ground controlled. You can't really go for these pushes straight on through. FaZe have rotated out to the east side. They were trapped on the south, and Morph's split will continue to dominate on this eastern side of the map. Just playing quite split, with pepping on that high ground compound there that sits on the northern edge of this circle. It's a little bit vulnerable, but no one really in a position to push for it. I think Ducksan may be the only team with that opportunity to go on through on that northern side and maybe challenge the solo from Morph.
He should be positioned in a way to back off too, because Morph definitely looking to control more of that eastern front side. More rotations coming in, and yeah, controlling that eastern front side pays off. They pick up 2 more points, taking out FaZe. Kanina Power now having to make a move, being surrounded by Nongshim Red Force, and so many other teams looking this way as well.
Kanina Power are able to handle the roll-up from Nexus. Sorry, not from Nexus, from Nigma Galaxy. As it looks like Nigma Galaxy, yeah, they're just put down to 1 here, leaving just Ralph, and in fact, not even that, because they do get flushed away. So good news for Morph to continue to put more pressure on and open a potential gap here between them and Nigma Galaxy, as they have racked up 8 eliminations right now. FaZe swept away, and now the east side still dominated. U2 Alliance trying to hold on. They still have 4. They are also in a really, really strong position, in a really strong compound with excellent high ground angles.
Yeah, that is probably the best compound to be in right now, besides Morph's position playing on the outside. Nongshim Red Force making a wrap towards the field with 4. That's surprising for me. With 4 players, I'd imagine they try to fight their way into a more dominant position. But Nongshim Red Force, so consistent, they can still ink stuff out from this terrible spot on the low ground. Trying to stay alive. It's not looking great, I'd have to say, as another player gets taken down by a U2 Alliance.
Just controlling. Look at these balconies. Look at the elevation that they have. The shots down just cannot be converted away from XZY, trying to hold it in for Nongshim Red Force. Trying to stay consistent. They've already outlasted STE, though. But on 4 eliminations, that gap would close by 1 if they go out here. Tizzy wanting to have a teammate to keep him in the fold of it, but in comes the backup. The buggy run down onto Xenox, and that is bold, but it's going to work. Sporter onto the inside, looking for NASA to try and close down this fight, and on the inside, they will fall in the face of Nongshim Red Force. U2 Alliance, though, still have these angles, and it's going to be so hard to make this work.
Nongshim Red Force playing that so well, but I feel like NASA really dropped the ball there. They threw 2 nades towards the player of XZY, and both of them just overshot way too far. The target was right in front of them, and that allowed for the backup to come in. Nongshim Red Force do it once again. They pick up elimination points and make their way further into this match, just keeping on that point streak going on.
The Morph spread still dominates on the east side, and it doesn't get much better for U2 Alliance than this, to be honest. In their current position, they still have got excellent isolation and high ground control. The difficulty is that if they have to leave this area, it is similarly isolated, right? They have a very tough time ahead of them if they're going to have to leave. And Hyper trying to stay alive on the west side. They'll have to push a little bit closer, and they've only got 1 elimination so far. They'll have to do more than that to keep up with U2 Alliance.
Yeah, U2 Alliance now passed them up, and U2 Alliance definitely going to stay that way. This compound's so strong, 4 up, still getting shots off. One of Inko getting caught, and Abeche looking to get revived and just out of sight. However, the other player of U2 Alliance on the other side of that wall should be able to find that angle. Nongshim Red Force, did they get that zone? No, just out of reach. They're going to have to move a little bit more. Morph, meanwhile, I mean, easy pickings for them. Up to 8 eliminations. Des talked about it, right? Morph, this is their best map, and they are showing it.
I said I was disappointed. I said I didn't see in them what I saw in the other teams towards the top 3. And right now, Nigma Galaxy, I mean, they failed at their game plan today. I think there's no two ways about it. It just has not worked for them. And Morph are ready to capitalize. This is their opportunity, and they will be able to do it. A wise decision to keep this spread going for so long. I mean, even Bubuhu as a solo, they know nobody's going to threaten on the eastern side. They know that Yudo Alliance is such a stronghold. Duxan trying to move south, but Morph just control them from this high ground compound. Hoxie is alive in the mix of it. We've seen what he can do with a nade. See if he can repeat that performance. You've got QX on the off angle, but there are only 2 alive coming on through for Duxan. The shots come on through. 5 eliminations now for Yudo Alliance as they start to continue to ring out the shots.
Yeah. Morph really want those points, so down in that dip, looking so juicy. And Yoru might have overstepped a little bit as he does get knocked in that elimination feed. However, Morph cleans up the side of Duxan, at least one of them. And Hyper getting taken out right now, eliminated in 7th with only 1 point. Nongshim surely must be stopped, and he does go down to Inko.
Shots from Inko and Yudo Alliance, just too much to handle. Inko in a decent spot as well. They've got mobility along that ridge line that isn't afforded to Yudo Alliance, but they have the sight lines to worry about from that area. Morph wanted to keep everyone nice and safe. They haven't managed to fully get rid of Duxan just yet. There's only 2 players now instead of the full 4 that was there before, and they can get this res with the carry.
Yeah. Hale right now, the biggest threat, probably to Morph with only 3 up. They're just making sure their sides are clear. Inko doing the same, taking shots way out into the blue. No one's there, just making sure no one's hiding behind any bushes maybe. And we are going to go into the next zone shift before anything really major happens. I mean, Duxan just trying to stay alive. They will finally go out there. We're down to the last couple of teams.
This is interesting now because Morph are isolated to the north side. They don't have a great amount of mobility here. They can move down. There's a little ridge that they can get across the road to, but I think Hale is really controlling that crossing at this stage. I think Morph don't really have a choice, though. They're going to play a little bit closer to the east side and get across where they can.
There is a bit of a couple of bumps in the hills on that east side that they could use. You can see Bubuhu going towards that way right now. The position he stopped in just now is a defilade. I think if you go further south of that crate that dropped, and they could use a crate as well as a position. Inko, some of their players getting cut down here. I think Inko lost the zone. Yeah, Inko lost the zone inside that shack, so they're trying to make some plays happen.
Gonna have to make a move. To be honest, Yudo Alliance don't have the best of positions, but they are still in the zone, which is going to be a major factor. They've actually sent a player out on that off angle. They've left Iftar all the way out to the east side to try and control where Morph are going to look to go, and Morph have in fact looked to make this crossing. Inko trying to slow Hale down, will find a knock. I don't think that Hale are going to go for this res. Actually, he turns around, he's going to cross back over open ground, and maybe they are going to go for it. I mean, I don't think they should, but then again, I'm not in the game. Tiger is the closest. Doesn't really have a vehicle. Sorry, he sat right next to his car, but hasn't got into it just yet to enact this. The smokes need to be there first.
Yeah, I think the other player was just driving around to see when the bullets would stop shooting at him, to see if there is a spot in the zone that is out of line of sight. I mean, very soon it will be, because Morph from that high ground still utilizing it out of zone, and nice knock right there from Hale. Is he going to go in for the zone, or maybe just go in for the point confirmations? Almost a suicide mission, but he will stop short in that dip. Not fully in zone, however. They keep going. Another player taken down.
Hale just having a tough time of this one. It always was going to be difficult, though. The high grounds, every single angle is going to be looking at them, and they were the team that needed to be forced out first. But Inko similarly in a pretty sticky situation. A knock to see them down the hill, but Yudo Alliance have taken a knock coming through from Inko, from Nenebeche. Still in action, still willing to go the distance. Morph, however, I think at this stage might just be in an indomitable position. If they can get this res on the front, if they can keep Yoru alive, if they can control this side of the road, they're gonna have a great time here.
Yeah, but look at Hale. Hale somehow managed to keep all 3 up through that. One goes down, though, and oh, the knocks, those are huge out of the side of Morph. Yudo Alliance actually chiming in on one side. Player does get knocked. Morph needs to finish this fast, because if Yudo Alliance spring up now, they're at a number disadvantage.
Out that backline, Bubuhu steps out, and actually it's going to allow Pepeng to sail on in. Can they get the res onto Cleon? Because this ridge that they've stepped up towards should be the winning position here. Yudu Alliance have had to flex out in the meantime to take care of Inko, who are still alive with 2. Vitali and Squash in a defilade of their own, but Squash gets lit up and Bubuhu steps over that ridgeline. Excellent peek out there to pick up some points and leaving Inko out of this match. Now it's just Yudu Alliance and Morph.
Look at Morph's elimination numbers. Up to 14 already. Make that 15. 2 more to go. Actually, 3 more to go. Yudu Alliance, there's really no chance of them making it in. The smart thing would just be to deny the points, but honestly, you don't need to because Morph is looking for that top 3, not that survival spot. Let's see if Yudu Alliance decides to make something happen and try and go for something, but that's just more points for Morph.
Certainly is. I mean, Yudu Alliance, it is out of the realms of possibility that Yudu Alliance could jump up towards that 3rd place, but with Morph doing what they're doing here, with the lead that already existed towards those top 2, I don't see it being possible after this match. Yudu Alliance will extract a little bit of blood there from Yoru, who will go down, but they'll have to trade it off for a full flush over onto Olio, and now it's just Flax spraying up towards Cleon. They know exactly where he is. And Bubuhu will look for the close down here. A close run, steps up, gets the spray. The shotgun in close range is dangerous to deal with, but the jump through, the strafe is good to keep him safe for now. Keeping him penned in, making sure that he can't leave here. Instead, just steps out, and that's going to be a nice, clean sweep. Morph, able to dominate, control, and manipulate this zone from the eastern side. Everybody who went to Jumasera early suffered at their hands. This is what they wanted to see. They will now be in contest for those top spots.
Yeah, great circles for Morph. Remember, they came in from the very far north. At one point I mentioned they're still in the blue zone when everyone else has rotated in. So they get a little bit of that circle luck, but they executed it perfectly, playing those splits, holding those angles, and controlling everyone. Not just that, you know, they got the eliminations too. Sometimes when teams get those favorable zone shifts, they play way too passive and they get a chicken, but not a lot of elims. That is not the case for Morph.
No, it certainly wasn't. I think they got 19 eliminations that match. Bubuhu was stepping out for some pretty bold peaks, but had the backing of his team. They knew they had the terrain cover to be able to crawl back and get these reses on board and make sure that it was working for them. So, I mean, excellent control. I don't have any notes on their position. I think they definitely stepped out and were an aggressive controlling team, as you said, unlike what we've seen from some other instances. So hopefully, they're going to have a good chance at jumping up.
Yeah, one thing I like to make note of is that the player reactions we just saw just now, they're excited, they're happy, but they're not cheering. They know they passed up Nigma Galaxy. They know they're in the top 3, but they also know Nigma Galaxy is a formidable team and their work is nowhere close to done. So they're keeping their composure, and Morph, I mean, we still got one more Miramar game, and we already said this is one of their better maps. Could they do it once again?
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, there is that last match of the day. Can STE still stay alive for that little bit longer next time around and keep them out of that 2nd place? We'll have to wait and see, but Morph put up big numbers to be able to close down the first Miramar.
What did we say right before this match started? You gotta watch out for Morph, because Morph and Miramar, like peanut butter and jelly, baby. What a performance right when it counted. Oh man, Nigma Galaxy, you better watch out. They better watch out. That's tough.
Watch out. They already got past. And there's already, I assume, a reasonable gap there. It's more about it's time to step up for them if they want to reclaim that 3rd place position.
Good point. It's a good point. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, that we know for a fact that after that performance, there's going to be a good, solid gap. So I can't wait to see exactly how much that is going to be. 28 points. Goodness gracious. The huge performances here, 7, just have been shaking up this leaderboard time and time again.
Talk about dominating a map, huh? 3 chicken dinners now in Miramar. If it wasn't for Miramar, man, this team would not be anywhere near up here in the top 3, but I'm glad that they're taking advantage of it. I'm glad that they're continuing to just excel here at Miramar with their splits, with their rotations. Everything's working out wonders for them, 18 elims. But I gotta give some props here to Yudu Alliance. This team has been consistent, it has been quiet, and it has actually climbed up to the ranks, and I can't wait to see what they're gonna be in the overall ranking alongside with Inko. Even though Inko's not gonna be pushing for those top 3, guess what? Inko's now starting to secure themselves some good points at trying to be within the top 11, because that's currently what they're going to be aiming at. top 3 out of the question, Cam. For them, it's going to be being top 11.
Yeah, actually looking at the overall, Inco are top 8. They've even gotten to the left side of the leaderboard. So for the team that was just struggling after day 1, struggled at the beginning of today still, they jumped up. And part of this, we have to recognize, once again, how tight, how close the points were and still are. I mean, it's less than 3, it is 3 points between where Inco is down to Duksan in 12th place. But they're still on the left side. They're still making sure that they're not going to be in the bottom 5. I think it's a bit too much to ask for U2 Alliance to try and break into the top 3. They're going to have like multiple amazing games, like try and end out today with a win and get like 1 or 2 tomorrow for that to happen. But for teams like Inco and FaZe, like just maintaining their position out of the bottom 5 is the name of the game for them. And y'all's performance is going to make sure that they don't have to worry so much about that aspect of this group stage.
Yeah, and another team here that we kind of have to mention is DS. What happened with this team? This is a team that after day 1, they were in 5th place. We were like, okay, this could be a contender for a top 3. Absolutely awful performances yesterday, absolutely awful performances today too. Hopefully they'll be able to react, because at this point, they're looking like they're going to be going home.
Cameron, look at the difference between the top Miramar performers. I mean, look at the dominance from Morph. It's crazy.
Yeah, like double the elimination points, double the damage. Placement points looking really good, of course, as well. It's insane. Like, you guys were selling me on Morph on Miramar already. I didn't see these numbers. Like, these stocks only keep going up. Like, I will buy high because it's going to continue to go high. There's no selling low here. It's just going up, up, and up.
Man, I mean, the great part for them too is like tomorrow is going to end in Miramar, right? So like the fact that they're going to have that in their back pocket, I think is going to help them out a whole lot, because we've seen time and time again, Seven, right? Those final matches of the day in a tournament just be all over the place, right? Because you got teams at the bottom that, you know, they realize that it's all over, and then now it's possible that we see the teams at the top that can decide to look down and be like, hey, who are we going to destroy here, right?
I mean, with the way some of the teams at the top have been performing, I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow if for some reason first place and second place create a little bit of a gap between each other. I see first place, which is probably going to be Nonsham Red Force, starting to play a little bit more confident. We saw that out of them today, and they're continuing to position themselves, getting those points. I don't see that slowing down in any way, shape, or form. So if I'm willing to nitpick here at a Nonsham Red Force, is I would like to see them get a chicken dinner. We haven't seen them get a chicken dinner since, what was it, day 1 when they ended up getting 2 chicken dinners. I would like to see them being able to finish off a map, but I can't really complain much because this team's being able to get points every single match. Consistency, baby.
Well, you do raise a good question, because you're right, they haven't gotten any wins. They've gotten a number of points, but like, what's going to happen when they reach the Grand Finals, right? Like, will they be able to sort of soak up all of these, shall we say, easier points throughout the mid towards the end game? Will they have the same opportunities when it's an even harder stage of this tournament? So I think with their positioning right now, how safe they are in the top 3, yeah, I actually agree. I think at this point they should start to maybe not completely rewrite their game plan, but maybe experiment, see how far they can push the envelope on trying to get these points and these wins.
Well, you know what? As soon as you said that, the alarms went off in my head, man, because there's so many things to talk about, but we got 1 match left to go. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters.
We're going to be closing out the 3rd day with another helping of Miramar, of course. Morph, brilliant showing in that last match. Excellent elimination count as well, getting up to 18 towards the end, taking some nice aggressive angles on their hold. See if they can keep this one going, because Miramar seems to be a playground for them today.
Oh yeah, Morph really showing us Miramar is their map. We saw it on the stats, right? If you didn't, you could rewind a little bit, but their stats, eliminations, they had up to 58. I think the second closest was 27 of the next team. So yeah, they are really showing us they are the Miramar experts. And you know what? Maybe it's a coincidence, but back in the heydays of BTR, also reigning from Indonesia, right? They were known as the Miramar Kings as well. So region div when it comes to Miramar? Maybe so, but we got 1 more Miramar. This is the last match of the day. And well, Nigma Galaxy, what really, you know, should be on their mind right now is they need the points, because if they don't get this, you know, a good game in here, they move on to survival stage, which is, you know, not too bad, but they had such a firm lead. To lose the golden ticket now would be, I don't know how their mental would be going into survival stage if that is where they end up.
It's real tricky. I mean, the event that I will always remember was Gladiators just falling out of the top 3 right at the last moment last year at PMGC. They went into 4th place, getting forced into the survival stage, and people were very confident, you know, that we'd still be seeing the Gladiators through. But every single time that they had to go that little bit further, they just fell short by 1 mark, and they didn't end up going to the Grand Finals, which was really unfortunate to see that one happen. But that's just how it goes sometimes. You do really want to find these early qualification spots, get that money on board. The jump up, if you look at the money, it's a little bit misleading, because the jump up from 4th to 3rd place is quite a big jump, right? It's $16,000 in these group stages for 4th place and $38,000 for 3rd place. But what you have to remember is there's also money to be played for in the survival stage. So if you come 4th place, don't make it through, 16,000. If you win the survival stage, you get 10,000. And then if you win the last chance after that, you get a further 10,000. So there's a potential to get up to $36,000 on your performance if you come in 4th place, which is $2,000 less than 3rd place. So it's a little bit less egregious. Let's talk about something that is egregious, though, because that zone's just popped.
Yeah, that's a hard Southeast one. Oh, man. We haven't seen this one before on Miramar, not with this group. So another tricky one to deal with. And they're coming in from, well, they came in from the far north last time. Are they going to take a similar drop spot with a different plane? No, they're actually going to be in the far southwest. So Morph dropping in Vidimar. They should get a nice little slingshot in on the south side. We'll keep that in mind. A little bit of a 1v1 hot drop here. Chiffon versus, that is GokuBot. GokuBot with only a pistol. Can he find a weapon? Gets a mini. But, oh, look at Chiffon's gear. Level 3 helmet, level 2 vest. Oh, that's all you could really ask for in a quick drop fight.
And a teammate as well. Feel like that's even better. Steps out, red dot on the AK. It's going to be good for it. 7th element, lose a player, and a point found. Fair and hyper.
Oh, another drop here with a potential fight. STE. Oh, Xing, very isolated. I see 4 yellow dots on that minimap. The rest of STE, close by, but not close enough. Hopefully they could get some vehicles to come help, but NB Esports taking this approach a little bit on the slower side. Oh, the back angle. Xing gets caught.
That's unfortunate. He was isolated. He was split through and will go down. There's no two ways about it. No rescue to be found there. So STE playing on as 3. Not ideal, but they're still 156 points. I mean, their day has gone, I would say, quite well. They've had 2 chicken dinners so far, and they've looked pretty solid in situations where we've criticized them a little bit before. Losing a player early, I mean, it's unfortunate, but with a plane path and the circle as it is, it's going to happen at some point. So I'm not unwilling to give them the benefit of the doubt here. The question is, how do they play on from here as 3?
Yeah, they need to do the best they can. And we saw that last match, right? They did run into a lot of opposition early. They got third-partied. The fight with, I believe it was Intense Game, didn't pan out exactly the way that they wanted. And Nongshim, I was saying, man, Nongshim's going to, widen that gap even more. But at the end of the match, Nongshim got 7 points, and then STE got 4. So do whatever you can. Every point counts. And just because you're down to 3 early doesn't mean the first place you're trying to chase after is going to get that many more points than you. So they got to keep their heads up, keep the confidence going, and stick to what works for them.
Over on the east side, with the circle as it sits, some advantage to dropping on the southeast side. Impala was dropped on towards FaZe, and Intense Game were in Puerto Paraíso. You've also got Nigma Galaxy, who obviously split on that south side. This is their opportunity to come back strong today, because it has not been their day. They have, as I said in the last match, failed at their game plan, quite frankly, and it needs to be better. So hopefully this last match can turn it around a little bit. We've seen it from other teams. I think Morph were able to do it yesterday, where at the end of their match, end of their day, they just sort of put in a strong performance to keep them up there and in the conversation. Vitali for Inko gets shut out almost immediately. Divine still has more players to deal with, though, as Becker is right next door, turns away and won't go any further in.
Yeah, he's going to turn tail and run, maybe into the sightlines of FaZe. these fast rotations are working out for 7th Element here, picking up a quick elimination. They did lose one also, so not the best trade, but looking more so for the points, because 7th Element, they're not at that cutoff yet for survival. And I think at this point, you might even want to just trade a point for a player. That's not good whatsoever, but you want to get some points to make it into that cutoff.
Alian, some shots away, over in the distance, but FaZe have got a little bit of a scrap to get on towards Impala. They're trying to break out, and then Hyper are their challenger right now. A nice nade from Mela, finds the final tickle FS to find the knock, and that's an isolated player as well. It's going to need some commitment to go for this res. Commitment from Hyper to get across this open ground, but Inco have a little bit of a sight line over there. Can need a power potentially as well. Might be not too far out of the question. Next, Ruya is sending down the east coast to the east of Impala, and they will be potentially rolling up to this scrap as well.
Yeah, this is currently a 3-way fight between 7th Element and Hyper and FaZe. It looks like they will give up on FS, and it seems like this has kind of been in Hyper's thing. They're playing it more on the safe side. I don't know. I feel like in Hyper kind of need to switch their mental and just aim for that top 3 when it's still somewhat possible, which means they need to play much more confident. They need to take a little bit more risks, right? And if they start doing really poorly, then go into the default safe mode to make it into the survival stage. But you heard the desk say it. If Hyper can't make it in here, the confidence for them to making it into the finals through the survival or last chance, not very good.
So starting to fade these opportunities. I mean, not super long with a format. 24, it does go by quite quickly if you're not paying attention. And they only have this match and then the 6 tomorrow, so 7 matches total for each of these teams to put their final bid into the ring. Try and get up to that 11th place, the all-important 11th place. From 4th down to 11th, that's the positions that see you into the survival stage. The top 3 obviously going right to the Grand Finals almost immediately, well, in fact, immediately. And they will be seen in Turkey. After being in this almost boot camp situation, I suppose, over in Malaysia.
Oh, look at this. This might be a planned camp out of Nigma Galaxy. They know Morph dropped towards Valle de Mar based on that plane path. And yeah, look at that. That is a setup if I've ever seen one. If any team knows teams' rotations, meaning other teams' rotations, it is Nigma Galaxy. They study so hard, and we saw in the interview, that is one thing they focus on. That is a trap play. Is Morph going to fall for it, though? Far in that southwest side.
It seemed like they were scouting it out. Their player on the front, certainly scanning the terrain. I wonder if they spotted something, if they think something's fishy. Another circle goes to the southeast side, towards Puerto Paraíso, and keeps a lot of Los Leones in there, but a lot of hillsides to be played around here. Nigma Galaxy still holding face, holding strong to try and guard out their contenders to the 3rd place spot.
I love this attempt out of Nigma Galaxy. It's probably more effective right now with that point gap made. It's probably more effective to stop the opposition in 3rd place and then play your game and adapt to the circles later on versus just playing your game and letting Morph do the same as well, especially with how dominant Morph is on this map.
See if they can actually extract value from the position, because Morph is still just... it feels like they know something's up, right? Like there's no...
Definitely.
There's no way you don't
something.
just go through if you don't think there's anyone there, but we'll have to wait and see if they can break through. In the meantime, though, players towards the center are really going to have to start to heat up their performances as Inco trading back and forth with Hyper, 7th Element, just over this hillside as well. That nade goes a little bit long for Squash. FaZe are here, 4 teams now in the vicinity, a potential 4-way engagement as teams will start to pour in and pile towards the center. Mutual Alliance close by. Hail have shots out towards this direction as well, and teams are starting to fall. Inco's the first to do so, and Brazil, they're going to have a little bit of an unfortunate turn of events here. 85 points so far. That's where they'll finish today. As the rest of the team's trying to find these little divots, these ditches, these small valleys.
Yeah, the fight rages on. FaZe ejecting out of there with the last 2 players, but look at all the different colors that they're driving by on that mini-map. So many teams trying to find whatever positions they can here. With this many hills and ridges, you never know what's over the next bump. So they have to be very careful. And the fight did start out, I think, between Nigma Galaxy and Morph. Morph did lose. I think Morph lost a player, or did?
They did, yeah.
At the right side, yeah. So it works out. They catch one. I don't think they'll catch more, but that is damage done.
Hale able to take down Olio from Udo Alliance, trying to push in central on this divot. This position currently that Hale sit in is probably pretty strong for the next couple of circles. They want to move forwards, though. They want to take this compound from Udo instead. From Udo Alliance, they will try and wrest control of the building. Flax cooking the nade to try and stop the roll-up, but dips it down a little bit short, but it's going to be perfectly placed to find Get Slow on the outside. Maybe finding another as well as Nutin steps into a dangerous position, but Flax follows it up, gets the flush.
Good point confirmation there. Udo Alliance, they are near the top of the leaderboards. If they have a stellar game here, their name is in the conversation for tomorrow for the top 3. I mean, we have 6 games after this. Anything could still happen. We'll see how that plays out. Nigma Galaxy all the way down on the south side now, and that's a great shift for them. It goes down south. Nongshim Red Force right in the middle with a huge split. STE coming in from the far northeast with only 3. That's going to be tough for them to fight their way in with a number disadvantage.
I think Nongshim are going to have to regroup down towards the south. In fact, yeah, they are going to move there to the compound that sits in that crook of the road that's around that area. They're going to try and play for that, have a lot of control down to the southwest side as well. So a team like Nigma Galaxy and more are going to have a lot harder of a time against Nongshim Red Force. And Hyper still surviving in this, what was a central location, now right on the edge of this next zone.
Chiffon popping off some shots with the mini. GK First is still down. They will not be able to get that revive. They need to keep both players up to put out suppressive fire, to force the players away before even thinking about a potential revive. Intense game close by as well. It looks like with the player bleeding out very low, they're going to go for it. And they did put out enough suppressive fire for a 7th element to just stay away and not push any further into them.
Udo Alliance still holding onto the building. Tiger on the inside. They know he's there. They've had the challenge, but Tiger opens up. Can't quite find the angle before he gets rolled down. And another flush found for Udo Alliance. 2 eliminations found at the cost of Olio, who went down on the outside a little bit earlier on. Nutin's on the out near that skip, trying to stay alive. Sky only, rotating through. Flax tries to get out into the vehicle, and will be able to do so. Afforded that opportunity by his teammates, but they are just going to be able to cut through. And that is an excellent hold for Hale with 3 players against the 4 of Udo Alliance. Really, really nice stuff for Udo Alliance to be able to take that one down and add 4 eliminations to their tally. Maybe chase towards more for Nigma Galaxy, more likely.
Yeah, Udo Alliance doing pretty good here. And Hyper should be able to finish out that fight with Chiffon getting the opening and the second one right there. The last player looking to get a revive. Might be able to get that revive off, but they're going to have to back up real quickly. Nade should be coming in. And Hyper up with 4 elimination points. Yeah, decides better to go for the, not to go for the revive and just create some space as the rest of it, Hyper pressing ever so closer. An intense game taking a fight on the bottom right-hand side of that screen against, I think that is Next Ruya.
All the way down there, and that's the DBS to find the first knock. A really good open there for Intense Game. All 4 of their players still alive, still in action. Next Ruya suffering a lot more there. The nades start to pour on through, and I think that's going to be the majority of Next Ruya taken care of, if not all of them. They will be wiped away. Really, really tough stuff on the east side, but now you're going to have to get more central. What can you do? Nina Power have gotten the compound that was regrouped away from by Nongshim Red Force, and they might have a good time of it there. DGR, though, is knocked on the outside, and I don't think they have that many players left on the in.
Yeah, it looks like STE down to just a solo. Nongshim will be widening that gap, especially with its center position with 4 players up. This could be a huge game for Nongshim. Can Hero do anything here? Maybe get 1 point? Looks around, the buggy's circling around him, distracting him every which way. He doesn't know where to look, and he will get taken out. Meanwhile, is Morph down to 1?
They are.
Morph is down to 1, so that little roadblock set up by Nigma Galaxy, they may have not been the ones to take out the majority of Morph, but it was enough to throw off their game plan, and it worked beautifully.
A lot of these teams in the top 3 going down, so it is Nigma Galaxy's chance here to try and catch up just that little bit. With 3 players alive, Udo Alliance with that 4 elimination count, maybe having a chance, but they're right on the northeastern side. Can Nigma Galaxy find an opening, find the miracle that they've been waiting for today? That's spotted by NB on that northwestern side. That's really bad news for their move because the zone's already crushing through, and it's unlikely that you can spend the time to get this flush, especially when NB want to try and control it as well. The res looking less and less likely by the second.
Mondo with the nade primed, looking towards where that vehicle was making sound. Doesn't catch a player. Akaze with the nade of his own. Nothing connecting, but they're getting a lot of territory control. They're forcing Duxon back further and further, giving them the advantage in the gunfight.
Another player rolled up on now as Fist gets sprayed down onto Zipyan. And Sek looking for more as well to the backlines. I think they did manage to just get that res, but no, it's just one. Hoxie has the nade cooked, looking for the player, but there's a buggy sailing past, just sidesteps it in time. Mondo, though, out and into the fight. Gets a little bit hairy, but they will be able to close it out. And that's Duxan eliminated on the northwestern side. Now, can NB convert? Because they didn't take any knocks here, so they have a chance to try and move forward strong.
7 eliminations for NB Esports. That's big for them. They have a nice amount of points, but they definitely want to pad that a bit more before heading into tomorrow. And Hyper rolling up with 5 elimination points, down to 3. Still manageable, though. Looking to control the edge sides here. They will be kind of in the middle between both of Udo Alliance right next to them and scoping in onto Intense Game.
The eastern side for Intense Game. Trying to move up that hillside to the plateau. At the top, they do have a lot of control over the lower level of it, but Udo Alliance still sit atop in the compound further up. NB, from that northwestern side, gonna have to leave their sanctuary as well. Nigma Galaxy leaving Ralph out wide. And staying vigilant towards the NASA position. A scrap now, eastern edge. It's going to be an intense game to lose a player. And Hyper want to keep this one rolling. 3 players in it for them. A low taken on that front side on the longhouse. They're going to roll on out. Intense Game want the challenge, but it looks like he's up to it. Not quite going to be able to do it. There's an off angle. Is that Alien, the last player from 7th Element, chimes into that scrap, and all of these teams just going to suffer really, really heavily. Udo Alliance didn't third party, but they've got 3 players, and they can leave this area knowing there's way, way less threat from that angle.
Yeah, that was a great long-distance shot by Alien. I love how 7th Element, down to a singular player, doesn't just play passive. He keeps himself close enough just to see if there's a potential third party from the fight he was forced to run from. So, and Hyper, remember, looked like they were about to take out 7th Element completely. Alien survived and kept just close enough to get that revenge.
There's quite a few teams just trying to hide on out. I still think that Nongshim Red Force have got this priority spot, this priority compound. FaZe have a little bit of a covered approach to it with the amount of divots that sit in front of them, so maybe they can get close enough to do something. Nigma Galaxy on the south, they're going to have to find an opening, and it's not going to be easy because NASA have that angle as well.
When a Nongshim Red Force gets knocked from NB Esports, that is definitely a long distance. There shouldn't be anything really coming to fruition off that. FaZe down to 2. They give some info away with where Mela's shots are, so Intense Game are here to take this position away. 2v3 situation. Mela over the top. I thought he was going to be good for that one, but he goes down. FaZe gets that trade, though. Onzen, 1v2. This nade could be huge. Runs back into the house before he gets naded. And look at this on the minimap. 2 other teams looking this way. Nigma Galaxy primarily looking to get some points for themselves.
If they can get this fight to conclude, if they can push on into this location, it's the foothold that they've been looking for this whole time on the south side. They have been kind of marginalized, sidelined into this lobby, but if they can find this opening, it would be excellent news. Will Allian play spoiler? Because FaZe has just gone down. Intense Game have kept 3 players alive all throughout their engagement as well, and Nexus's window, Nigma Galaxy's window might have just been closed.
Definitely so. Intense Game have been doing a lot with 3, so even running into that opposition with 4 players could be dangerous for the side of Nigma Galaxy. And we've seen, actually, maybe a bit off camera, Nigma Galaxy losing a lot of their fights, 4v3s on these crashes or aggressive fights. Nigma Galaxy, I think this whole day, we haven't really seen them win an outright fight. So even with 4, they're playing it slow, which I think they should be, looking for opportunity from distance, looking for options on rotations. It's good for them to keep up 4. Maybe into the very late stages of the game is when they're going to be pressed in just enough to take the fights and win them with the numbers advantage.
Nigma Galaxy rotating back out to the west side of the road. A little bit closer to Nongshim Red Force, so potential danger. You can see Ralph scouting out that way. Next circle soon to pop. NASA have spread out wide on that western edge as well.
I think NASA realized that an opening happened in the south side for them to take some space away from Nigma Galaxy, and I think they beat them to it. Yeah, Nigma Galaxy wanted that west side for themselves as well, but were beat to it. And with that circle shift, I mean, that doesn't give much options at all now for Nigma Galaxy. They could have used that spot where Spec and J7 are on that southwest as a launching off point to wrap in and fight Nasser, but now they're just pretty much gate kept out by Nasser and Nongshim Red Force.
Looks like they want to break out to the east to maybe get a pick or 2. Allian is still here for 7th Element. I feel like he's relatively unknown in this position. I'm not sure if Intense Game are going to know that there's a player in this spot. So potential for a backstab if the fight with Nigma Galaxy goes on through. Are they rolling around trying to bait shots, or are they trying to look for Allian? It's hard to tell sometimes.
I think they're just trying to find some info on inside the zone, bait out shots. Because Intense Game, they have a difficult choice to make. Straight ahead is Nongshim Red Force, and outside of zone is also Nigma Galaxy. So Intense Game are just trying to figure out what to do here more than anything.
Diego with the monster truck. Allian is certainly going to spot that. And into the buggy as well. They're both playing away. They're playing behind on the cover. He has complete broadside here. There is no retribution angle either from Cielo. Opens up. There's one as well. The teammate left. And that is brilliant news for, actually, Nigma Galaxy. It's going to really slow down Intense Game. It's going to put the fear in them that there's this snake in the grass. Cielo still waiting on the outside. And that's 5 eliminations for 7th Element, but over the top they go. He's going into a fight, a 1 versus 4. He's going to try and go for the flush, but just in time it's saved. Can he stay alive? No, because Allian is still there.
Oh, he gets both of them. Allian takes both of those. Great job out of 7th Element. And man, I just can't help but say Nigma Galaxy had 4 and they lose a player that they really shouldn't have. They lost that player to the solo out of Intense Game. Sure, there was the third party from distance to confirm it, but man, Nigma Galaxy is just not playing on point right now as far as the executions go.
3 players from the south side. Can they make it work? Because not only have they lost a player, but so have Nongshim Red Force on that central area. So maybe with 3, they could still make it work. NB the only, NB and NASA, the 2 teams with 4 players alive in this lobby.
Nongshim Red Force, Sporta going in, down to 1 HP. There is a singular player in there. I think he's trying to clear it out. He should know. Yep. Pre-fires. Holds the angle. 1 HP. Probably waiting for his teammates here. And, oh, nice job. The reaction time. So quick. Sporta will take that player out. Nongshim Red Force, like you mentioned, with only 3, gives way for Nigma Galaxy to break into the zone a little bit more. But, man, Nigma Galaxy was still only with 1 elimination points. And not the best of positions. We'll see where the circle takes us very soon.
Allian does go down, but with a valiant effort from him. Excellent stuff for 7th Element. Maybe close enough to the bubble for tomorrow's games to be all important to get towards that survival stage. Kanina Power, the duo that's been holding off for a while against Yudu Alliance, now under direct threat on this ridgeline. No one really out to the east anymore to slow this push from Yudu, and they're going to go and take that burst knock. A spray out wide from Beckett isn't going to connect either, and Yudu Alliance will be able to survive with 3. No team is in this next circle yet.
Yeah. It does look like MB will get in there first. Nasser does have some compounds to play with, and Nongshim has the compound too, so Nigma Galaxy now forced to crash on in. It is a 3v3, luckily for them, because Nongshim lost one. First knock goes to the way of Nongshim Red Force. Nigma Galaxy down to 2. And they don't have Koops here. Koops was the one player that went down for Nigma Galaxy.
Ooh, lightning.
Oh wait, no, Koops is still here.
Koops is here. He's on the inside, looking for the next spray as well. Has to retreat up the stairs, but he's down. And now it's all up to the player on the outside. Can you get on through? Can you keep them going? Because it's 2 players to deal with for Freak. 1 up, 1 down right now. Rotates through, looks to spray, suppress that staircase, slow the players pushing down, spots the backpack, and through the window he's spotted as well. It's traded back and forth. Was that a third party? Sporter just went down to Nasser. They're rolling up now to try and stop Freak from getting anything more done. Nasser burn away at the door frame, and Freak will be tagged by the Molotov. He needs to hop out. He needs to get some first aid on.
Yeah, at this point, the solo left. 1 more ladder up on the placement is a good amount of point difference. May not be much, but they need every single point they could get. Unless he just goes for the 1v2. Freak, tries to go for the hero rush. Will get taken down in 5th place, and I was saying this earlier, they only got 2 elims. Not making use of that 4-man team towards the end whatsoever. And that is not a good finish for Nigma Galaxy.
U2 Alliance looking to close out their day strong as well on this east side. They've been through the wars, they've been through the thick of it, but they picked up a lot of points for it. NB as well, 7 eliminations on this northwestern side. Have been able to keep themselves healthy for a while, but descending from that mountain, from that hilltop, has been a real challenge for them. Nasser, in the meantime, 4 players alive. They're spread out on that south edge, trying to control mostly to the east side, and rightly so, because NB is struggling in their own right.
This should be Nasser's game from that south side. I mean, I know NB have 4 up on the north, but yeah, too many sightlines coming down from a high ground where everyone on low ground's looking up. U2 Alliance get cut down to 2. Nongshim still hanging in there with the 2 that they have. They can still do something here.
The crawlback can come through for U2 Alliance to potentially get this res. They need to do it soon with the blue zone pushing. It's not going to be easy. And playing as 3 could be all important for them. Iftar close by to this Nongshim position, playing on the windowsill. Zones are close to closing, the smoke blooms, and this is the move that you need to make, but it's only Nasser in this next zone.
Nasser tried to go for a split there. Took a lot of heavy firepower, so thinks better of it. Luckily for him, he didn't get shot out that car. Nongshim does go out. We're down to the top 3. It is U2 Alliance with their backs against the wall pretty much, being completely shut out by Nasser and NB Esports. They lost 1. They're working with 3. Can they find a way in?
With a big game, U2 Alliance can absolutely catch Nigma Galaxy here as well, and maybe get a little bit closer to Morph, a little bit more insurmountable on that difference, but there's a chance if they're able to win this one out here. Looking to move down low, Cluck nade in hand, looking to try and find it, but Xenox is just too quick on this. Gets the spray down on the sidelines. J7 has fallen to a nade that did get cooked there, but there is an answer, and that's likely just going to take another knock, and U2 Alliance most likely stopping here.
Oh yeah, U2 Alliance in that buggy, tries to get out of nade range, moves up closer, will get taken down right here, and we are into the final 2 teams. Nasser versus NB Esports, and J7 not yet revived. They will go for it now.
Both of these teams looking to solidify a position in these top 11 spots. Going into tomorrow's games, that's what they'll be gunning for, that's what they'll be aiming for, but who can take the glory here? The final Miramar of day 3 of Group Red, nade in from Star, and more still to come. 2 nades still in the back pocket. NB have yet to unleash with that volley. They've got 7 HE grenades in the pocket as they start to launch them out now. If they can find an opening pick, that one looks pretty good. It's quite long. I think that might have been a smoke actually further out wide, but they're just suppressing that ridge line on the road.
Offensive smokes would be good here too. The ridgeline is central, so Nasser have every advantage possible. They don't need to move whatsoever. NB is going to be the first team forced to move. It should be done here. Unless if they can land a double knock with a nade, it's not looking great. Here comes a shot. Star not connecting, taking very safe peeks because he does not need to be aggressive here. And they are getting cut down. This is the chicken that Nasser finally wanted to get very soon. Just one more. This nade throws it in.
Mondo.
Goal.
under threat.
Yes.
Will go down, blasted skywards as NASA closed down the day with a chicken dinner, a strong control match. Nice to find when you're towards the bottom of those tables as well. Into that survival stage, NASA put up the points to try and make their bid to stay alive in PMGC. A really, really strong performance from them. I liked every moment of it. They had a good position. They regrouped well. It felt like maybe Nongshim Red Force were going to have a better time of it, but they just got whittled down time and time again by teams looking to move into that compound, and NASA were on the outside on the west to capitalize.
I think the decisive play for Nasser was actually, I think, maybe 7th circle, where they noticed Nigma Galaxy on the south side kind of maybe grouped up elsewhere, and they spread out and they basically corralled Nigma Galaxy to the east, where we saw all the fighting happen, and Nasser could just ride that out and pretty much made the other teams do the work for them.
Spec MVP, 4 eliminations, and again, quite a clean split. I'm not entirely sure how many eliminations they were able to get, but I think it was a decent chunk. The Miramar goes well for NASA, certainly. So good news for them. Try and get them towards the top of the tables. Udo Alliance as well, getting a little bit closer, potentially actually keeping themselves in the conversation with a top 3 finish. A decent chunk of fighting went their way as well. I think they got some eliminations on board as well, Zute.
Yeah, the biggest takeaway for me, though, was Nigma Galaxy setting up that trap play onto Morph. So we know their plan. We know what Nigma Galaxy wants to try and do to take that 3rd spot back. And going into tomorrow, that's 6 matches, and they've done their research. That camp that they did wasn't, the most obvious, I think, in my opinion. Definitely, did a lot of research to see where Morph would go in a circle like that. I wonder, will we see a lot more targeted plays between Nigma Galaxy and Morph?
Not only that, are we going to see targeted plays towards the 11th place bubble? It all remains to be seen as NASA look to solidify themselves in that survival stage bubble. Can the things change? Can they shift up? We'll have to wait until tomorrow, but we're going to go back to the desk for now.
And that is it for day number 3 of Group Red. Hey, big shout outs to Nasser for being able to go ahead and get that chicken dinner there. I will say this, though, as a North American fanboy, I don't like it. I don't like it. Tomorrow is looking rough, 7.
It is looking rough, but I mean, for some of the teams, it's looking hopeful too. Udo Alliance, with the performance that they were able to put up today, they are going to be in that conversation, especially if they come in tomorrow and continue to put up good numbers, and we see Morph only being able to wake up in Miramar. I feel like their place is going to end up coming down to the last match tomorrow.
Yeah, I was really worried after the first couple of rounds today that, it would just be four teams playing for top 3, if even that. But Alliance, the way that they've just been building up steam across this entire event, they are making this very, very interesting. Shout out to Nazar for winning that round. Okay, they're yet again further up the leaderboard, putting themselves, I'm assuming, in a much more comfortable place to not have to worry so much about being in the bottom 5. They're not going to be gunning for top 3. It's a bit too late for that. Too big of a point gap, unless we're looking at 3 wins in a row. But even for the best teams here, that's not that's unfeasible to expect. But still, good for them to at least avoid the bottom 5.
100%. It's so crazy to see that jump that Nasser's going to make. I wonder how close they're going to end up here on the leaderboards. We'll check it out in a little bit here. But yeah, at the end of the day, top 3 is the goal. Making it out of the bottom 5 is going to definitely extend your life a little bit further. As we take a look here at the overall rankings, and you can see that gap. Nasser's only 1 point behind in Hyper?
Yeah.
Wow.
And
what a jump.
That's what happens when you only have a couple of really good wins and then everything else is underwhelming. That means that the gap is going to be open. At Hyper, they have a couple of good rounds, but there's so many disappointing ones as well that they just don't really show up.
What do you think about that, 7?
For me, I'm actually looking at 11th and 12th place. These two teams, so much expected out of them, and for them to just be fighting to not be sent home. Inco now getting pushed to 12th place, and I do have to give a special shout out to 7th Element Alliance, because he was able to clutch up some great elements and some great placement points to at least put his team in contention to try to push for that 11th place tomorrow. Maybe give him a little bit of a confidence boost going into tomorrow as well. But you were talking about Nasser. I mean, at least now they got more of a cushion, right?
Yeah.
Going to tomorrow, they're going to be able to be ahead of that 11th place. And then if we go on the other flip side, Euro Alliance, for them to be able to put up 55 points today, when in 2 days they were able to put up 68 points, if I'm not mistaken. That is a great jump up for this team. If I'm Nigma Galaxy, if I'm Morph, I'm getting a little bit scared. I'm coming in tomorrow saying, you know what, we need to be on our A game.
Yeah. Again, because Alliance are going to be struggling. They are going to be following up behind. They are about 25 points behind the current third place holder, which is Morph. So they're going to need to continue to push it, right? There is still the advantage for Morph and Nigma, but they can't slip it up. They can't allow the opportunity to continue to present itself. And it's always very interesting to see how teams adjust to that mentality, playing defense versus playing offense. We've talked about this so many times before in previous broadcasts, can change how a team approaches. And I just hope that Morph, Nigma, whoever it is, they know that by playing defense, they're not supposed to play conservative, not supposed to play safe. They need to push and make sure that they continue to get those points, even if it is only to keep the opposition at an arm's reach away.
100%. I mean, we saw Morph pop off in the first Miramar, and then all of a sudden, kind of dump it in the last one here. I mean, they do have that advantage that is going to be 2 Miramars to finish off tomorrow, but I don't think it counts, right? Because the last 2 matches, we always just see a whole bunch of craziness. So I think if you're a squad like Morph, those teams that are trying to make that miracle happen and break into that top 3, I think it's going to be really coming down to the first 3 matches, 7.
Yeah, and it's going to be the 2 different battles, right? We're going to have that battle for the top 3, and then we're going to have that battle for the top 11 too. You're going to see a push out of some of the teams that we really haven't expected. Hell, to be honest, considering how they have performed so far in this tournament, today was definitely one of their better days. Today we saw them being able to pick up some great ilms, which in turn can hinder some of those teams that are at the top, currently fighting for that top 3. These teams need to watch out, man. And for Nigma Galaxy, I feel like the main takeaway for today has to be they need to be a little bit more figure out if they want to be in one place, figure out their rotations as well, because I've always felt like they were getting a little bit lucky with some of those crazy sends that they were doing, and they need to be also able to put Coops in a place where he can actually excel at, because today we didn't really get a chance to talk about Coops, and Coops, the first 2 days, he was the top leader when it came down to eliminations.
Yeah, he was the MVP yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, even with Nongshim Red Force in the #1 spot, getting the most points out of the day. Coops as an individual player was the MVP, and so if he is not, whether he's off of his game or the team through their collective decision making isn't putting Coops in a position to be able to make those plays, definitely a conversation to have about whether that's one of the big things that's harming them, outside of course, the observations that we're making about holding edge, trying to bridge camp, whether or not that's what the game needs with the current circle position, not nearly as strong as them defending center.
Yeah, I mean, great to see, the performances we saw here today from a lot of the squads. But you know what? I will mention one team in particular, and I'm really disappointed by here, right?
Yeah.
Nextria!
Yes.
What happened? Yeah. Where are you? Second to last place here? I don't think any of us expected that, Sim.
No.
Yeah, I feel like I'm getting flashbacks for last week with GG. That's exactly what I'm feeling like right now. Hopefully they'll have the same path that GG had last week. They'll come back there on the final day and actually make it to the top 11, because if they don't, the EU champs not even making it to survival stage, getting sent home on the first round, that is quite a big surprise.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, go ahead.
In their defense, it's a 15-point gap between where Nextria are right now and 11th place. And then even from that, from 11th place, 86 points, up to 8th place is only about 9 more. So it's not that wide of a gap. Again, this middle section is very, very tight, but we need to see some good rounds, maybe a win or a couple of podiums for any of these teams in the bottom 5 to try and climb out of that, because everyone's going to be pushing going into tomorrow.
In their
Nextria
defense,
need to do their homework.
I was going to say, in their defense, they should have been in 15th place. Come on, Nextria.
No, 100%, 100%.
Yeah, and the crazy part is you're talking about flashbacks, right back to Group Green. Gladiators, I love you, Adder. I mean, I know you guys, Kitsune, all the guys over there, right?
Just say it.
I will say, they got really fortunate in that first Sanhok with that hard shift back to that side of the island. They tried to go for a swim and said, no, we're just going to go ahead and sneak here. And they got zone blessed in that Sanhok. And in my opinion, that's the reason why we saw them even make it to that survival stage. Now, that's what happened in the last week. these zones here in this stage have been ridiculous. I don't care what anybody says, they've been going all over the place. So, well, you know what? Let's go ahead and take it on over to the studio with Choo Choo so we can go ahead and nice little interview.
Welcome back to the live stage here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia Battle Arena. PJ with me, your stage for the week, which could be Choo Choo. And also joining me here today, none other than 628 or SZS28. I'm so sorry, 628. So hard to pronounce it. But yeah, the IGL for the game himself, Sunan. So, Sunan, 你好.
你好, 你好.
So, okay, before we start, I'm going to start the interview. I'm going to translate for you guys as well. But bear with me, my Chinese is not that good. So, just believe that I translate pretty well, okay? Just assume that I know what I'm doing. Okay, 我用英文先可以吗? So yesterday in Erangel, you guys only got very few points, but in today's Erangels, you guys were in a good state. You got yourself chicken dinner in the second and fourth game, and what adjustment the team made to perform this good and so well today? 昨天其实海岛拿的你们的分数比较少是吗？
对对。
然后尤其是你们的第二天，但是今天你们的海岛能看来就状态还不错，你们的分数也不错而且你们呢，第二局是跟第四局吃了那个鸡，然后队伍做了哪些调整啊？你们有什么改变吗？今天的？
我们昨天晚上回去之后，然后也是复了一个盘，跟教练之间也是沟通了一下，然后调整一下心态，然后导致今天可能放松心情打了，然后可能大家会放松一点，然后打得会更好。
So basically what they did yesterday, they had a bit of a reset, they had a bit of a, some hugs, group hugs, we can call it group hugs, or just a bit of a team discussion and meeting to just have a bit of a real heart-to-heart discussion, what really happened, what really need to change, and just try to do another go for today. It seems like it's working right for them. So I guess communication is one thing, and I agree that everything is down to mind games here. Now, for the second question for you in Group Green, or for the overall group, we're gonna say all the groups out there, even red and yellow. Which team is your strongest opponent, and who is the best player in your opinion? So 除了 STE 以外或之外，除了你们自己啦，6 to 8。OK， 你觉得有哪一队，就是哪一组都可以红青或者黄组的话，特别强的队友，还有就是你们的选手，你自己想的最强是谁？
我觉得可能比较厉害的就是蒙古的 STE， 还有 VPE 啊，或者说我们中国的微博。
微博。
对。
那选手呢？
选手
你可以选一个吧。
选手，我觉得我们队友很强。
除了你们自己。
除了我们自己，我觉得 Top 吧。STE 的 Top， 蒙古 STE 的
Top。Okay. So what he mentioned about all the other groups, basically he has high regards for another STE. That's going to be Zeus Esports from Mongolia, which I feel like they are brothers in name for now, and also coming out from Weibo and Vampires. But when it comes to the player, he definitely feels like Top will be one of the best player in his opinion. 这样我要问你，为什么你选呢 STE 蒙古利亚的 STE 是最强呢？或者还有就是你的选手。最强的对你来说是 Top， 为什么？
因为我觉得蒙古 ST 他们这个大赛经验很丰富，就是打得很好。通常这种全球总决赛，我觉得很厉害。
So basically what he said, their knowledge and how they work well together as a team is they have pretty vast knowledge. I guess experience do play a big part here when it comes to as a professional players and how you wisely choose about what to do next and decision making. You have those in experience. If you don't really have, back achievement and experience, it's hard to call for the judgment. Now, are you confident that you will get the first place in your group? And today, there are so many fans on social media cheering for you and the team. Do you have anything to say to all the 6 to 8 fans? Now, 你有信心拿下本组的或者这个红组的第一名吗？然后今天的social media，social media 就是社交媒体上，有很多你的 fans 或者你的粉丝，对，为你队伍跟你的就是你的队伍就加油打气，
对，
有镜头面前为你们的加油的 PEL
粉丝们是吧？
对，
OK，
其实我们 ST 还是有信心的，然后我觉得谢谢我们 PL 赛区的粉丝为我们深圳 ST 加油吧，谢谢大家。然后我们会尽力打好每一局，好吧？谢谢大家。
STE 加油。Basically what he said. They want to say thank you. Thank you so much for all the supports that are being given to them, and they will try their best to be in the grand finals, to be one of the best at the globals. And they're definitely confident. I'm going to add some things here. They're definitely confident. They can fight everyone. They will fight the other STE as well. They are definitely going to crush it. Yeah, they're going to get #1, guys. That's it. Thank you so much for all the fans out there. So I think that's it. Thank you so much, Sunan. But I think that's going to wrap up for our final. Sorry, not really the final day. Tomorrow is the final day. Who will get relegated? Who will be in the top 3? Will they stay in #1 spot? Will somebody bring them down? Will they still gonna crush everybody else down there? So I'm gonna toss it back to the panel to close and wrap up the day. Thank you so much, guys. See you guys again tomorrow for week 2.
Let's go, baby, man. Choo-choo's the GOAT. I'll tell you what, guys. What a great interview right there. We can take a look at the individual leaders here for Group Red. And it's actually going to be Morph on top. Cameron, what do you think about that?
I mean, doesn't surprise me considering on the Miramar, their numbers were massive. Like, we thought that the STE, 16 elimination round was big enough as it was, followed up by an even greater elimination run by Morph. So Yoru specifically really putting in the numbers, really making sure that Morph can get back into the conversation, back into proper contest for not even just 3rd place at this point, but maybe even challenging 2nd and 1st. That might be a bit of a stretch. It's a bit of a small little gap there. And considering how good Nongshim and SDE have been, not the easiest thing, but hey, it's there.
Look at that. It's going to be none other than Nongshim being able to get the MVP title for today. And I honestly, I think I'm a little, that consistency, Seven, you mentioned it earlier, right? It's just too good.
Yeah, that's what it is. They're not being super flashy. They're not getting those chicken dinners, but it does come down to that consistency. Even when they finish in 8th place, they're still able to get at least some chicken dinners, some eliminations. And when they do end up at least in a top 5 situation, they're always there, at least hindering some of the other teams that are currently trying to chase them in the points. I don't see them slowing down tomorrow, and it's going to be very, very tough for ST to actually pass them in 1st place, unless ST just comes out and continues to get chicken dinners, and Nongshim is not able to respond, because I need to see Nongshim get another chicken dinner. Please. It's been a couple days.
Yeah, I think it's well-deserved.
As my final point on Nongshim specifically, if you want to sort of illustrate what we're talking about with their consistency, how they're always able to get points, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place all have 101 eliminations. They are tied on eliminations, but the gap is purely off of placement points. 68 placement points for Nongshim, only 55, I say only 55, but 55 for STE, 47 for Morph. And STE and Morph have a full chicken dinner over Nongshim, and yet the smaller gap there is 13 points. That is how successful Nongshim are consistently of getting podiums. Even if they're not able to convert all those podiums into full-on wins, into 1st place chicken dinners, they're still in the mix, and they are just farming those every single round.
Oof. That's the way to do it. I mean, we've seen historically, right, the teams that have that greater consistency level gain that championship title. I think that's why you mentioned, you believed in them a little bit more than 628, even after a 19 elimination game, right? Because that is going to be really hard to sustain, especially in the group finals.
Yeah, I mean, if you flip it, you look at Morph, right, with the stat that Cam was just able to give out. Yeah, Morph is currently the team with tie for the most chicken dinners with STE at 3. But if you actually look at their placement points, they've only gotten 17 placement points outside of their chicken dinners, which averages out to at least, I think it's 1.1 placement point per match. That's just not going to be able to cut it if they want to be able to maintain that 1st place. Yes, they are being able to output those eliminations. We just saw them being able to have one of the players at the top in regards to eliminations. But coming in tomorrow, I feel like they can't be waiting. They cannot be relying on Miramar. If that's the case, I'm hoping that Nigma Galaxy and Coops and the team does exactly what ST was able to do yesterday, which is, have a group hug, figure it out, and then come back tomorrow and absolutely smack everybody.
Yeah, put in that work. Well, guys, of course, we got to give a big shout out to none other than the Infinix GT10 Pro, the official smartphone here for PMGC. If you guys want to dominate the lobby, check out that GT10 Pro because it was created directly for esports players. Guys, also make sure you check that TikTok while you're at it. Search that hashtag PMGC 2023 so you can keep up to date with everything that is going on here. One more day. One more day. Wow. Well, we'll see what happens because it's going to be a show. So guys, make sure, of course, you go ahead and hit all the buttons, follow everything you got going on because tomorrow it's going to be intense. See you then.